Copyright information. Arcane Mutations. Book 4 in the Animalions Hall series. 100 Halls Universe series. Copyright 2021 by Thomas K. Carpenter. Cover design 2021 by Raven. This is a digitally narrated audiobook. Chapter 1. 30 middle schoolers surrounded Pax in their aqua camp shirts, pimples and newly uncomfortable urges forgotten as they hung on her every word. Neither the black Portland magical zoo shirt or the facts about the elongated hellcat in the cage behind her were responsible for the unnatural calmness in her charges. The hellcat is a member of the Chimeratic Kingdom. Who can remember what that means? She asked, raising her voice so even the kids in back could hear. She dug her fingers into Callie's thick black fur. A dozen eager hands went up. More might have responded, but the front row of kids was enraptured by her companion rather than the question, or the amber feline with distinct elongated spots on its back inside the cage. "You, Felicia," said Pax to a young girl with thick glasses and a side ponytail. The girl's magnified eyes blinked. The Chimeratic Kingdom means, that the hellcat had been modified by magic in its past. "Excellent, Felicia." The girl continued as she rocked on her feet. The elongated hellcat is known for its spots and its ability to put off extreme heat, and she looked up, mouth open with thought, that it can breathe fire. Close. Everything was correct, except the fire part. There are no flames, but the heat coming out of its mouth is hot enough to cause third-degree burns. Does anyone know why the hellcat was modified? Blank stares. There was a mage who lived in Siberia, the northern part of Russia that's extremely cold. He wanted a companion that could keep him warm, so he bred an eastern puma with a fire lizard, modifying the offspring with phase to create mutations until the hellcat was born. Do you know any other creatures from the Chimeratic Kingdom? No need to raise hands, just shout them out. The kids responded with a bit of chaos. The bear, manticore, blue-tongued marble lizard, pottery ants. A dozen other names were shouted out, some of them incorrect, but Pax didn't bother updating their assumptions. Their excitement was enough for her, at least until the girl with the side ponytail waited until the end when it was quiet to shout, "Callie?" Callie is a thoracic fox, which is a mirror species of the Volpes genus. But how did she get so big? Asked Felicia, eyes as big as moons. Pax looked down at her companion, who came up to her hip. Even from the beginning of the summer, Callie had gained another 30 pounds, until they were of equal weight. There were other subtle changes in behavior, but she pushed those thoughts away. Callie is just an extremely large thoracic fox, just like sometimes humans grow to be 7 feet tall. Rare, but not outside the bounds of possibility. The kids grew restless, the earlier hold on them fading with side chatter and roaming hands. Pax cleared her throat and raised her hand to get their attention. When that didn't work, she called out, "Who would like to see me and Callie enter the cage with the hellcat?" A raucous cheer went up as she regained their attention. It was a trick she'd performed for other groups when they got restless, though she'd never entered the hellcat cage. Pax moved to the side door and motioned for the kids to stay back. "You up for this?" Callie tired. Her companion had been lethargic lately, and dealing with 30 middle schoolers had probably taken its toll. "A little longer. We're almost done for the day. Let's give them something to remember." Callie didn't respond, but she moved to Pax's side, her golden eyes glimmering with crimson. Pax unlocked the gate, confirmed that the hellcat was on the other side of the cage, then stepped forward, locking herself inside. The back of Pax's neck bristled with warning. "Behave. You outweigh the hellcat by 4 to 1. The agitation relaxed, but didn't go away completely. Pax stepped to the front of the cage, content that Callie had her back, and waved to the enraptured kids. She was about to demonstrate a soothe mark on the hellcat, when a guttural growl warned her of danger. Pax spun on her heel, expecting to see the hellcat charging, but the feline was crouched in the lone tree at the back of the space. The coppery taste of blood filled Pax's mouth as Callie bounded towards the back, hackles raised. The hellcat cowered in the tree. "Callie, no." Her companion slammed into the tree, shaking the upper branches. The hellcat clung to its perch, back legs slipping off. Callie coiled, ready to spring up. At her size, she could easily reach the scrambling hellcat. Upsoka. The soothe mark reflected back on Pax, who had the urge to sit in the grass and stare at bugs, but the 30 sets of eyes outside the cage helped her shrug off the effects. Pax tried again, steeling herself from any blowback through her psychic link with Callie. Shayet. The air dislocated between her and Callie, knocking her companion on her side, but she was up as quick as a viper strike, facing Pax instead of the hellcat. Callie's normally soft golden eyes burned crimson. Rage burned as bile in her throat. Callie? The anger in her companion faded, leaving Pax stumbling forward. Her companion sheepishly trotted forward and buried her head in Pax's chest. What was that? She whispered as she massaged her companion's ears. Sorry. Before turning toward the front, Pax put on a happy face even though her gut was twisted, but seeing their expressions, she knew she hadn't fooled a single kid. Back outside the cage, Pax clapped her hands. Did you like the play acting that Callie and I put on? I didn't want to hurt the hellcat, and she gave me her consent to use those marks on her, which are ways to modify animal behavior in the wild, said Pax. She was fairly certain the kids knew she was lying, but there was nothing to do about it now. She was just glad that no adults were around to contradict her story. Pax led the kids back to the camp gathering spot near the administration buildings, giving them a chance for snacks and bathrooms. Esmeralda raised an eyebrow at her early return. You shouldn't be back for another half hour. The raven-haired zookeeper tilted her head towards Callie, who lay in the grass by herself. And you're usually the last ones to return. Her recent growth spurt is wearing her out. She's been sleeping more than usual, and I think we're both ready for a break from the zoo. Her friend put her hand to the back of Pax's forehead. Now I know something's wrong. You'd live here if they let you, and after finally getting permission to have Callie at the zoo, I know that's not true. What gives? Tomorrow's the flight. Esmeralda's forehead knitted. Already? Are you nervous? Very. She shifted her mouth to the side. Which is weird because my grandmother has always been a source of calm in my life, but I feel like going to Norway to see her is going to be much different than home. I thought she was from Sweden? Oh, she is, but her and her sister spend winters in Alta, Norway with their knitting club. They have dual citizenship. Why don't you head out? Said Esmeralda, eyes rounding. You could probably use the time to pack. Thanks, Asi. After goodbyes with her camp kids, who noticeably didn't crowd around Callie like they had before the hellcat incident, Pax led her companion out of the zoo. On the way out, she passed the construction zone, which had taken over the old water treatment plant that had been next to the zoo. The massive holes had been filled in with endless trucks of gravel and topsoil, and now the whole area was blocked off with temporary fencing. Colorful murals painted on the side announced the expansion, showing new domes and more animals. After her 3 years in Animalians, she was beginning to doubt the mission of the Portland Magical Zoo. Not that the intent wasn't important, but given that they were housing dangerous supernatural creatures, it was a wonder that there'd never been a significant incident. Pax Nygaard? An older gentleman in a hard hat came striding towards her from the construction gate, with a grin plastered on his face. Hello, Mr. Lovelace. Please, you should be calling me Alfred. He crouched down to Callie's level. And hello, Miss Callie. Lovely to see you again. How has it been having her in the zoo? Great, she said. Thanks again for helping with the permissions. The kids love her. I hear you're heading to Oslo tomorrow. Need any help with your flight? I could pay for an upgrade so you and Callie could ride first class, said Alfred Lovelace. I've got it covered, said Pax, and to change the subject, she gestured towards the construction. The new domes are coming along. Have you nailed down what's going in them? He raised a hand. You're not going to suss out my secrets that easily. We want it to be a big splash, create some excitement. The zoo has been losing too much attendance, too many distractions in the world. We can't lose sight of our audience. But don't worry. He winked. We should be finished with the expansion sometime next year. Sorry to run, but I was headed home to pack. She smirked. Tell Logan hello for me. Will do. Pax chuckled as she left Alfred. The gesture of friendliness would only scramble Logan's noodle. He'd be trying to figure out where the insult was for weeks. The coneflowers were in bloom when she arrived at home, reminding her of Baba, whom she'd be seeing soon enough. The garden was filled with soothing scents. Vines climbed over the trellis, providing a colorful gate before she entered the old Victorian house that had been her home. There she is, the great hunter and her vicious beast, said her mother as Pax entered the living room. She was knitting with her legs crossed. Hello, Mother, said Pax, kissing her on the forehead despite the scowl and flinch. Your blanket is looking great. I can see the leaf patterns now. You don't have to feign interest. I know you don't care. The barb didn't sting as much as it used to. Pax wasn't sure if she'd become numb to her parents' anger, or if knowing about the cragworm venom that had damaged their minds helped her gloss over the pain. It had been a miracle. She'd been able to coax them back to the house upon her return. The only good part about the cragworm was that it affected their memory, so they'd forgotten the incident with the Roloden. Callie watched from the doorway. She was too big to hide, so she lived in the house with the full knowledge of her parents. I'm headed to see Baba tomorrow, said Pax. The flight to Oslo leaves in the morning. I won't wake you, but I can pass along any messages you want. The permanent scowl that had worn itself into her face with deep wrinkles smoothed away suddenly, as if a storm had broken up and becalmed until the water was a mirror. The clarity in her eyes made Pax take a step back, not in fear but in wonder. Tell her that the fulcrum of chaos is almost upon us. It lingers on the horizon like a false dawn. Pax sucked in her gut. The fulcrum of chaos? What are you talking about? She glanced back to Callie to see the crimson fading from her golden eyes, and when she returned to her mother, she was scowling again, working the knitting needles furiously. Mom, what is the fulcrum of chaos? She asked again. Her mother screwed up her face. What are you prattling on about? Pax's shoulders fell. Never mind. Callie was gone from the doorway when Pax headed to her room. For the first time in her life, she had no urge to call her companion. Chapter 3. Her grandmother was waiting for them outside the train station, in a sea-gray cable-knit sweater. The kindly smile and wrinkled face were the same, but Pax didn't miss the reaction to Callie's sighs. You've both changed so much, I barely recognized you when you came out of the station, said Baba as they embraced. Holding her grandmother at arm's length, Pax rolled her eyes. Yeah, I'm sure there are tons of redheads with enormous thoracic foxes arriving in this little sleepy ocean town. A front had moved in, so the bay was thick with clouds, and she hadn't been able to see much more than the colorful houses along the tracks. You know what I mean, said Baba as she crouched down to Callie, who pressed herself against the old woman. Baba dug her fingers into the thick fur. You've grown unexpectedly, and you, young lady, there's something different about you. Almost feral. But we can talk about that later. She stood, but her gaze lingered on Callie. You've come at a critical time. Didn't feel that way at customs, said Pax, stretching her arms and relishing the cool air on her skin. They ask a million questions. Baba made a noise in the back of her throat. Their concern is understandable. Come, our place is not too far, and Ines is dying to meet you both. The last part was a lie, or at least the tone of excitement was. Her grandmother's older sister had the warmth of a statue. On the rare occasions she chatted with her on the phone. You should be doing better in school. Be careful at the zoo, cryptids are dangerous. I would have sent you a present, but overseas shipping is expensive. Maybe things would be different in person. The lime green pickup truck didn't have room for Callie in the cab, so she sulked in back as Baba aggressively drove away from the bay, to a dark blue house surrounded by woods along the edge of the Altelva River. Pax had never met her grandmother's older sister, Ines, in person, but she'd been hearing stories about her for her whole life. She knew Ines was a witch, and their mother, or Pax's great-grandmother, had been a powerful and famous witch. Outside of the patron system of the 100 Halls, people used other methods to avoid the madness that came with using magic, but Pax hadn't ever been told what they were. Even before the pickup truck stopped, Callie leapt out, bounding across the rocky grass to the white door on the dark blue house as if she were expecting someone she knew. Even stranger, waves of excitement were radiating from Callie. So much that Pax felt dizzy. "What's going on, Baba?" Her grandmother offered a sheepish grin. "You know there's a lot I've kept from you over the years. I'm sorry that it had to be this way, but now that you're here, there's no hiding the truth." Pax tossed her duffel bag onto the ground in front of the house. "What truth?" The door swung outward, revealing a familiar-looking woman whom Pax had only seen in pictures. She had the same bone-white hair as her sister, bound in a thick braid, and the same deeply wrinkled face, but while Freya always carried a smile in her eyes, Ines' smile was as cold as frost on a windowpane. "Iselv?" Ines shouted back into the house, as she glared at Callie, who sat obediently before the old woman. At first Pax thought it was a timber wolf that had come to the door with stone-gray fur and long lanky legs, but the golden eyes and Callie's reaction left her with no doubt that this was a Calidus. It felt like she'd been shoved off a cliff. "You were the one that brought Callie," said Pax, pointing her finger at Baba. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" Baba looked at her boots. "The answer is complicated." Ines extended a bony arm. "It's rude to make an old woman wait at the door," she said in heavily accented English. She disappeared inside, followed by a limping Iselv with Callie right on her heels. To her surprise, the inside of the house didn't match the modern exterior. The timbers looked like they'd come from the 1700s, and crossbeams had markings etched into them, but it didn't lack comfort. The wood floor sitting area was covered in thick hand-woven rugs, and near the crackling fireplace was a wicker chair with a knitted covering over top. Ines gestured towards a simple chair before taking the more comfortable spot. Her great companion curled before her feet. She was much smaller than Callie, but Pax didn't know if that was a fact of true size or age. Callie took a step towards the elder Iselv, before circling back around to sit by Pax's side. The old woman stared at Pax while noises erupted from the kitchen, and after an uncomfortably long wait, her grandmother appeared with a tray and 3 cups of steaming amber liquid. "Is this mead?" asked Pax, sniffing at the aromatic brew in her hands and eyebrow raised. Ines snorted derisively. "Black tea with cinnamon and honey. Keeps my arthritis from flaring up." The old woman sipped from her cup, keen eyes watching Pax the whole time. It felt like she was being interrogated without words. "Ask your questions, girl. I see them on that tongue of yours." Pax checked with her grandmother, who gave a little nod. "Iselv is a Calidus like Callie?" I thought she might be the only one," said Pax, thus defying the laws of nature and common sense. "I thought your academy would have taught you better, but maybe the halls aren't the bastions of learning and magic that they purport to be themselves." The old woman sighed as Freya made a face. "Yes, Iselv is a Calidus as you call it, but that is not our name for their kind. Here in Scandinavia, we name them Tyveger or Thief Hunter." "Thief Hunter?" "Our nomenclature for them is Mutatio Emotep Parasitus." Ines spat on the floor angrily. "Emotep. An idiot and a fool. He did more damage to our cause than the enemy itself. Because of him, we've had to stay in hiding, disguise ourselves and our companions. We call ourselves witches for the outside world, but that is not a correct description. We have little magic, except that which we share with them." "Everything you know about Emotep and your Callie are wrong," said her grandmother. "Why haven't you told me? Or come forward to the halls and fix their knowledge? You think we haven't before? Ha! Arrogant mages think that because we cannot manipulate fays in the way that they do that we are not worthy," said Ines, making a mocking spellcasting gesture with her bony fingers. "Then why are you telling me now?" Her grandmother set the teacup that she'd been cradling aside. "Because of your affinity to animals, I'd always hoped that there would be a Tyveger for you to bond with. These days matings are rare and offspring even rarer, but then a miraculous birth happened. Pax checked with her companion, who was still anxiously staring at the sleeping Iselv. That's her mother, said Pax. Tyvegar do not usually give birth at such an advanced age, said Freya. And because there were no suitable candidates in Norway, I was able to argue for your pairing. She looked at her boots. This was not the consensus. A witch and her companion should be trained together by their elders, said Ines, slapping the arm of her wicker chair. The crag worm complicated things. I had intended to discuss bringing you to Norway for your training when I brought Callie to Portland. She placed her fingers to her lips. But as you know, fate had other plans. Fate, ha. Ines spat on the wooden floor again. You should have brought her back here so we could find another candidate. You gave her to your granddaughter selfishly. Her grandmother bowed her head. It was unusual for Pax to see her so cowed, as she had always defended her when her parents grew too agitated. I'm your grandniece too. Yes, we are the same blood, but this battle is much larger than family. Ines looked down her wrinkled nose at her sister. And one who lost their companion in a foolish quest should not be making decisions for the clan. Baba? Freya squeezed her eyes shut, lips wrinkling with anguish. When she opened them, there was no doubt in Pax's mind. Her grandmother had had a companion like Callie. Her name was Vindi. All the revelations made Pax dizzy. She swallowed away the anger that she'd not been told earlier. How did the Calidus, Ines made a face, and those who pair with them come to be? As everything did in those days with magic and luck, but things were slipperier back then, fewer hard edges, more fae and myth, said Ines, as if that were a valid explanation. What my sister is trying to say is that the Tyvegar and the descendants were modified over the years to bond together and form a valuable and precious relationship. We paired those that seemed most promising. Without true mages like the Halls, we had to rely on the tried and true method of forced selection. The millenniums of work have resulted in as much optimization as genetics would allow. So it had to be someone from our family, said Pax. A Tyvegar could bond with a non-descendant, but we're more capable of reaching the full potential of the pairing than anyone else, said Freya. There were many problems in the early days, some correctly recorded by Imhotep, but most were due to his poor pairing and at an older age. She pinched her lips tight. That was part of my calculation in leaving Callie with you, that because you were our best candidate, maybe ever, that your potential could overcome the problems of a delayed training. Pax spun the teacup in her hand, working out the repercussions. How many Calidus Tyvegar are there in the world? Not as many as there needs to be, said Ines. We are spread out across the world to keep our vigil, but our numbers have declined while theirs have increased. Theirs? The enemy that you spoke of, said Pax. Ines snarled. You already know this enemy. Aepep. In this you are at least not to blame. Lord Asphodel miscalculated when he tried to retrieve the diadem of the scarab. News of this only reached us recently. He didn't know Aepep was in the tomb, said Pax. Ines scoffed. When you've been alive as long as he has, you should know better, but the lure of returning his people to former glory was too much for him to pass up. Now his problem has become ours. We are the Descendants of Bastet. Daughters and sons, charged with the responsibility of opposing the cult of the winged serpent and her offspring. Is this flying snake so bad? It was frightening, but we had it trapped and it only wanted to escape. Anger smoldered on Ines' lips. This is not an animal, a creature to be studied and empathized with. It comes from ancient history when gods walked the earth. Aepep is an agent of chaos, and not in a metaphorical way. Its history is filled with tragedies and accidents that only happened with its arrival. Empires lost because of a twist of fate. Why do you think history from those times are filled with plagues and disasters? Aepep. We disagree with Imhotep about many things, but about the flying snake we are united. He wrote extensively about what happened in those days. Other authors from that time and later corroborated the effect Aepep has. The flying snake exudes supernatural chaos. At first, the whole thing sounded like superstition, but the serious expression on her great-aunt's face was hard to deny. In trying to understand Callie's nature, Pax had read some of Imhotep's writings. Fear of the flying snake ran deep. Then how does a desert god reach all the way to the frozen north of Norway? Asked Pax. Do the halls not teach you anything? Use your brain, mage, said Ines. We're taught about creatures from all over the realms. How would I know about what you might be hunting in Norway? Said Pax. But Ines only crossed her arms and leaned back in her wicker chair, a self-satisfied smirk on her lips that Pax wanted to smack right off. Her grandmother was no help either, keeping her lips squeezed shut. Fine, said Pax. I can assume that because Aepep is a winged serpent, we're talking snakes and snake-like creatures. But not just any reptile, but ones that pose a significant danger to humans like the dragon salamander. She glanced to Baba, as she stared blankly into the distance, painful memories branded on her expression. But unique to this area. That is how you lost Vindi. But there are so many species here, not so many snakes and amphibians. Wait, if Aepep is real and you call yourselves the Descendants of Bastet, hey, even Professor Cassius taught us that most legends have a kernel of truth in them. Does that mean that the world serpent is real? Jormungandr? All that learning finally put to good use, said Ines. Is that why you let me come here? You want me to track down the Jormungandr and slay it? I am a hunter no longer. It's why I left Animalians. I'm done killing. Ines rose, her rail-thin body not frail with age. She was granite. Bedrock. She extended a bony finger. Slay the Jormungandr? Ha! You are but a child. Killing dragon salamanders barely makes you a whelp. But you are too old and your Callie is too far grown. No, now that I lay my eyes upon you, you are doomed. It was a waste to let you pair with Iself's pup. You have your answers, now go back to the halls and let them do with you what they must, the only answer left for your ill-fated pairing. Ines, said Freya, rising from her chair. But the old witch stormed from the house, slamming the back door with vigor. Iself rose unsteadily to her feet, and padded slowly from the room. Her grandmother looked broken. I'm sorry, Pax. I thought there was a chance. Chapter 4. Pax had barely arrived, and already she planned her trip back home. The flight wasn't for 10 days, giving her a chance to spend time with her grandmother. Ines' presence in the house made everyone uncomfortable, so Freya suggested a trip into the countryside. They left early in the morning, during the twilight, when the sun hovered beneath the horizon. Callie rode in the back, because there wasn't enough room in the cab. Despite her age, her grandmother drove confidently over the gravel roads, switching to four-wheel drive when necessary. There was a lot she wanted to discuss. She'd come to Norway thinking she'd be focused on her time in Animalians and her relationship with Callie, but instead the revelation had upended everything she'd ever known about herself and her family. At first, she kept their conversation mundane, focused on local life, until they were a few hours along the road, and the question slipped out after a long contemplative silence. What happened to Vindi? Freya shifted hard into four-wheel drive, gunning the truck up a bouncy, barely tamed road. The hard slide around the corner had Pax grabbing the dash for support, but then her grandmother backed off on the straightaway. I was young and stupid. I thought I was the next coming of Sigrid the Slayer. Ines warned me, but I wouldn't listen to her and it cost me everything, said her grandmother as the truck slowed. The answer sounded practiced, which Pax guessed came when you had to discuss painful memories. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked, said Pax, glancing through the back window. She didn't know what she'd do without Callie. Die. It would be like losing both arms. Freya braked until they came to a stop. Her lip quivered. No, it's good to think of Vindi. She had a big heart, a lot like you and Callie. They shared a smile. Pax put her hand on her grandmother's wrinkled hand on the steering wheel, gave it a comforting squeeze. She lowered her voice. Speaking of Callie, I have questions. Her grandmother pulled her hand free and patted Pax's knee before hitting the gas. We'll have time enough to talk at the cabin. I didn't want to talk about it with Ines around. They arrived a few hours later at a small cabin near a spring-fed lake. It wouldn't be freezing weather for another month, so thick sweaters were all that was required. "Come on," said Freya, after they cleaned the dust off surfaces and unloaded the wood they'd brought from Alta. "Let's take a walk and stretch our legs. You and Callie will enjoy the chance to hunt." "I don't really hunt with her. That's Callie's thing." Baba made a noise in the back of her throat. "I see." There was disapproval, but Pax couldn't figure out why. "It's okay. She'll enjoy chasing rabbits and we can talk." True to prediction, Callie disappeared as soon as they hit the trail that meandered through the dwarf birches and colorful carpets of golden tundra. The climb was steep, but Freya was undaunted, using a walking stick she'd brought from the truck. The landscape shone with health, but occasionally they came upon birches that had lost their leaves. The bare, lifeless trees stretched impotently towards the cloudy sky. "No one knows why they're dying. We think it has to do with the elk and reindeer herds getting smaller every year, but no one can pinpoint the problem." "Is something eating the herds?" Her grandmother grunted under her breath, which Pax knew was her way of avoiding a question. "Did you want to hear about the Tyvegar?" Pax ran her palms over the tips of the grasses while they walked. "Of course." The Tyvegar was first bred in Egypt by the priestesses of Bastet, using primitive magics to counter Aepep and his ilk. As the cult spread, so too did the work of the priestesses, but it's hard to contain something that's already escaped. But the Temple of Bastet was not dissuaded by the task, and they exported their efforts across the globe. When civilization spread, so did the ancient enmity between the followers of Bastet and Aepep. "Are all snakes and reptiles from Aepep?" asked Pax as she cupped her hand to block the sunlight. "No, just like all cats are not of Bastet. No one knows where Aepep comes from. Well, maybe the Fae do, as it likely was a product of their arcane machinations, but we've paid the price. It's a being of chaos that thrives on destruction. The dragon salamander is one of its offspring. There are too many to name even on a long walk." Mention of the dragon salamander brought mixed feelings. The creatures had put her friends in danger, but none of that would have happened without Maxine's interference. In Pax's experience, humans were typically the problem, not the creatures themselves. Was this Aepep the same? Though it seemed unlikely that a Fae Lord would make the same mistake as a bunch of humans, it wasn't like she was an expert in the lands of Fae. Her companion bounded across a field below them. "When we were on the train, Callie caused a scene over a pet viper. Is that because of her breeding?" The hitch in Freya's step was unmistakable. Her forehead hunched. "Tell me about this." Pax repeated the story, which left her grandmother agitated. "What it is, Baba?" "Probably nothing. There are many snakes that are related. It could have been coincidence, or an error on Callie's part since she's had no training." She frowned. "But there are those that follow the cult of Aepep. They are often serial killers or other misanthropes." "The guy on the train," said Pax. "Could he be a part of this cult?" "Unlikely, but possible." She swatted a fly that landed on her arm. "Not that there's much we could do about it these days. There are few sects of Bastet anymore. Breeding has grown difficult, and accidents have claimed the lives of our healthiest members." Freya's shoulders dropped, but she lifted her chin and exhaled deeply. "Where else do they exist?" "Oh, there's a group in Canada, run by the Métis, another in Mexico, some in South America, and so on, at least a few groups on every continent. We call them Tyvegar or thief hunters, but the names vary, like golden-eyed fox or eaters of sin, not very fond of that one." "What about when Ines said that we're too old, that we're doomed?" Freya jabbed her walking stick into the earth angrily. "My sister, your great-aunt, thinks she's the wisest witch in the world, but her fear of making a mistake has led our small sect into decline." She sighed heavily. "Forgive an old woman for not making sense at times. The pairing of human and Tyvegar is good for both parties. We enhance each other, the bond providing extraordinary abilities for us, while they enjoy a longer and healthier life than they would without the bond." So Callie will drain my life force, as Imhotep said. Her grandmother tucked a strand of pale white hair that had escaped her braid behind her ear. Ines was right when she said that Imhotep was an idiot. He stole a Tyvegar from the priestess out of jealousy, and raised it without knowledge of how to provide it proper nourishment. Yes, in his case, his companion drained him dry, but look at my sister and Iselv. In the wild, Iselv would only live 2 decades at most, but she's nearly 80 years old, living far beyond her natural life because of her bond with Ines. I don't understand. Phase, the raw stuff of magic, is powerful. It can extend lives far beyond their natural limits. That's why the old mages like Invictus were around forever, too long. What can sustain you can be transferred to your companion as well. We use phase in ways that the mages of the halls do not, less as an engine for magic and more as a fuel for ourselves and our companions. The use of R made Pax smile wistfully. But learning these things requires work during the early years when both student and companion are young. I thought there was still time, but you've both grown so much already. Callie should not be so big. She's the largest Tyvegar I've ever seen or heard of, which leads Ines to think that it's too late to train you. In her eyes, you're fated to be like Imhotep, with an early death as Callie drains you of your life force to stay alive. I would gladly give my life for Callie to live longer. She watched as Callie crouched in the golden grains in the valley below, and then bounded forward, chasing some small, unfortunate critter that was about to become lunch. But if there's a way for both of us to live longer, I'd like to learn it. Freya rested her forearms on the end of the walking stick as she stared across the rolling hills. I wonder if being in the halls and channeling phase regularly has fed Callie, created the early growth. The trail wound around the ridge of the steep hill, and at a switchback, Pax spied a sign with warnings on it. She trotted over to read the message, which was repeated in Norwegian, English, and a few other languages. Warning. Restricted area. Stay out. Under penalty of imprisonment or death. The Norwegian Department of Conservation logo was on the sign, which had been positioned at the head of a recently grown over trail that headed deeper into the wilderness. From the ridge, Pax could see signs dotted along the landscape, blocking off a significant section of land. What's this about? Asked Pax when her grandmother caught up. A good reason to turn back, said Freya, eyeing the skies warily. Besides, it's getting on in the afternoon, we should head back and start a fire. She pumped her eyebrows. I brought chocolate and a bottle of vodka. The walk had given Pax a lot to think about. She nodded and looked around for Callie, who'd been below them in the valley. When she located her companion, she was past the lines of signs, following a small herd of reindeer that hadn't noticed her creeping through the high golden grass. Call her back, said Freya. What's the? Just call her back. Pax cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted, Callie? Her companion didn't look up, but she was at least a good half-mile away and the wind was in their face. Not that way. Use your link. Right? Pax closed her eyes. Callie, come back. You can't be over there. Normally she could sense the message reaching Callie, but that wall was there, preventing the connection. She tried 2 more times without success, before putting a hand on her grandmother's shoulder. I'll be right back. Pax sprinted down the trail as her grandmother tried to stop her. What was so bad past this line that she couldn't handle? She tapped into the enhancements she'd added last year with the mage steel, increasing her speed to catch up to her companion, but then something spooked the herd and the reindeer broke into a bounding run. Callie broke from her hiding spot, which forced Pax off the trail where the high grasses slowed her pursuit. The escape into the restricted area should have aggravated Pax, but it was the first time she'd been able to use her enhancement, and it felt glorious. The potions that animalians use to increase strength and speed always made her feel a little woozy, as if she wasn't quite herself, but without those alchemical agents coursing through her veins, she got to enjoy the slapping of golden grains against her chest as she pumped her legs. A few times she caught herself making whoops of joy. Lost in the thrill of running, Pax only turned to see where she was at when she crested the next ridge. Looking back, she saw the small dot that was her grandmother across the valley. Gray clouds had been moving in from the coast for the last hour, which had hidden the sun's descent. The herd wasn't visible as she headed into the next valley, leaving Pax to wonder if she shouldn't turn back and let Callie return on her own time. A little bit further, she muttered to herself. Pax reduced her pace to a light jog. Using phase, even through the mage steel enhancements, gave her a headache after a time. She called out to Callie using her mental link, but the same featureless mental wall blocked her. An hour after she'd left her grandmother on the ridge, an agonizing scream echoed across the valley. Pax was running before her thoughts caught up to her. There were signs back there for good reason. It was probably why the customs agent had grilled her when she arrived in country. There were supernatural creatures in these parts that were either dangerous or needed protection. The next hill dropped into a narrow canyon. A second feeble bleeding petered out, leaving Pax's heart racing. She knew she shouldn't be continuing, all her training in hunters told her that. But then she saw Callie's black tail slipping into a copse of trees at the head of the canyon. With her heartbeat thundering in her ears, Pax crept through the gnarled dwarf birches. The light was dim, but she could see as well as a red-tailed hawk. Something ahead was eating. She could hear the crunch of bones, the wet smack of a large mouth. She could no longer see Callie, but curiosity kept her boots moving forward. The grass was high and the deep shadows from the canyon walls confused her night vision, so she pulled herself into a birch, enjoying the rough bark against her palms. Pax focused on moving quietly, until she reached the end of a branch and swept away the leaves that blocked her view. Below, an enormous creature with a scaled head the color of dirty snow was dining on a reindeer. As Pax twisted to the right to get a better view, the limb beneath her snapped, launching her into the clearing. She landed on her hands and knees in the matted grass. The long, ridged head stopped mid-smack, the bloody leg of the reindeer half out of its mouth like a human eating a chicken wing. A grunt from the creature sounded like a muffled aircraft engine starting up, and Pax looked up into the very large and intelligent eye of a dragon. Chapter 5. Pax's knowledge of dragons could fit on the fingernail of her left pinky if she was being generous. She'd never really been that interested in the creatures because they were predators like humans, and intelligent in ways extraordinary and strange that made them a force of nature all their own. Sure, she could repeat their nomenclature. They came from the kingdom of Animalia, and below that, the phylum Chordata. Then the varied details of the class Draconia could fill an entire shelf of tomes of which she was mostly ignorant. Most people thought that Animalian's Hall was the most knowledgeable about dragons, since people incorrectly considered them animals, but it was the coterie of mages that studied them most, wanting to draw on the knowledge and power they'd collected over centuries or even millennia of life in their pursuit of wealth and power. But the one thing she knew without a shadow of a doubt was dragons were dangerous. Nothing she'd ever encountered came remotely close. The sign on the ridge had been for her protection, not the dragon's. At this point, the only thing probably saving her was that it had a reindeer haunch in its impressive mouth. The dragon was as large as an elephant, with hunched wings and a ridged tail that had snapped a birch in half. Dirty white scales had striations of cerulean, especially along the belly, all details that would have been fascinating from a safe distance, like through binoculars from a few miles away. Definitely not crouched within 20 feet. Crunch. The dragon jawed the remainder of the reindeer leg into its mouth while it kept its gaze upon Pax. She rose slowly, not wanting to provoke a reaction, backing up as she went. A rumbling speech came from the dragon's mouth, but it was either Draconic or Russian, neither of which she could understand. "I'm leaving now." Ridges on the dragon's eyes narrowed, a sign of impending attack. The majestic creature before her might not be the subject of her studies, but hunger and rage turned every being, no matter how intelligent, into a beast. Pax flung herself towards the trees as the dragon, with a single hoof sticking out of its teeth, charged, smashing birches and trampling the soft soil. The confusion of falling trees allowed her to slip through the undergrowth unscathed. She sprinted out of the canyon, knowing full well that she wouldn't survive the pursuit of a large dragon in the open landscape of the Norwegian plains. Yet her legs pumped as if she could outrun it, driven by primal fear. The ridge that she had descended would only make her more visible to the dragon, so Pax kept to the high golden grasses, even though it would take her longer to get back to her grandmother. She threw herself onto her belly when she heard the swift pump of wings. The dragon dislodged itself from the tangle of dwarf birches, a small broken tree falling away from its tail as it ascended above the canyon with wing strokes that sent leaves and debris into swirling vortexes. Pax stayed low, wishing she could remember if dragon eyesight was good in the northern twilight. It winged above her, blue and white belly matching the near sunny day, but not the gray cover of fall. When it went over the ridge, Pax burst up, sprinting with all her might as she kept an eye on the sky for the return of the dragon. When it came low around the west hill, she threw herself down, smacking her knee into a rock sticking up from the loose soil. Eyes swimming with pain, she thanked her hunter training for hardening her bones, or she was sure her kneecap would have been broken. The cat and mouse game continued as Pax made short sprints whenever the dragon circled out of sight, then threw herself into the grasses upon its return. The longer the chase went on, the more her hope of escape grew, as the dragon flew in wider and wider circles as it searched. But as it grew darker, it was harder for her, even with her enhanced eyesight, to spot the dragon. She was only a half-mile from the non-restricted area, not that she expected the dragon to honor the Norwegian government's demarcation line, at the bottom of a trail that cut up the hillside in a straight shot. She thought if she could get over the hill, maybe it would be far enough away that the dragon would no longer spot her. Pax rose from her crouch, scanning the skies for the dragon. When she thought it was clear, she burst into a sprint, her legs pumping as she churned up the hillside. When she was halfway up, she thought she might make it over the ridge to safety, but a huge shape swooped down from a cliff. The dragon had anticipated her, and slammed down on the trail, blocking her. It arched its wings as it prepared to strike with its enormous toothy mouth. At close range, there was little she could do. The dragon was too large for a hunter's mark to do more than piss it off, and while she could escape from the small ravine, it would slow her down enough for the dragon to catch her. She'd been outfoxed, cunningly trapped, and now she'd become the dragon's next meal. The creature reared back its head, ready to snap forward, but a wolf-like shape appeared on the edge of the ravine, followed by a blast of psychic energy that staggered Pax, knocking her to her knees. The dragon shook its head as if it were being attacked by a suicidal swarm of bees, its grunting roars followed by a buffet of air from beating wings. Then the dragon shoved its dirty white head forward, right up to her companion. Callie. Pax thought the dragon was going to snap her companion in half. As big as she was, Callie was barely larger than the dragon's head. The enormous creature shoved its snout right up to the Calidus, snorting with barely contained rage, and Callie matched the action while Pax was afraid she was going to spontaneously combust. The brief standoff ended when the dragon turned its head towards Pax briefly, then exploded into the featureless sky with one massive beat of its wings. The dragon flew overhead, downdrafts throwing her hair around her face. She scrambled up the ridge and threw her arms around Callie's neck, feeling the beating of her heart thundering in her chest. "Oh, Callie. I was so afraid for both of us." Big scary air lizard. No, not a lizard at all. They might look like lizards, but that was a dragon. A young one, not even a century I bet, but oh so dangerous. She pressed her forehead against her companion's. "We're both lucky to be alive. I can't believe you frightened it off. No, that's not right. I don't know why it left, but I'm just happy that you did it." The wind had picked up, whipping across the grassy plain, and though it had gotten colder, she was burning hot from the encounter. The scuffing of a boot on rocks brought them both to alert. "Who's there?" "You're terrified and baffled, Baba." Freya stopped at the head of the ravine, leaning on her walking stick. The white braid on her shoulder looked like bones through Pax's dark vision. "Come, let's get back to the cabin before that dragon changes its mind." On the walk back, Pax kept staring at her shaking hands while Baba hunched her forehead and kept glancing over, lips pursed with thought. Callie stayed close, never venturing further than a dozen feet. When they got back to the cabin, no one spoke until the fire had been started. Baba poured 2 shots of vodka, and after throwing hers down, Pax asked, "Why didn't you tell me there was a dragon on that land?" "It's a poorly guarded secret. I didn't think I'd have to explain why you shouldn't cross into restricted areas." They both glanced to Callie, who was lying by the fire, snoring softly. "Merlin's tits, I can't believe I just met a dragon." Freya widened her eyes as she poured 2 more shots, which they promptly threw back. You shouldn't be alive. Callie saved me. Her grandmother shook her head. There's a lot about tonight I don't understand. She raised an eyebrow. Even before the dragon bit. I know dragons aren't technically lizards, but do you think it could have something to do with the cult? Freya slammed her glass down. No. Absolutely not. Never suggest that again. The dragons are no friends of the cult of Aepep. She grabbed the bottle of vodka. I don't know a lot about dragons, but I know that much. Pax held her hands up. Noted. She checked her hand, which had finally regained its composure. Has it been here long? The government ceded a swath of land to it about 3 years ago for hunting purposes. And even when it's here, the dragon usually stays to the eastern part of the restricted area. Freya stared into the distance, as if she were witnessing an execution before pouring yet another pair of shots. I'm going to have to tell Ines. Chapter 6. There was little discussion about the dragon or the cult for the rest of the night. Baba focused the conversation on Pax and her time in the halls, including the events of her 3rd year in Dunir, though Pax left out the parts about the ghost winds and the mage steel gift since they seemed fantastical even in her memory. Ines had already returned to her place on the other side of town when they returned to the house in Alta. Pax couldn't decide what kind of mood her grandmother was in, and she knew her enough to know that asking wouldn't get an answer. We're going to the Alta Stricken group tonight. The both of you should get cleaned up. Pax washed Callie's fur in the river behind the house. The icy water made her hands numb, but the act of cleaning her companion was worth the ache. After Pax showered, she threw on long pants, a knitted sweater, and a puffy jacket. The subdued pace through town was unlike her grandmother's aggressive backcountry driving. They arrived at a long building between a coffee shop and a bookstore. When they stepped out of the truck, Pax noted, "You left your knitting at the house." I did. Pleasing folk music was playing lightly inside. There were empty tables in front, but the ones in back near a crackling fireplace were filled with older Norwegians with kind wrinkled faces. They were playing cards and laughing. Pax didn't see other Tyvegger in the front room, but Callie's heightened emotional state clued her into their existence. She was just as excited about meeting others like her as she was that she could feel Callie, rather than the blank wall that had blocked her previously. The people at the tables smiled at their approach, but their gazes rested mostly on Callie. Her grandmother greeted the card players on their way into the back room, but made no introductions, which tweaked Pax's nerves about what was to happen. The first thing Pax saw were the other Tyvegger. 5 of them, including Iselv, who was asleep at Ines' feet. None of them were close to Callie's size, which was reflected in the watchful gazes of the 9 adults in the back room. Nearly everyone was over the age of 70, except for a woman in her 50s with a white patch over one eye, and a handsome man with his stone-white hair pulled into a bun, who was probably in his late 20s. There was curiosity from the group, but also sadness, as they mourned the lost potential of their pairing. "Sister," said Freya as she approached, keeping her chin high. Ines raised a dismissive eyebrow towards Pax. "I've made my decision. She's too old." Freya put her hands behind her back. "She can Garford." Pax's Norwegian was terrible, but she knew enough to translate the word to go fast. The news caused a storm at the tables, and even in the other Tyvegger. A few of them rose to their feet. There was excitement in everyone's eyes but one, Ines. "She's too old? She cannot train." Freya's hands squeezed to fists behind her back, before being stretched wide to relax. Pax didn't know what to think of the exchange. She hadn't come to Norway to train, but the opportunity to continue learning without the moral hazards of the halls was appealing, especially when it came with others like her and Callie. But what if she already knows what we teach? We're dismissive of the 100 halls, but it's possible she has learned enough to make this pairing successful. The oldest of the group, a man with milky eyes and rheumatoid hands with knuckles like golf balls, turned his head in Ines' general direction. "Our numbers are thin. We should hear her case," he said in a shaky voice. Ines grumbled. It's too late, Bajarne. I'll double my correspondence with the other groups. One of them will have a successful mating soon enough. A few pups, and we'll have a new cadre of jeggers. Bajarne tilted his head towards Callie. We have one now, if your sister is correct. We cannot be so prideful that we ignore this opportunity. Ines pounded her fist on the table. It is not my pride but my sister's that injured our prospects. She was the one that gave the pup to her granddaughter, when it was clear she wouldn't be able to bring her back for training. It was too late when Pax passed her 13th birthday, it is too late now. The woman with the patch spoke up. Given what happened with Vindy, it is understandable. It is because of Vindy that my sister's judgment is clouded. Why can none of you see that? Said Ines, nostrils flaring. You most of all, Britta. She can't bring her back, and giving the pup to a candidate who could not be brought back to be trained was a waste. A loss that we should forget and move on. Britta gestured to the others. I would like to hear more about her, Garfort. Agreement rose up with light pounding on the tables. A few of the Tyvegar added their voices with light howls. Fine, said Ines, crossing her arms. You may hear my sister's foolishness. Freya went on to explain the events at the restricted area. As she explained, Pax realized that her grandmother's perspective was incorrect, but didn't want to contradict her when so much was at stake. Pax gathered that the Garfort was a skill that those linked to a Tyvegar learned, kind of like the magic of scraping abilities from creatures at Animalians, borrowing strength and speed from their companions. But for Pax, it had been her Magisteel enhancement that had given her those abilities, not her link with Callie, which these days was tenuous at best. When her grandmother got to the part with the dragon, the eruption was greater than the reveal of Garfort. Especially when they heard how Callie had backed the dragon off with her psychic display, which had even reached Freya, who'd been watching from her hiding place on the ridge. You heard your sister Ines, said Bajarne, his voice gaining strength. Even Thykpauktanik sees their pairing has been successful. Is this what you want? Asked Ines. Pax almost came clean, explaining the truth of her speed, but the hope in her grandmother's eyes kept her from the reveal. I would like to train. Why? Callie is my best friend. If we can learn to work together better, then I want to learn. It's why I joined Animalians. Maybe there are things I learned in Hunters that can help here, said Pax. Ines scoffed. Unlikely. Britta, are you willing to train a new student? The woman with the patch touched her forehead. I am. Ines made a dismissive gesture. Then it is settled. They can stay, but if they do not show progress, then they must return to their home. We are not a charity. She paused. Does that satisfy everyone? The nods and half-smiles were followed by Britta rising, gesturing towards the big rug. Come, Elv. We should get our rest. There won't be much chance of it for a while. A gray-black Tyvegar rose and stretched. I'll meet you at your house at sunrise. Callie made tentative half-steps towards the other Tyvegar, but her grandmother gestured for them to leave. As Pax followed Baba, she noticed the handsome young man watching her with interest. In the truck, Pax asked, who was the youngest of the group? The pleased noise in the back of her grandmother's throat made her add, I'm not interested in romantic entanglements, just curious who the one closest to my age is. That is Jan Nilsson. He is quite popular with the ladies, though probably not as handsome as that boy you were kissing in the zoo, said Baba. That was Liam, and kissing him was a mistake. We're just friends. I have the only relationship I need with Callie, said Pax. Tyvegar pups would be. Baba. I haven't even started training, and you're talking about Callie being a mom. I'm not ready for that, not now, and maybe not ever. Her grandmother sulked. I'll never get to cuddle pups or babies again. All those years at home, I never realized you were such a drama queen, said Pax, playfully elbowing her grandmother. Baba rolled her eyes. Returning home makes us revert to who we were when we were kids. Did you and Ines fight a lot when you were younger? Her grandmother tapped on the steering wheel, as the truck crunched over the gravel road. No. Not at first, anyway. That came later. Before we were paired, we spent a lot of time outdoors together. Ines included me in the games with the older kids, Tikkun, stiff witch, but then she got Iselv and she was busy, so busy training, and all I could do was hope for the day that I might receive a Tyvegger. Back then there were almost 40, and because of our mother and frequent exchanges with the other groups, it was almost a guarantee that I would get a pairing. The issues came later. Freya nodded. When we were old enough to hunt, that's when the problems came. I quickly outshone my older sister. She was more aggressive then, fearlessly throwing herself into dangerous situations and coming out on top every time. I took to her example. I wanted to be more famous than our mother, and we were good, exceptionally good. Her grandmother exhaled deeply from her nose. And after, Ines grew more cautious, especially when she took over leadership of the sect. Why so few Tyvegger? You said 40 when you were young. Freya sighed heavily. Bad luck? The changing world? I don't know. There was a time when my mother was young that they thought they might have won the war against the cult, because there were fewer and fewer encounters with them, but I wonder if they just got better at hiding. They used to be more openly fanatical, which made it easy to find them. I traveled all over the world with Vindi, keeping more to the colder climates due to our familiarity, but it was wonderful. She placed a wrinkled hand on Pax's. We come from a long line of hunters. It wasn't a surprise when you ended up there in Animalians. I don't feel like much of a hunter. I hate the idea of hurting a creature that can feel it. But you would defend yourself if attacked? Of course. There you go. How is it that Animalians didn't know about so many Tyvegger? And why not tell Patron Adele? The Adele Montgomery you know is not the same one that the Descendants of Bastet know. At one time, there was a worry that she was part of the cult because she did terrible things. So that's another reason that there is distrust of Animalians and the Halls. We have a long memory, and those patrons, however they might have changed, are still the people that we knew before. Terrible things. The truck pulled into the driveway at the river house. Let's not focus on that. She's different now. It would only be fair to judge her on the events of the last half-century, rather than before. Come, let's make you a hearty dinner, then you need your rest. She wagged her eyebrows. Tomorrow, you have an exciting day of training. Chapter 7. Breath turned to mist in the pre-dawn twilight. As her muscles were sore from the dragon encounter, Pax wore stretchy athletic gear and jogged in place to warm up while she waited for Britta and Elv, who arrived not long after. The two Tyvegger sniffed each other cautiously. A wonderful morning for a run, said Britta. I thought we'd test the extent of your Garfort. Her trainer didn't wait for an answer, heading down the road towards the countryside at a good clip. Pax easily kept up, but wished she had one of the Hall alchemical drinks to help with the energy required for the long run, as using her mage steel enhancement would drain her phase. Elv fight many battles. Callie had been quiet of late, so hearing her companion's voice in her head was a pleasant surprise. Talking with Britta's Tyvegger? Make time pass run boring. Run is boring, just make sure you don't tell Elv anything about us. They think we can Garfort like them. Train before with Hairless Bear, why train again? Need to learn how to pass energy without sucking me dry. Callie never drained Pax, love Pax sister. Love you too, Callie, but we need to learn, it's important. I don't care about their hunting or battles with the cult. I came here for answers and we got them. Now we're staying, so you and I can live together for a long time. Callie, try. Remember, they can't know we can't Garfort or they'll make us leave. Britta raised an eyebrow. Talking with Callie. She's feeling chatty this morning. When could she vocalize rather than emote? About 2 years ago, said Pax. Interesting, said Britta. That usually doesn't happen until they're around 20, but I guess that's expected due to her size. She seems to have had an accelerated growth. Do you think that's from the exposure to more phase? It's possible, said Britta with a shrug, but we've never had a mage hunter, so we don't know how using phase in that way affects the link between human and Tyvegar. After hour 2 of their run, which during the training in Sar Corsid was barely a warm-up, a dreadful migraine stabbed Pax in the temples, forcing her to lean over, rub her forehead and squint away the bright light. "Are you well?" "It hit me all of a sudden. Maybe I'm still not adjusted to the time zone," said Pax. Britta made a noise in the back of her throat that suggested she didn't believe her. She put a hand beneath Pax's chin. "Open your eyes as wide as possible," said Britta, as she tilted her head to look at Pax with her one good eye. Keeping them open made them water, and eventually Britta let her relax. "Tell me what you feel when you garfert with Callie," said Britta. It's a flow between us. I get my strength from her," lied Pax. Britta knitted her forehead. "You can clearly get strength from somewhere. We just ran the equivalent of a marathon at world record pace through backcountry roads, but I do not think you get it from Callie, not exclusively anyway." A hole in Pax's stomach opened up. "I swear I am." The older woman shifted her mouth to the side. "That might be true, that you think you do, but that connection isn't as strong as it needs to be. If the flow between you isn't open and two-way, then she'll drain you dry as she ages, and with her advanced growth that could be why she's so large, because she's taking it from you." Callie loved Pax. Britta glanced to Callie, who had her head resting on her forward paws, eyebrows shifting with thought. "Show me your hands." Pax held them out, and Britta turned them over in her calloused hands, honing in on the nail of her pinky finger. There was a black spot at the cuticle, which she tapped emphatically. "This is a sign of that theft. She's already draining you." Callie closed her eyes when they both looked at her. "We'll head back now, slowly. I don't want to cause you more stress." "We're not done training, are we?" asked Pax as she rubbed her hands on her stretch pants. Britta chuckled. "I usually don't have trainees that excited to continue, but no, we're not done. Clearly you have some link based on what I've observed, but we need to strengthen it, or that drain will continue until you are a husk." She pulled out her cell phone. "I'll call for a ride since you're not well enough to run." They walked in silence for a time. Pax couldn't help but think of Patron Adele's warning about what would happen to her as Callie got older. She'd thought the patron was wrong, that she didn't truly understand Callie, but it was hard to dismiss the proof shown to her by the people that knew best. A big blue SUV appeared eventually, with the good-looking blonde hunter at the wheel. "Alta Express at your service," he said, leaning out the window with a carefree grin. "Thanks, Jan," said Britta, opening up the back and revealing a gray-black Tyvegar. "That's Kjar. Come on, elf Callie." They hopped in back, and Kjar immediately sniffed Callie, pressing against her until she nipped back. "Sorry," said Jan from the front seat. "I guess he's curious about the new Tyvegar. It's been a while since there's been new blood in town." Pax climbed in back, even though Jan motioned for her to take the passenger seat. Callie put her head on her shoulder, as they bounced back to town in the SUV. "How do you like Alta so far?" asked Jan, looking over his shoulder. "It's beautiful." Before he could make a comment, Pax said, "How did you lose your eye, Britta?" Her trainer had been staring out the front. "Ah yes, my eye. It was the Jormungandr." She tapped on the window. "And Hubris, the great leveler." "Jormungandr? The world serpent?" asked Pax incredulously. The two hunters shared a glance. "It is not really the serpent that the world is built around, but it's the name we gave it due to its size. The great beast that lives on Svalbard, on the big island to the north. Many hunters have failed to dislodge it from its home." Pax was aware of the northern archipelago under Norway's control, which was halfway between the mainland and the North Pole, but not much else. "Why bother it then? Is it hurting anyone?" "It is a child of Aepep." "That is enough," said Britta grimly. Jan drummed his fingers on the steering wheel. "There are also valuable resources in the region that the Jormungandr lives. The similarities to the Magasteel trade in Danir, and the violations of Sindregler made her stomach ache and heat rise to her cheeks, even though she was still suffering the lingering effects of a migraine. So this is about killing for money. Hired assassins, except the targets are defenseless animals, said Pax, gritting her teeth. Britta glared at Jan, who lifted his shoulders. Neither of you are old enough to understand the battles we fought against the cult of Aepep. The reward is irrelevant to the threat that the Jormungandr presents. What if the cult is no longer? Freya told me that there have been few encounters with them anymore. Maybe the Jormungandr is just a beast, trying to survive in a harsh environment. Britta rotated in the front seat until she was completely facing Pax. Her lips were squeezed white as she tapped on her eye patch. I did not lose this eye for a simple hunt, nor did your grandmother sacrifice Vindi over gold or oil. The Jormungandr is a real, present threat which we lack the strength to oppose, and it continues to grow on that island until the time that Aepep needs it. I will train you even though I believe you are too old, because of my respect for your grandmother, but I will not have my life's work questioned by someone who lived a gilded life in the hallowed halls in America, and who knows nothing of the struggles we have faced. Her trainer rotated back front, then after a deep exhale said, "Let me out. I'll run back from here." When Britta and Elv were outside the SUV, and Pax had climbed into the passenger seat, Britta said, "We'll resume training next week after you've had a chance to recover." Pax rode in silence until Jan stopped at Baba's place. "I'm a complete ass." "You shouldn't feel bad," said Jan. "I understand where you're coming from. All I've ever heard is their stories. Britta was the last member that really fought any battles against the cult." He hung his head. "Like you, I wonder if they really exist. But I wouldn't trade my connection with Kjar for the world." "What is it like for you, Garfert?" He blinked before nodding. "Like having a twin, but with a psychic connection. Sometimes I dream I'm Kjar, and when we hunt together, I can taste the copper blood of his prey." He smiled wistfully. "I like rabbit, but they're hard to find." "Thanks," said Pax, even though nothing he said was helpful. "And for the ride." As she stepped outside, he said, "You should come by the Stricking group tonight. I'll show you the town, there's a few bars and a karaoke club." She massaged her forehead. "Not sure I'm up for it." "Tomorrow night then." "I'll think about it." He winked. "If you do, bring Callie. The other Tyvegar are usually at the group. They enjoy the companionship." "Maybe. I'll ask her." With Callie out of the back, they went into the house. Jan watched her until she was inside. He was handsome, at the very least a pleasant distraction. She checked the spot of black on her pinky fingernail. After the failures of the day's training, maybe a night on the town would help. "Callie, you want to hang out with the other Tyvegar?" The scent of warm cherry pie entered her mind. It settled. The headache still lingered, and she rubbed her forehead again. "Rest tonight, but tomorrow a night on the town." Chapter 8. Pax hadn't expected to go clubbing in the little frozen seaside town, so the fanciest clothes she'd brought were a cream cable knit sweater and dark jeans. Jan was sitting with the older folk at the Alta Stricking group, listening to their stories when she came in. His black silk shirt was tight against his muscled physique, and he shot her a wink as Callie trotted past to where the other Tyvegar were hanging out. "I didn't bring much for a night out," said Pax, tugging on her sweater while she shifted on her hiking boots. Jan whistled softly. "You don't need anything special to look beautiful." The warmth that rose to her cheeks only made her mad that his stupid come-on had worked. A wrinkled gentleman with liver spots patted Jan's hand. "You two would make a lovely couple." "We're just going out for drinks," said Pax as she stepped to the door that led into the back. Callie was lying on her back while Britta rubbed her belly. She gave a little wave, which Pax returned, relieved that her trainer wasn't still mad from the previous day. When they were outside, Jan gave her a smile that he clearly knew worked on the local girls. "You know, we would make a good couple." She turned on him. "I'm here to have a night out. Not a date." "Fair," he said, holding his hands up. "I'll back off." Lights from fishing boats coming in from a long day on the Norwegian Sea dotted the harbor. A small plane was wobbling towards the airport on the eastern side of town, coming in low over the waves. "When does the sun stop rising?" she asked as they headed down the hill towards the busier part of town. Late November, then we won't see it again until mid-January, but I don't mind. It's the best time to see the northern lights. Have you seen them yet? It's been cloudy since I've been here, said Pax, glancing hopefully at the sky. There are humpback whales and orcas that like to cruise through the bay. Kiara likes to watch them from a boat. Maybe you and Callie can come along sometime. The whales are drawn to the Tyveger. That sounds nice. Jan brought them to a place called The Glow. The music throbbed, and a colorful glow in the dark lights created a wondrous scene. He bought them drinks, and led them away from the dance area to where there were couches and tables. Do you want to dance? He said loudly over the music. I don't want to embarrass you. Jan raised an eyebrow. That good? She laughed. No, that bad. I spend all my free time working at the zoo in Portland. I've never really been out dancing. The zoo in Portland? Like the one with all the crazy, dangerous animals? Yes, that one. For the first time since they'd met, he stopped hitting on her and asked questions, clearly interested in the supernatural animals. Time went by quickly, and she found herself enjoying the evening rather than counting the seconds until she could leave. It was easier around the animals at the zoo. She could tell what they were thinking, or at the least, know if they were dangerous or not. People were never like that. She was intently listening to him tell a story about how Kiara had nudged him into the water on top of an orca, when she caught a flinch as someone walked into the back room. Pax turned to catch a ruggedly handsome guy with messy dark hair strolling past. There was a vitality to him that jumped from his skin. You don't like him? Jan muttered under his breath. Phi Fayan. He snarled and shook his head. Fucking Russian has been here a few years hunting elk. He makes a living hunting elk? No. He has a software company or something, said Jan, and he took a long draw from his drink. Oko should go back to Russia. Software? Wouldn't have guessed it. Looks more like a well-dressed lumberjack. The Russian joined a table of scantily clad beautiful women, who greeted him with kisses on the cheek as he looked on ambivalently. They look like they're about to strip for him right in the booth. Pax looked over to gauge Jan's reaction to her jape, only to see smoldering anger. You're jealous. Fuck, of course I am, he said. I'm stuck here in Alta without a purpose. Ines won't let me go anywhere, because she's afraid of something happening to Kiara. What do you do for a living? He held his drink between his hands and tried not to look at Oko, but kept glancing his way. I manage the finances for the stricken group. They do pretty well, especially because there are so few members and no one goes on trips anymore, so it's been accumulating for quite some time. It's not interesting, but at least it's a job. Don't you find it strange there are so few in the group anymore? It's not strange but bad luck or hubris, as Britta said. He tapped his glass. That's why Ines is so risk-averse, because of what her sister did and some of the others. Britta was lucky she only lost an eye, though it makes her insufferable at times because she likes to say it gives her the Odin sight, which is bullshit because she's no smarter than any of the others. He finished his drink. Let me get us a couple more. Pax's glass was barely empty, but he was busy being moody about the Russian hunter, so she didn't bother dissuading him. She watched the Russian with the women at his booth. Any one of them would clearly go home with him, as they licked their lips and kept hanging on him, but he was busy fidgeting on his phone, frowning as he typed. He glanced up suddenly, which was like getting zapped by static electricity, narrowing his gaze slightly before going back to his phone. It took Jan longer than she thought it should to retrieve a couple of drinks, so Pax went in search of him. He was leaning against the bar, chatting with two women who were sipping their drinks and giving him doe eyes. Pax came up from behind and overheard him. She's a hall mage, beautiful, powerful, and she's totally into me, but if you're extra nice I could be convinced to leave with you ladies instead. Pax loosened her fist, then set her glass on the nearest table before heading for the exit. The front area was noisy and packed. As she pushed her way through the dancers, the throbbing lights annoying her, she caught sight of a familiar reflection in the mirror behind the bar. It was the guy from the train with the pet viper. Curiosity and the urge not to return to Baba's house yet had her squeezing in behind the guy and the girl he was chatting with to overhear their conversation. Pax covertly watched him through the mirror. There was something unusual about him. He kept reaching his hand in his pocket and pointing to things on the dance floor. Pax wished Callie was with her to help decipher his actions, but she was back at the stricken group getting belly rubs. After a few minutes, she decided she was being paranoid. He was just a random guy who happened to have a pet viper. The easiest explanation was that Callie had been mistaken due to her growing pains, or the serpent was a distant relative of Aepep's kin. After all, there wasn't that much damage you could do with a snake that fit in a cardboard box. A table knife could take care of it. When she turned to leave, she thought she saw him drop something into the girl's drink. Pax froze in thought. Did I? The pair clinked their glasses together and threw them back. A pit opened in Pax's stomach. She lingered not far from them, reviewing it in her mind. There was a good chance she was mistaken. The club was loud and the strobing lights hurt her eyes. But when the pair headed for the exit, Pax thought she'd follow to make sure the girl was okay. There were too many alchemical agents on the market that guys used to reduce their dates' inhibitions. Pax waited until they were half a block ahead to follow, and acted like she was watching the lights in the harbor as she strolled. The temperature had dropped, forcing her hands into her pockets. She noted how the girl was stumbling, laughing a bit too hysterically, as the guy kept putting his hands around her waist to keep her upright. Pax didn't remember her being that out of control in the club. When they turned a corner, Pax worried she would lose them and hurried to catch up. She nearly ran into the guy, who was standing on the sidewalk in front of a flower store with his arms crossed. The girl had plopped down on a little concrete pole, laughing. His eyes widened as soon as he saw her. You. He held his fists at his side. Why do you keep bothering me? Pax gestured towards the increasingly hysterical girl, who holding her hands in front of her mouth as she laughed, eyes wide with the horror of not being able to control herself. What did you give her? Nothing, he said, forehead nodding. She drank too much and now I'm walking her home. I don't need a nosy American girl in my business. He glanced around worriedly, as if he'd just remembered Callie. Where's your big wolf? Pax ignored him and crouched down before the girl. Are you okay? Do you need me to walk you home? The girl thumbed away tears from her eyes and spoke in slurred Norwegian. A second try received the same result. Pax sighed. Go away, nosy American. No. You gave something to her. She wasn't this bad before. He strode forward, violence in his eyes. Pax held out her hand and conjured a burst of sparks, silently thankful she managed the 5-element spell on the first try. His eyes widened as he skidded to a stop. Yeah, that's right. I'm a nosy American mage from the 100 Halls, and my big wolf is around town and could be returning at any moment. The guy muttered something under his breath, took one glance at the girl, and fled the other way at a light jog, checking behind him as he ran. The warmth of victory faded quickly as she realized the drunken drugged girl who apparently spoke no English was now her responsibility. Can I help you up? I'll walk you home, said Pax, offering her hand. The girl giggled, hand over mouth, her eyes betraying the madness of not being able to stop laughing. Or maybe I stand here freezing until you recover enough to move on your own. The girl kept giggling, half crying, while Pax paced, rubbing her arms and wishing that the recovery was faster. She was cold enough that when she saw Jan striding down the sidewalk, head tilted in curiosity, she was relieved to see him. Should I even ask? Pax gave him the quick rundown and he nodded, frowning. Giggle juice. Some assholes use it to get women into their beds. Seems like he used too much because she's quite hysterical. Jan crouched before her and spoke in Norwegian, to which she nodded through her laughing tears. He helped her up. I think we can get her home. She doesn't live far from here. Pax took the other shoulder as they made their way slowly down the sidewalk, pausing whenever a new fit of laughter overtook the girl. They managed to reach her flat, where her roommates happily took her in, thanking them both for saving her from the pet viper guy. After they left, Jan asked, "Want to hit some karaoke? There's a club nearby." "No," said Pax, rubbing her arms and stomping her feet. "I'm tired and cold. Rather head back and pick up Callie." "I'll walk you back then." "Thanks. I don't quite know the town yet." Jan shook his head, gesturing behind them. "It's crazy what guys will do. Like trade on their new friend's membership in the halls for a chance to get in two ladies' dresses." He skipped a step and his head slowly lowered. "You heard that? It's not the same as the giggle juice, but it's still gross." Pax faced him. "Look. I came here to get answers. Not find a boyfriend or a hookup for Callie. If I can't learn what you already know, then my days are numbered. So I'd appreciate it if you'd stop hitting on me, or using me to further your conquests." Pax brushed past him, leaving Jan on the sidewalk. She'd find her way back to the stricken group, and call her grandmother for a ride back home. Chapter 9. A week later, Pax found herself at Britta's house. Her trainer hadn't explained the reason why they were meeting there, but the view from her house that overlooked the bay was worth the time. The place was nestled into a copse of cozy pines, and the nearest house was 100 meters below on the snowy hill. "Show me your fingernail." Britta examined her cuticle, which only had a gray spot remaining. "You should be okay to resume training, but we're going at a slower pace." "I think that's a first for me, having a teacher say we're going slower rather than faster." Britta led them into the lower half of her house, where she had displays of ancient Nordic weapons, a broadaxe and sword. There were faint runes etched in the dull steel. A light blue and red shield with runic designs was set next to the weapons, but most unusual was a strangely shaped mail coat that rested over a pommel horse. "These were used by my ancestors. As descendants of Bastet, we tried to stay out of the wars of the time, but not always successfully. This mail was used to protect the Tyvegar from spears and thrown axes. As you can see, they were much smaller then." Pax ran her hand along the tiny rings that made up the coat, which would have fit on a Tyvegar a third of Callie's size. Her companion approached the mail, sniffing it curiously while Elv watched passively. "I hope we're not training with weapons," said Pax. "No, today we're spending in the sauna." "A spa day?" Britta handed her a pile of towels and a robe. "We need to develop the connection between you and Callie." "Won't that be dangerous for her with all that fur?" "It would if she were joining you, but she'll be comfortably resting outside on the deck with Elv in the chilly morning air. With a good linkage between you and your companion, you can shed the heat from the sauna into her. This should be safer than practicing Garfort." Pax changed into the towel, which was wrapped around her midsection, and joined Britta in the sauna. The steamy room could fit a dozen adults, which left plenty of room to stretch out on the wooden benches. Britta poured a pitcher of water onto a bin of hot rocks, which thickened the steam. The heat and thick air made breathing difficult, reminding her of the jungles of Danir. "I want you to close your eyes," said Britta, "and reach out to Callie. Concentrate on the connection between the two of you. Do not try to push your heat to her. That can come later. You should focus on your link, feel what she's feeling outside in the cold. The difference in temperatures should help differentiate who is who." It wasn't hard to relax. Pax leaned into the corner of the steamy sauna, closed her eyes and reached out to Callie. The wall that sometimes separated them wasn't there, but the link was tenuous. It felt like peering through a long tube to see her companion. A few times Pax opened her eyes to see Britta equally relaxed, head back, single eyelid shut. There was nothing else to focus on other than the connection. She could sense her companion's comfort in the chilly Norwegian air, but Pax didn't feel cold, only that she knew Callie was enjoying it. Time passed slowly in the sauna. Or quickly, but she couldn't tell. Pax readjusted, finding a new position, and reached out to Callie. The thread of connection was there, but it was tenuous. She could sense Callie's breath, the slow in and out, but she could do the same if they were in the same room. "You're struggling," said Britta, one eye open. The white patch matched the steam and the towels, giving her a dream-like quality. "I can feel her, but it's faint." Focus less on Callie and more on yourself. We are beings of ego, used to pushing against the world to define ourselves. As a hunter, you must learn to let yourself go. Forget your ego, forget yourself. Think of yourself like water, flowing where the river takes you. Relax every muscle in your body. Britta didn't wait for acknowledgement. Her eye was shut. Pax shifted her butt, which was getting sore from the hard wood. Flow like water. Flow like water. All that's doing is making me have to pee. The earlier relaxation she'd felt was harder to capture this time. Her knees bounced and her thoughts raced against the blank canvas. She tried reaching out to Callie, but the wall had returned, which made the exercise even more frustrating. Forget my ego. Have I not given myself to the animals I found and care for? What is egocentric about that? After checking to make sure Britta wasn't awake again, Pax focused less on her thoughts and more on her body. At the very least, she could enjoy the sauna as a chance to relax and forget about the struggles of training and the problems of the Thai beggar. Pax focused on her hands, letting them unclench as she inhaled and exhaled with the rhythm of the tides. Then she moved to her forearms and biceps, before extending the relaxation to her shoulders. The more she focused on her body, the faster the tension melted away, making her aware of how tight she held herself. Sweat rolled off her forehead, streaming down her chest and back, the heat aiding her efforts. When her pinky toe felt like it could float above the clouds, she sensed the connection that bound her and Callie. At the base of her thoughts, where she reached to access her phase, a thread extended away towards her companion outside. Her previous understanding of the connection was like having a good friend that you could always call and they would respond, but she saw that link like a tenuous web strand between them. Vibrations and sound could travel back and forth, other things too, but for now the connection was tight, turning their connection into a tug-of-war for control. For the first time, Pax understood how Callie might take her life force, because the stiffness of the bond was like sucking mud through a straw. The wall between us isn't Callie keeping me out. She's protecting me from her theft. The realization helped her relax the thread between them. At the very edges, the bond had calcified, and it wasn't as simple as loosening a muscle, but she could picture what was required and understood why Ines had first rejected her as a student. Suddenly, the overwhelming heat of the sauna became crisp, wintry outdoors, refreshing and exhilarating. Pax inhaled, letting the connection deepen, until she heard Britta speaking and came out of her trance. Her trainer's mouth was slack, but words came out forcefully. When the worm escapes the long night, the children of Freya will be no more. What? Britta's single eye popped open, and it roved around the room as if she'd forgotten where she was. What did you mean? Her trainer's forehead knitted. I was speaking? Yes, said Pax. You were telling me. No. Don't tell me. I shouldn't know. Pax leaned forward. But you. No. Britta waved her away. If I know, it changes it and never in good ways. She tapped the eye patch. Losing this helped me see other things. But if I spoke without knowing, then I wasn't meant to hear it. But? No buts. It is your burden alone to know it, even if it sounds bad, but the alternative is always worse. Britta's expression softened. I'm sorry, Pax. That's the way it must be. She pursed her lips as she adjusted the towel around her midsection. How was the meditation? Good, said Pax. I actually felt the connection between us, as if it were a tangible thing, and I could sort of see the problem, though not really how to fix it. Did you feel what she was feeling? A little at the end. It was refreshing. The corners of Britta's eyes creased. Good. Then we've made progress. We're done for today, but we'll continue again next week after you've had a chance to rest. But I feel great. I'd like to try again. Britta gestured toward her hand. The pinky fingernail was half black. Oh. Try not to tax your connection. I'm afraid that we both don't have much time, but also cannot go too fast. When they reunited with their companions, Callie pressed her head into Pax's hip for neck scratches. She sighed. Knowing that Callie was trying to protect her, made the wall between them less painful. She'd thought that her companion was pulling away, or changing in ways she didn't understand, but now she knew the problem was her. Chapter 10. The sun drained from the sky quickly over the following weeks. By the time the month passed over into November, there was only 6 hours of light. The infrequent sauna training with Britta and the long hikes with Baba Freya left her with more free time than she'd had in her entire life. So she scheduled a boat ride around the fjord in hopes of seeing orca and humpback whales. The temperature was below freezing, even during the day, so she wore thick clothing and added a weather-warding enchantment that she'd been practicing. The tour guide was an older Norwegian sailor who'd retired from fishing and took tourists on boat rides for additional income. "No one else but the two of you." "I can fit up to 10, said Sven as he handed her a bright orange life jacket. He raised a wrinkled eyebrow at Callie. "Don't have one for her. Just the two of us. We're hoping to see whales." Sven unlooped the rope from the dock cleat. He threw a wink her direction. "I can guarantee a sighting, money back if you don't." Before long, the little tour boat was bouncing across the waves towards the smaller island at the head of the fjord. Callie stood on the bow, the wind rustling her fur. Since the sauna training, Pax could feel the thread between them even when she wasn't meditating. The connection hadn't improved much since the first session, but Britta said it would take time. No Tyvegger pairing had ever started so late. An hour into their ride, they spotted a pod of humpbacks cruising through the dark blue waters. Sven killed the main engine and switched to a trolling motor that wouldn't injure a whale if it got too close to the boat. A wet grunt from a humpback, followed by a burst of water, made Pax giggle with delight. Callie was leaning over the bow so far, Pax worried she might fall in. "What do you feel?" Her companion flashed her golden eyes. "Water giants, happy. Talking with them? Word pictures." Pax nodded as she leaned on the bow with one hand on Callie's back for support. This was the first time her companion had shared her word picture communication with another species besides human. "Tell them I'm happy to see them, and hope they enjoy their swim through the fjord. I hope this is a good time for them." She paused, thinking about the opportunity to speak with such magnificent creatures. "And if there's anything we can do to help." Her companion turned her head, eyebrows going up and down. Pax snorted softly. "Fine. Tell them to have a nice day. Water giants say good fishing." They followed the pod for a short time, and then 3 larger tour boats showed up. "Still a bit of daylight if you want to go further. Try for orcas up past Langines," at Sven. "Many noisy floating rocks." "Yeah, we're bothering the humpbacks. We should move on." The old fisherman hunched his forehead. "You need a warmer coat? I've got some inside the cabin. You've been out here a long time, young lady. The cool air is refreshing." He tilted his head and returned to the cabin. Before long, they were motoring along the western side of the fjord. The hills were covered in a blanket of white from last night's storm. Passing the next inlet, they fell in behind a yacht bristling with antennae with a Cyrillic name on the back. There was no one on the deck, and the cabin had blacked-out windows. They followed the yacht until it turned into a cove. As the bigger ship coasted to a stop, Pax caught sight of the Russian hunter, Oko, climbing out onto the deck. "What are you doing?" she asked to herself. "I thought you were here for elk hunting." He had a backpack that looked far too heavy for a normal person to carry. The strap seemed to be straining under the weight, while he looked completely unbothered. "What can you sense from him?" she asked her companion. Callie leaned forward intently, then snapped upright as if she'd been shocked. "What? What's wrong?" "Dangerous changer human." "Changer? Like Jae-young?" "Yes." Then a moment later, angry. A pit formed in her stomach. Jan hadn't liked the guy, and maybe it was because he instinctively knew that he was bad. Maybe he was part of the cult. The presence of the Viper guy in town left a lingering concern. When the tour boat passed the cove and the parked yacht was no longer in view, Pax spoke to her guide. "Could we make a pit stop along here?" She gestured to the coastline. I have a privy below, he said. Not that. I need to do something important. The old fisherman threw up his shoulders. Whatever you'd like, but if we go longer than 6 hours, you'll have to pay extra. Perfect. The shore had a severe slope, and the boat had been made for fishing in tight areas, so Pax was able to avoid the water and climb onto the snowy bank using a long board. The snow was fluffy, making progress slow, and she hadn't dressed for overland travel, but it was warmer in the trees than on the bow of the boat. They hiked up the ridge. She let Callie use her senses to keep an eye on their surroundings. At the low peak, Pax could see through the pines to the yacht in the cove. Oko wasn't there, but judging by the gear he'd been wearing, she assumed he was heading deeper onto the island. Following the ridge, they headed to higher elevations. There were no paths, and the snow fell frequently from the pines as they passed, leaving her dusted white and wishing she'd worn a hat, as the snow melted in her hair then froze. They ascended a rocky slope with still no sign of the Russian hunter, and the light was fading. Even if she turned back, they'd be riding home in the dark on the boat. Go back or keep going, she asked Callie, but sensed her companion was comfortable and didn't mind the snowy overland travel. Where's this guy? A partially frozen pond made them circle around, and when they were in the middle of crossing a clearing, she sensed him even before Callie warned her. The Russian was standing at the edge of the trees, carrying his enormous backpack and scowling. He reached for a small dark object on his hip that looked like a gun. Chapter 11. There was at least 100 feet between them and the Russian, but also the safety of the pines. Too far to reach him before he pulled his weapon, and too far to run to escape. It was also too far for Callie to affect him, and Pax sensed by her companion's hunched form that she was afraid. When he lifted the dark object, Pax flinched, but then he spoke into it, before putting it back on his hip and continuing into the clearing towards them. "Why are you following me?" he asked in heavily accented English when he neared. "Why do you think I'm following you?" His lip curled into a snarl. "You were on a whale-watching tour boat. I saw you in my wake. There's no reason you're out here unless you're following me, which is very annoying." "What are you doing out here?" she asked, glancing at his backpack. "Working and not bothering anyone else who is doing the same. Or are American girls in charge of Norway's fjords now?" The ridiculousness of what she was doing struck her. "No, you're right, it's none of my business. I don't know what I was thinking." His half-lidded eyes regarded her for a long moment. "I'm setting up sensors on that ridge up there." Pax checked with Callie, who was sitting motionless beside her. "If it's not too intrusive, may I ask what kind of sensors?" She lifted a single shoulder. "You know, since I'm in charge of the fjords now." The barest hint of a smile formed on his lips, before disappearing behind a mask of derision. "Ecological study. Norway's government hired me to find why many of their flora and fauna are dying in the region around Alta." "Oh." Amusement leaked through his dark eyes. "What? Did you think because I am Russian I was doing something nefarious?" "It crossed my mind. I grew up on a diet of Cold War movies. So when I meet a Russian carrying a backpack of gear, I always assume that it's to further a plot to destroy the world. We prefer to hide our plots in underground volcano lairs or secret islands." He nodded towards the ridge. "Would you like to help set up the sensors?" Pax glanced down the slope to where her tour guide was waiting. "I will have my crew inform your guide that you will be returning to town with me if you would like." She blinked. "Yes, thank you." He spoke into his radio, then clipped it back onto his belt. "I'm Pax," she said, thrusting out her hand. He wasn't wearing a glove either, which made her wonder what kind of shifter he was. His grip was firm. "I know." He inclined his head. "You may call me Oko." "You know?" He brushed past her, and when she didn't follow, he looked over his shoulder. "Come on. I don't want to be out here all night. We can talk while we walk." She caught up to him. Callie stayed on her right hip, opposite of Oko. She hadn't tried to greet him, or even give him a mental sniff. "You're with the Alta-stricken group." He gestured towards her naked hands. But I doubt you could knit a sock. She didn't know how to answer, so he added, I know your grandmother and your great-aunt. He paused. And about the Thai beggar. You have me at a disadvantage. I know so little about you. Oko tilted his head. I'm sure you know more than you think. He reached out and knocked the snow off a pine branch before passing beneath. But I'm curious why you're out here without gloves, looking like you're headed to a barbecue. He paused, squinting. Barbecue is American, right? Pax chuckled. It is, though I come from Portland. Not a hotbed of barbecue. As for these. She shook her bare hands. I am a student at the 100 Halls. The hesitation in his step was unmistakable. This explains quite a lot. I didn't know the witches of Bastet allowed their kin to attend the halls. My Baba went to America after losing her Thai beggar and had a family. My parents had no connection to them, other than when she came to raise me. Oh yes, Ines was very jealous of her sister. She wanted a family badly. Pax skidded to a stop. How do you know that? You don't look old enough. He gave her a sly grin. I've heard the stories about your family. He checked the sky. Come on, I don't want to be out here all night. I know you can run, so let's make time. With the enormous backpack that stuck well above his head on his back, Oko burst into a sprint, churning up the slope as if he were running downhill. His passage shook the snow from a line of trees. Pax knew she shouldn't use her Magisteel enchantment, but she didn't want to lose the race. She headed right, taking a longer but clearer path away from the clumped pines. She was laughing by the time she hit the final stretch. They both ran with unnatural speed, and for a brief second she thought she would be the first to the ridge, but Callie bounded past both of them. Breathing heavily, they leaned over, mist coming out of their mouths. He unslung the backpack and unzipped it to remove a black box with empty screw attachments on the top, and a big power drill that looked like it weighed 50 pounds. He found a flat spot on the rocky ridge and used the tool to push bolts into the stone, fixing the box in place. Would it be rude for me to ask how you can move unnaturally fast and carry that backpack so easily? Oko screwed a sensor into the top of the box. It would. Then can I ask about the sensors? He nodded as he pulled out more pieces and attached them to the box. I've been studying the land around Alta for 3 years, taking samples, collecting tissue from dead elk and reindeer, air readings, measuring pollution, anything I can think of, but my studies have revealed nothing conclusive. He tapped the black box. These are to give me fresher information from equipment I know and trust. The data I'm getting from the local equipment has been giving me strange readings. Is that like temperature and air pressure kind of stuff? He started screwing in a new sensor. I own a data analytics company, specializing in climate issues. These boxes and the equipment are proprietary. So it's just temperature and air pressure, she said, cocking a grin. He finished installing the last sensor. All done. Let's head back down, and I'll take you back to Alta. They talked about his studies. She learned Oko was from somewhere in northern Russia, had gotten a dual degree in ecological engineering and computer science at Moscow State University, and had formed his company Tundra Awakening to study the effects of the warming climate on his native lands. When they reached the chilly water, a long metal plank with handrails reached over the snow to the deck. The yacht looked like it could comfortably hold 30 guests. I guess your company is doing quite well. I do data analytics for some in the financial or health-related businesses. My insights have made them considerable fortunes. She squinted one eye. I'm still not entirely sure that you're not a Russian supervillain. He led her onto the yacht, which she learned was named Tundra Spear. There was a small crew on the boat, including a cook. Do you like elk burgers? No caviar and champagne. I prefer American craft beers. He chuckled under his breath. How many burgers would Callie like? 2, please, said Pax, noting that her companion was still staying as far away as possible from Oko without being too obvious about it. She's a growing girl. Biggest Tyvegger I've ever seen, said Oko as he disappeared into a lower room to put away his pack. The interior of the yacht was more functional than ostentatious, and they dined at a little table with his crew. Only a few of them spoke English, so he translated. After the meal, it was just the two of them. He stared at the approaching lights of Alta while rotating a beer in his hands. Have you thought about invasive species? Sorry. She leaned back in her chair. The eco issue. Are there any invasive species that are affecting the food chain? He pursed his lips. There are wild boar, but they are mainly affecting the farmers. A few species of fish, zebra mussels, some others, but nothing that links to problems unique to this region. Any supernatural creatures? She asked with a raised eyebrow. He stared straight at her, which sent warmth through her midsection. Do you mean the dragon? The problems in Alta predate his arrival. How do you know the dragon is a male? He chuckled lightly. It's easy to learn these things through Norwegian inquiries. Unlike your American government, they are very helpful, especially when they've contracted me to figure out their problems. Fair, she said, touching her neck. Any unusual pollutions creating mutations? Or natural reservoirs of phase repressing or encouraging other changes? Oko pursed his lips as he tapped on the table. The phase angle is interesting. I had not thought of that. He squinted. What hall are you a member of? I am guessing it is not coterie or assassins. Maybe explorers? Animalians. Interesting, he said, lifting his chin in appraisal. I would not have expected such insights from your hall. I thought you focused on the micro rather than macro view of your studies. That is true, but I've had some unique experiences, she said, thinking about the dragon salamanders and Denier. No creature exists in a void. We're products of our environments, which are ever-changing. Sometimes the removal of one seemingly minor species can create a massive chain reaction resulting in environmental collapse. Someday, I would like to hear about these unique experiences. They sound quite instructive. He hesitated, then placed his hands flat on the table. Would you like to help with the eco study? You've given me some good ideas for new angles to investigate. The warmth in her belly rose to her cheeks. I would. I have some prior engagements. I'm training with the witches, but it's only a few days a week, so I'm sure I could help quite a bit. Whatever you need. Excellent. He glanced out the window. It looks like we're arriving in Alta. Shall I escort you to the docks? That would be lovely. A greenish curtain of light shimmered across the sky, sending shivers of delight down Pax's spine. Oko let his tongue rest on his teeth as he watched the aerial display. I never get tired of seeing them. A most beautiful sight. The crew of the Tundra Spear hurried around them, readying the yacht for docking while they watched the sky scintillate in shades of green. When should I be available? His forehead hunched as if he just remembered something important. I have a few things to take care of for my other clients. Give me a few days. Here's my number. After they exchanged information, Pax stepped onto the boarding plank. She wasn't sure what she wanted, a hug, a handshake? But he didn't seem like he was going to invite her to further interactions. So she gave a little wave and stepped off the yacht and onto the dock, joining Callie, who'd been waiting there since the plank had been extended. As soon as she was walking away, the crew readied the Tundra Spear, and Oko disappeared from the deck, leaving Pax feeling a little empty inside. He was nice, she told Callie as they headed into town. Her companion sulked by her side. What's wrong? Didn't you like him? Near Oko like eating danger. So he's a powerful changer. He's doing good things, and we're going to be helping him. People are afraid of you for the same reasons. They see your power, but don't know how good you are, how big a heart you have. Pax careful. I'll try. Merlin's tits, I know I don't always, but I'll try. Chapter 12. Later that week, Pax was playing dominoes with the older folk at the stricken group, letting Callie socialize with the other Tyvegger. Pax had trained the day before at Britta's sauna, and despite spending the majority of her time sitting quietly with her eyes closed, she felt like she'd just finished a marathon. Her pocket buzzed. "Janelle, are you seeing the hot Russian scientist today?" Pax chuckled as she typed. Pax, on sat but no, just work. Janelle, sad face emoji. Pax, how are boys? Janelle, sore. Pietra, train hand-to-hand combat. Kick both asses. Pax, lol. Janelle, weird without you. Come back soon? The phone rested in her hands while she thought. Pax, number. Need to train. Maybe spring. Janelle, getting hot eggplant emoji. Gross, said Pax, laughing. Bajarne glanced up from the dominoes. Excuse me? Sorry, Bajarne, just chatting with my friend back at the halls. You should invite to come here, said Bajarne, wrinkles creasing around his eyes and mouth. They're busy training, otherwise I'm sure they'd love to visit. You miss your friends. Pax sighed heavily. It's not that this hasn't been great. Bajarne put a comforting hand over hers. It is okay. You should be spending time with people your age. Training is going well? The mention triggered a stab of headache, which had her squinting away the light and hunching her shoulders. Pax pushed her fingers against her forehead to massage. There's progress, I guess, she said, putting up a brave smile for Bajarne, even though she was beginning to worry that Ines was right, she was too old, and her bond with Callie was doomed. An eruption of shouting in the back room brought everyone's heads up. Except for Pax, they all quickly lowered their heads again, acting like nothing was happening. The door between the two rooms was closed. Pax left the table, catching a look of caution from Bajarne, and approached, utilizing her mage steel enhancement to pick out the voices of her grandmother and great-aunt, arguing in Norwegian, with occasional calmer interjections from Britta. There were enough uses of her name that Pax knew the conversation was about her progress. Hearing the way Ines spoke to her grandmother made her heart ache. When she put her hand on the door, Bajarne shook his head, but how many times had her grandmother defended her from her parents? Pax pushed through the door, receiving a withering glare from her great-aunt, who was pacing before the empty fireplace. Her grandmother had wetness around her eyes while Britta sat at a table with pinched lips. Get out, said Ines, gesturing angrily. You are not welcome here. You're talking about me, so I think I have a right. Right, Ines? You have no rights here. You are not even one of us, except for the mistake that my sister made when she gave you a Tyveger pup. Enough, Pax said through gritted teeth. That's your sister. How can you treat her like that? Ines tapped on her chest forcefully. Because I am in charge of this sect, and she did not follow the rules when she stupidly went after the Jormungandr and lost Vindy, and then again when she gave our last pup to you, a stupid girl who could not train. Your grandmother has cost us 2 Tyveger. 2. Why do you keep talking about us, as if we're dead? We're right here. Ines waved her hand dismissively. You are dead, but you just don't know it yet. Kind and foolish heart that she is, Britta is only training you as a favor to my sister, not because she thinks she can fix you. Pax thought her trainer would refute the claim, but Britta lowered her head and stared at the floor instead. Before she could speak, Ines marched up to her, and Pax had to will herself not to retreat. The old witch grabbed her hand, pointing at the withering of her pinky, which had extended to the first knuckle. See this? You are in the final stages of your death. Every time you use your magic, you hasten its arrival. If you are careful, maybe you will last a year. If not, you won't last through the winter, but either way your end is coming. I wish it was any other way. I do not wish you pain, I truly do not, but there is no hope for you. Her grandmother was sobbing openly. Pax pulled her hand away from her great-aunt's grasp. At least I haven't given up. On myself or my family. What have you done to stop this problem except hide in your knitting club and write letters in hopes that someone else might save you? Pax pointed at Ines. And don't you ever talk to your sister like that again. She's the only family you have, and you have no idea how precious a thing that is until it's gone. Pax balled up a fist before her mouth as Ines stared back in complete shock. Suddenly, the room felt too hot and confining. Pax raced out, slamming through the doors until she stumbled onto the snowy street. Callie appeared moments later, and she threw her arms around her companion. Pax wasn't sure if she was crying for herself, for Callie, or for her grandmother, but the tears froze to her cheeks as she stared through the wintry storm that was assaulting the town in hopes that an answer might appear. The door creaked open, revealing her grandmother, who seemed a reduced version of herself. Pax held out her arms and Freya fell into them. "Thank you, Pax, for saying what I could not." "Why don't you?" Freya hung her head. "Because every time I think I might, I remember Vindy, the moment her life was snuffed out. It was like a great hand reached inside me and scooped out everything that mattered. I don't know how I survived without her. I was a husk." Pax kissed her grandmother's forehead, annihilating snowflakes with her lips. "That must have been horrific. How did you survive?" Ines comforted me. "I know, surprising, but she was there at the beginning when I needed her most, but then I couldn't stand being around the other Tyveger, and so I fled to America where I met your grandfather, then had your father, and having that family helped somewhat repair what Vindy's loss had done to me, and so after your grandfather died I returned to Alta." Freya stared wistfully into the distance. "I was so happy when they agreed to the pairing of you and Callie. I know I shouldn't have given her to you after the crag worm, but I couldn't help it. You were a joy, and how animals responded to you, I knew it was a pairing that would be for the ages. We've lost our way. It's why we're failing. I hope you might change that, bring in new blood. It's why I encouraged you to join the halls. I thought their training and expertise in supernatural animals might find a cure." Her grandmother pulled away and grabbed both of her hands. "I thought you'd be able to fix the drain problem, that your connection to animals would overcome the age issue, that you and Callie could do what even the great Imhotep could not." Her lips quivered. "But I was wrong, Pax. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. Ines is right." She nodded towards the blackened pinky. "I doomed you to death. It's all my fault. And now I will lose the last good thing in my life." Her grandmother broke away, stumbling down the snowy sidewalk as the winter storm whipped her. Pax placed her hand on Callie's back, which was collecting snow at a good pace, and spoke in a choked whisper. "I won't give up, Baba. I won't give up. Not even at the very end." Chapter 13. The Russian scientist was waiting in his jeep. Neither her grandmother or Ines had been in the house the past 2 days, leaving Pax and Callie to themselves. She texted Britta to see if the training would continue, but there was no reply. She opened the rear door for Callie, admiring the glow along the horizon. "Do you get used to it?" she asked as he pulled away, his tires kicking gravel. "Oh, the darkness." Oko's eyes creased. "I rather enjoy it, but then again I grew up at this latitude. The pale darkness feels like home." "Pale darkness," she said, savoring the words. "Quite poetic." "There's more where that came from," he said with a wink. "There once was a man from Nantucket." She chuckled. "You seem in a good mood. I am hopeful that with your help we can achieve a breakthrough." She gave him her best smile, but it felt hollow. During the drive, he gave her the details about the plan for the day. They were driving into the countryside to check some snares he'd laid for rabbits and other small mammals. He timed their journey so they'd be on foot during the few short hours of sunlight. When they were out of the jeep, hiking across the hills through ankle-deep snow, he asked, "You're wearing gloves?" "Conserving magic," said Pax with a shrug, which he didn't seem to believe. Callie stayed nearby during their overland traverse, but never too close. The first 2 rabbit snares were empty, but the third had a live white rabbit shivering in the snow. Oko crouched down and collected the animal in his hands. Its eyes were white with fear. These used to be plentiful in the region. Records of trapping which go back 100 years make it clear their population has dropped considerably. And look at him, he's tiny, maybe half the size of what he should be. Oko gestured into the distance. "Move 50 miles that way and they're healthy, full-size, too numerous to count. It's the same with the reindeer, elk, and every other land mammal in the region around Alta. Something is affecting the growth and reproductive systems of the creatures here. Radioactive? Or pollution spill? Oko frowned. I have not found signs of any, and there is almost no hard industry in or near Alta. This is a tourist town. Then it affects the people? He scratched the back of his head. You would think it would, but there are no signs that this extends to the residents of Alta or any of the other nearby towns. The impact extends only to the wildlife of the region. What about the ocean creatures? Oko held up a finger. Ah yes, a good question. The fish and whale are good, but if we move to the rivers, then we see similar patterns. Have any unusual predators moved into the area? Feasting on the creatures? I have accounted for all predators and their annual meat intake. Nothing correlates. Supernatural creatures in the area? Maybe not predatory, but maybe they have a tertiary effect. Aren't there hair trolls in the area? The trolls moved further southeast to a preserve near the Finnish border, said Oko. Not trolls but hair trolls, a symbiotic creature that is part mammal, part plant, but they look like a troll from a distance, hence the name. They're an accidental creation from a few centuries ago, move like snails, slow and steady, leaving a trail of slime behind them. Maybe something has changed, and they're producing toxins. Let us find some hair trolls. You lead since you're more familiar with them. Pax led them across the snowy hills, as the sun moved diagonally across the lower half of the sky towards darkness. Hair trolls lived in ravines with access to water from runoff or underground springs. It wasn't until the sun was setting an hour later that they found one at the base of a rockfall, looking like a hunched, hairy green man. That is uncanny, said Oko as they crouched on the slope watching the hair troll. I thought they were regular trolls banished from their tribe. Have you considered them for the eco issue? He stared at her with half-lidded eyes. Trolls? Clearly you've never met one. There was a tribe that lived near me in Russia. They get their strength from the health of the land, so they'd be killing themselves to harm it. A strange, but interesting people. Pax had never thought of trolls as people, but then again she'd never met any before. What is the plan? Will we injure this creature if we frighten it? Callie will subdue it peacefully, said Pax. It'll barely know we're there. Her companion approached the motionless hair troll, soothing it with her psychic energy. When she looked back at them, they approached the creature, which only came up to their hips. Oko crouched down and started digging through the hairy extensions, which were really layers of plant vines. Where does it excrete the slime? We can take a sample back to my labs. Knowledge of nomenclature didn't always extend to specific anatomy, so they had to hunt through the creature's appendages to find it. The slime was produced through the soles of its feet, which looked like tree trunks with above-ground roots. Oko managed to collect half a vial's worth. Do you think there are more in the area? Or should we head back? They cluster usually, so we should be able to find more within a square mile. She cracked her neck as she looked across the snowy hills. And I can see just fine to continue, unless you're afraid of the dark. You Americans always think you're so funny, he said with a soft smile. They found a second hair troll over the next ridge, collected the sample quickly since they knew where to look, and continued in a weaving circular pattern. Her legs grew weak and she slowed. Oko said nothing and adjusted his pace to hers. Why are you in Norway and not in school? When she made a face, he added, I looked you up. It's important to know who you're working with, especially when they can wield magic. I took a leave of absence to deal with some personal issues with my family. She sighed. But I don't know if I'm ever going back. He said nothing, strolling by her side while Callie was scouting in front. She touched her pinky through the glove. You're a hunter, right? She asked. Oko gave her a sideways glance. I am. How do you kill? How do you take a life to improve your own? It seems so selfish. She closed her eyes. Sorry, this sounds so judgmental. I'm trying to understand for myself. What I am, what Callie is. His forehead smoothed as he tilted back his head. I see. It's not enough for you to know that is the way of the world? That some creatures kill others for sustenance? I can at least understand killing for food, said Pax, gesturing randomly with her hands. It's not like I'm a vegan. But the expansion of humans on this world in other realms means we infringe on the territories of other creatures, some intelligent, but mostly not. Then those creatures push back, and if we cannot safely relocate them, we kill them. What is the moral responsibility of the conqueror? Yes, I suppose that's a way to look at it. Oko raised an eyebrow at her. I thought they just taught how to tame animals at your hall. She hung her head. It's supposed to be the Society for Understanding Animals, but I got put into the group that hunts them when they get in the way. I've never been able to wrap my head around it. I know there should be times when it's okay, but when those opportunities arise, I side with the creature, even when it puts people in danger. I can't help it, it's in my nature. And your companion? It's her nature to hunt, so I must be fine with it. And if a creature was threatening your family? She shrugged. I would defend them. Killing as the last resort. It sounds like you have it worked out. Pax bunched up her lips. Not at all. It's one thing if I'm in danger. The calculation is easy. But what if the danger isn't immediate, it's a vague threat, or the people have placed themselves in the way? Why is it my responsibility to rescue them from their stupid decisions? The moral high ground is an excellent place to judge from. Pax sighed heavily. I came to Norway to get away from being a hunter, but it ends up that's what my family is, that's what Callie was bred to do. I'm right back where I started. And breeding dictates action? No. She shook her head. But it makes things hella confusing. I wish I had a clearer idea of who I was, like you. Oko broke out in surprised laughter. Oh no. Yet. I am not the person who you think I am. His dark eyes sparkled with intensity. This is just one aspect of my being. I do not claim moral superiority, nor would I want to. That way lies ruin. They found 2 more hair trolls before Oko announced they had enough slime for analysis. When he dropped her off, a new storm was shifting over the region, which meant she'd probably seen the sun for the last time for the next 2 months. I'll let you know the results as soon as I get them, he told her as she climbed out of the jeep. She leaned on the open door. I seem to have more free time available now. Could we meet for dinner sometime? I'd love to hear more about growing up in Russia, or anything really. The offer had been made before she really thought about it. Then she remembered the gorgeous women at his table in the dance club, how ridiculously wealthy he was, and that he'd only asked her along to help with the study. He stared at her with an intensity that made her stomach hurt. I am sorry, Pax. I will be busy for the next few weeks. I must return to Russia for business. Hopefully I will be back when the analysis is complete, but only if it provides new insight into the problem. Without a new angle to investigate, I'm afraid my time is growing short. Yeah, she said, tapping on the metal roof. Totally understand. You've got a busy company to run, and meetings and stuff. Before she could close the door, he said, thank you for your help. It was truly enjoyable. Hopefully we'll be talking again soon, with new insights into the problem. Enjoy the pale darkness. After the jeep was gone, Pax stood in the falling snow while Callie whined at the door. With Oko leaving, Britta no longer returning her texts, and both her grandmother and great-aunt avoiding each other, she had nothing but time. Chapter 14. The days of darkness marched into December. Janelle answered her texts less and less due to double responsibilities between animalians and aura healers, and she feared sending anything to Liam or JY lest they get the wrong idea. When her grandmother was around, she wasn't the same person Pax knew in Portland. Instead of clearing the air, the unearthing of their family history had made things worse. Pax kept up with the lessons that Britta had been trying to teach her, but without further instruction, she was stuck exactly where she'd been during the last sauna session. She could sense Callie through the link, but the black spots on her pinky were spreading to a place on her thigh, and another on her hip. I'm headed into town with Callie, she yelled to Baba but didn't receive an answer. Text me if you need anything. The sky looked like it would break into dawn at any moment, but it'd be another 5 weeks before she'd see the sun again. The town was busy upon her arrival, four-wheel drive vehicles slushing through the snow. She thought about stopping by the stricken group, but her great-aunt Ines was probably there. If it weren't for the fact she was waiting to find out the results of the hair troll slime analysis, she might have booked a trip back home, but she had hopes that a breakthrough would mean that Oko would return, and they could continue research into the environmental issue. Callie saw Viper Pet Guy before she did. He left a flat on the north side of town right as she came around the corner, so he didn't see them. She watched him jog down the street, and for no reason other than she was bored and didn't have anything else to do, she followed him from a distance. About 4 blocks from his place, he entered a store. She peeked through the window to see him behind the counter. Using the translator on her phone, she read the sign above the door, Alta Cooking Supplies. Pax was so busy trying to inconspicuously spy on Viper Pet Guy that she didn't sense the car behind her until someone speaking to her nearly startled her out of her skin. She spun on her heels to find Jan leaning out of his car window, eyebrow raised towards the shop. They allow Americans in the stores. Even American mages, he said sardonically. It was the guy with the giggle juice. Not sure why I was following him except that I've got nothing else to do, she said, shoving her hands into her coat pockets. Mia and Kiara are going hunting if you want to come, he said. Nah, I really. She frowned. What am I saying? I don't have anything else to do, and it would be fun to hunt with another pairing. His face bloomed with excitement. She climbed in and Callie went into the back with Kiara, who gave her a respectable distance. Hey, I'm really sorry about the dance club business. That was really shitty of me to hit on you after you asked me not to, then try to use your membership at the halls as a pickup technique. I really should do better. Thanks, she said, surprised by his candor. He tapped on the steering wheel. I think I need to leave Alta, despite Ines' wishes otherwise. I don't know if I can take living here anymore. It's not like the group is going to suddenly get younger. Before too long it'll just be me and Britta. He bit his lower lip. Sorry, I'm assuming you'll have returned to your home by then. Or dead, she thought. It has to be hard living in this small town. Don't get me wrong, I love the weather and the hunting is great, but I feel like I get so angry at times, or just try to sleep with every girl I can find, but I'm wondering if it's just boredom. If you're trying to blame your behavior before on boredom. No, that's not what I mean. I take full responsibility, but what I'm saying is I need a change. This place is driving me mad. It's doing it to all of us. There's no reason for the Alta-stricken group anymore. I have to get out. He pulled off at an overlook and offered a reluctant smile. Come on. A good hunt will improve my mood. I haven't progressed any further with my ability to Garford, so I'd like to take it slow, she said as they walked down a trail towards the small valley. It's fine, we're only hunting rabbits. The Tyveger do all the work. He tilted his head. This could be a good chance to practice what Britta is teaching you. I remember how hard it was in the beginning. I sat for endless hours in that sauna, trying to feel what Kiara was feeling. Their boots crunched through the snow, as the dawn that wouldn't come for another 6 weeks left a nimbus on the horizon. Dwarf birches, empty of leaves, held their crooked arms towards the sky in worship. Jan's boots stuttered to a stop, as his eyes rolled into the back of his head. He swayed but stayed upright. Pax switched from watching him to the 2 furry hunters below. Callie was as interested as she was in the proceedings, watching Kiara stalk through the snow, until he burst forward, bounding in leaps that caught him up to the fleeing rabbit. He landed on it with both paws, then crunched into the back of its neck, killing it. Jan's grunt of pleasure when Kiara made the kill startled Pax. His mouth worked as if he were eating for a few minutes, until he finally opened his eyes, delirious and half-grinning. He pulled the sleeve of his coat across his mouth, as if he had blood all over it. I love the taste of rabbit. I didn't realize how connected you'd be during the hunt. Jan was still breathing heavy. We call this fullmane or full moon. It means we are completely our Tyveger. It is best for scouting, or gathering information our human minds cannot fathom. His eyes widened. It is also great for hunting small prey. But you were just standing there like an idiot. Someone could have come up and killed you, said Pax. We only use it when we are safe. Otherwise we use half-mane or half-moon. This is where Garfort lies. Our strength and speed is multiplied by the connection, but we do not lose ourselves. He gestured towards the snowy plain. Kiara sensed other rabbits. You should try hunting with fullmane. Pax touched her dead pinky reflexively. I should try. She shook out her arms and closed her eyes, but then opened them again. It feels weird if you're staring at me like that. He cocked a grin. Sorry, I'll watch the Tyveger instead. She settled into a meditative state, inhaling and exhaling to calm her mind. She'd found it helped to get comfortable first before reaching out to Callie. When she did, the feel of hard snow on her paws threw her right back into herself. Pax tried a second time, relaxing first, then reaching out through the thread that connected them. She felt Callie's beating heart as if it were her own, heard the crunch of feet on snow. The swirling landscape of smells turned the featureless white valley into a cornucopia. The oniony grass scent drew Callie forward, following a line of smells until the snow-white rabbit was spooked from its hiding spot. She stretched into a run, feet pounding after the fleeing rabbit, sending out bitter pheromones of fear, until it turned the wrong way and Callie pounced onto the creature, breaking bones and... No. Pax rebounded into herself, the taste of blood in her mouth. She spat into the snow, crouched on her heels. Are you well? She shivered with revulsion. No. I can't. I understand she needs to hunt, and sometimes I can feel the edges of it. But that was too real. I care for animals, I don't slaughter them. The older hunter screwed up his face. You're not slaughtering. Our companions need to eat. But I don't need to be a witness to it. That was awful. I'd be sick if I had anything in my stomach. You'll never complete your linkage if you cannot accept who your companion is, and what that might mean for you, said Jan. I know. She turned away. I didn't think it'd be that hard. I felt the moment when that rabbit's life was snuffed out. Like a bubble popping on my tongue. How do you deal with it? He lifted his shoulders. We are hunters. We hunt. Killing for food is not evil. Humans are predators just like Tyveger. Maybe it's harder, because she's a psychic creature. Merlin's tits, that was awful. I don't ever want to feel that again. Couldn't you do some of your animalian's magic, and take control of Callie so she would only do what you want? You can do that, right? I think I read an article once, said Jan, wringing his gloves. The memory of linking with Edgar the octopus, and falling onto the ground when she didn't know which limbs to use made her chuckle lightly, a balm to the bitter taste of death in her mouth. Shifters learn to fully connect with creatures to live as they do, but it's not control, nor would I ever. Callie is an intelligent being with her own free will. I know the spells, but I would never assume to know better. No, I cannot do it that way. Jan scratched the back of his neck. This is strange then, a hunter who does not hunt paired with a Tyveger who does. How could you have been in Hunters at Animalians? A question I've been asking myself since I got there, said Pax. They've been trying to make me into someone I'm not the whole time. But what about Callie? He gestured randomly. I don't have the experience that Britta or any of the others have, but I know the connection that I have with Kiara. It is eternal. But if there is a part of him that I could not experience, then I don't know if we would have formed a link. The pairing of human and Tyveger means complete connection. We cannot pick and choose which parts of each other that we accept. That is why the pairings happen so young, so we can grow together. That's what Britta said. He sighed. This has upset you. We can go back if you'd like. She nodded. They trudged back to the vehicle in silence. Jan's analysis left her in ashes. If it were true, and everything pointed in that direction, then to link with Callie, she would not only have to overcome their late start, but give up who she was as a person. It was an hour drive back. Pax stared out the window the whole time, thinking about how the rabbit dying felt in that final moment. The SUV slid to a stop outside her grandmother's house. She knocked a strand of hair away from her face as she stared into her lap. "Thanks for taking me hunting, Jan. This was nice, even if it didn't turn out the way I hoped. But I understand what's going on with me better. It was sweet of you to help." She turned her head to find him leaning into her space, eyes wide and lips parted slightly. He was breathing heavily. A growl from Callie left Pax a little confused. The two Tyveger were standing in the back, facing each other with hackles up. "Wha?" The question was barely out of her mouth before Jan shoved his lips against hers, followed by an aggressive tongue. She punched him in the head as she pulled away. "What the actual hell?" He scowled. "But you?" Pax shoved him again. "Asshole. Just because I was being nice, doesn't mean you have an open invitation to stick your tongue down my throat." She climbed out of the vehicle, letting Callie out, then slammed the door. Jan stared, bewildered, before shaking his head and putting the vehicle in gear, kicking up snow and rocks as he sped away. Pax balled her hands into fists as she marched into the house, where she found her grandmother sitting at the table, sipping a cup of tea. "What is wrong with this place? Gah. I came here to find answers, but all I found is more questions." Her grandmother half rose. The edges of her braid had unraveled and formed a wispy halo around the crown of her head. "What happened?" An emptiness grabbed hold of her middle and pulled down. It felt like she was getting sucked into a mire, and at the same time, the edges of her vision flashed crimson and heat rose to her cheeks. The combination made her want to throw up. It's not what's happening, but what isn't happening. The so-called witches of Bastet have turned out to be cowards hiding in the darkness. Our family is more broken than a teapot smashed with a hammer. That infuriating Jan tried to stick his tongue down my throat, and I'm going to die because you selfishly paired me with Callie, knowing I couldn't be trained. Freya flinched as if she'd been cut. "I thought you loved Callie?" "I do. She's the best thing that's ever happened to me, but she's draining my life." Pax held up her blackened pinky. "At this rate, I'll never see the sun again. I'm dying, grandmother. I'm dying not because you wanted to give me Callie, but because you wanted to replace Vindy in your heart. Your sister is right. You never should have given her to me. I know that now. You've killed me, Baba." Her grandmother held her hand to her open mouth, eyes bloodshot as she slumped in the chair. There was a moment as she stared her down that she wished Baba would die, that her heart would give out in that moment as retribution for the death sentence she'd hung around her neck. Pax could be home in Portland, nurturing animals at the Portland Zoo, with a long life ahead of her if she'd never been given Callie. Pax's lips snarled as she readied another volley, one more verbal dagger in her grandmother's heart. Then she saw her own pain reflected in Baba's eyes, the same pain she experienced under her parents' constant verbal barrage. The unnatural hate that consumed them. For a moment, she thought that the cragworm's venom had finally caught up to her, but then she remembered Jan's sudden change at the end of their hunting trip. Pieces fell into place. A jigsaw puzzle, finally starting to show the hints of a picture. Pax threw herself on her knees before Baba, and pressed her head against her arm as she tried to hug her. "Baba. Grandmother. I am so sorry. Ignore what I said, please." Sobbing, Freya said through her shaking hands, "But you're right." "No, I'm not right. No. Not right about any of it. I think I finally know what's going on. Me, Jan, your sister, everyone. I feel like I'm going to throw up. I'm sorry, Pax, I shouldn't have given you Callie." Pax cupped her grandmother's wrinkled face in her hands. "No, you should have. I can see it now. You're not going to die?" "Probably, but maybe I can do some good first. Please listen to me. I went hunting with Jan and Kjar. He was a proper gentleman, on the way out. Not a bad guy at all, But after Callie and Kiar killed a couple of rabbits, he tried to kiss me, aggressive, like totally uncalled for, and then I came in here and I wanted to see the world burn. It's just like Mom and Dad with the cragworm. Something in the rabbits caused us both to lose our minds. The rabbits? Yeah, I assume that the others hunt them. It has to do with the strange ecological issues around Alta. The lower weights, less breeding. I bet someone is altering the rabbits somehow to affect the others, and it also makes people angry. It's why Ines is always so awful but you're not. Pax screwed up her face. But Bajarne and Britta were nice to me, so maybe that's not the whole picture. Freya's eyes widened. They don't hunt like Ines and Jan. They mostly feed their Tyveger fish caught from the ocean. We need to tell the rest of the group so they stop hunting. Maybe we can find who's doing this. The cult of Aepep, maybe? It's always people behind these kinds of things. Or does someone else have an issue with the Descendants of Bastet? As she was speaking, Pax realized that her grandmother was still crying. Tears worked their way down her wrinkled cheeks, dripping off her chin. Baba, what's wrong? I think I figured out what's wrong with everyone. It's gonna get better. We'll fix everyone. You were right to give me Callie, so I could come back and help. Baba reached out and cupped her face, lips curled downward. But Pax, my love, you're going to die. Chapter 15. Freya sent messages to the others for a meeting, but Ines was away in Skadi and wouldn't be returning for a few days. She communicated that they shouldn't hunt rabbits or any other wild game, and eat only processed food. While they waited, Pax received a call from Janelle. It's so good to hear your voice, said Pax, sitting on a pile of pillows in the living room, staring at the snowfall through the window. Callie was on her side, snoring softly as she napped. Are you okay? You don't sound okay, said Janelle. Pax stared at the 2 blackened digits on her hand. A clump of hair had fallen out that morning. I came to Norway for answers, but sometimes they're not as neat and convenient as you'd like. She sighed. She didn't want to tell Janelle she was dying. Not over the phone, and not just yet. What's up? It's not like you to call with your busy schedule. I was doing a little research in my free time about your new friend, Oko Enkbyer. You have free time? Ha. Not really, but for special people I'm willing to carve out some. Pax could hear her friend grinning on the other end of the phone. This Oko, the Russian scientist, he's a much bigger deal than you think. I found some articles about him. He has connections to the Russian mob. He was investigated for tax evasion but cleared suddenly, and then he fled Russia. It's not clear, but he might not be allowed back. I guess he might really be a Russian supervillain. What? Pax sighed. Nothing. Any hints on what kind of supernatural being he is? Callie thinks he's a shifter of some kind. He definitely has powers. He's not a good guy, that much is clear from the articles. You can't believe everything you read. Pax placed her hand against her forehead. He's doing good work for the Norwegian government, investigating this issue around Alta that I might have figured out. I think someone's modifying the rabbits that the Tyveger feed on, and it's causing problems in the group. Anger, aggression, I'm guessing infertility too. What if Oko is doing that? Isn't he an ecological engineer, and has a lot of money? He's not well. Pax slumped her shoulders. I guess he could be. What if he was using the study as a cover to finish the job? Jan doesn't like him. Isn't Jan the asshole who was hitting on you? I don't know. A pause. Until you know more, just be safe around Oko. He's dangerous. Thanks, Mom. Remind me never to have kids. Being so far away and not being able to help is driving me nuts. Are you sure you don't need us to come out? The winter break is coming up. I could cancel my rotation at Golden Willow. I'm sure Liam and JY would refigure their plans to come out. Say the word and we'll be there. Pax opened her mouth. She desperately wanted them to come, but she didn't think they could help, and as soon as they saw her hand, they'd know she was dying. She didn't want them to know how bad it was. Better they remember the good times than see her deteriorate towards the end. I'm good. For now. But if anything changes, I'll send up a smoke signal. Are you sure? You know I want to say yes, but it'd be totally selfish with all the work you have to do. Stay. Do your rotation. I'll be fine. Love you, Janelle. Give hugs to the boys for me. Love you too. Give Callie the biggest hug in the world for me. When the call ended, she sat with the phone in her lap, wishing she wasn't halfway across the world from her friends. Callie laid her head in her lap. She startled when her phone buzzed, especially when she saw who it was coming from. Oko, saw your MSG. Interested to hear about new theory. Returning tomorrow night on Tundra Spear. Meet me at docks. Pax stared at the message. Her heart raced and her palms were sweaty. His message sent up alarms in her head, because she'd been in town yesterday and had seen the Tundra Spear in the harbor. He couldn't be returning on it, since it was already here, which meant he was lying. If he was the one behind the mutations, then he might have come early to destroy evidence. Meeting him could be dangerous, but she wanted answers. She thought long and hard before answering him. Pax, see you then. It was too late now. If he was on his yacht, then he'd be asleep, but tomorrow he could be off sneaking around town. She'd get up early and see if she could catch him in the act. Chapter 16. Pax parked her grandmother's truck at the grocer and went to the docks on foot, finding a cafe that overlooked the harbor. She sat with Callie, watching the motionless Tundra Spear and the green curtain of the northern lights snaking across the sky in slow-motion brilliance. Morning brought a paleness to the horizon, but no sun. The Tundra Spear awoke with lights and occasional crew members on the deck, but she saw no sign of Oko. As the day went on, the crew seemed to be slowly readying the yacht for travel, but never took the ropes off the cleats. The later it got, the more Pax knew that Oko was lying to her, but she didn't know in what way since she hadn't seen signs of him. Was he an aquatic shifter? Or maybe he wasn't on the yacht at all. She called the Alta airport to inquire about arriving flights, but there were only departures or tour planes scheduled. Pax was supposed to meet him in the evening. If he was already on the yacht, then she wanted to see what he was doing. Pax left the cafe and sent Callie back to the truck since she was too obvious for sneaking. With her hood up, Pax made her way to the docks as if she were a tourist looking for their berth. As she watched from behind a shed, the crew went from casual to hyper-focused, hurrying about the deck of the Tundra Spear, readying it. When no one was on deck, Pax jogged to the yacht and leaped over the railing onto the port side, hoping no one had seen her. She found a life jacket locker and climbed in as the crew made final preparations. Before she could have second thoughts, the Tundra Spear left the docks, and when it escaped the line of buoys it increased speed, thundering north through the fjord. Pax was able to keep watch by cracking the lid open. The yacht veered right towards the opposite side, and through a narrow passage. Pax knew the area enough to know there were no towns where they were going, only glacier-topped mountains and Silent National Park. The yacht slowed and then stopped near the land. The departure plank was set against the snowy land, but no one went over, and the crew, after hurrying to reach this location, disappeared back into the cabins. Was Oko placing sensors? She crept out of the life jacket locker and thought about using the plank, but if he were returning, they'd be watching for him. And clearly, they were waiting for Oko. Pax found a section of railing that the cabin didn't have good line of sight of, and using her mage steel enhancement, she leaped across the gap to land on the snow. She hit hard, and slid back down towards the water, her boots going into the freezing bay before she scrambled back. She'd intended to move into the trees so she wouldn't be spotted, but a stab of migraine slowed her. With spots in her vision, she moved up the slope, ignoring the ache in her feet. She hadn't dressed for overland travel, so Pax applied a weather enchantment. It didn't completely take away the icy feel of her boots, but at least she wouldn't get frostbite. Heading up the mountain towards the glacier, she wondered what would happen if the yacht left without her. The upward trudge was difficult, and she kept checking back to the bay to see if the Tundra Spear was still there, but eventually the tree line blocked her sight. This could be the stupidest thing I've ever done. About a quarter of the way up the mountain, she hesitated for fear of getting too far from the yacht, and she didn't know where she should be looking for Oko. Pax glanced up at the glacier when a shape passed across the shimmering green curtain in the sky. What the? Her gut twisted. The perspective suggested that whatever it was large, but the glimpse had only been brief. Then she caught the suggestion of movement not too far ahead. It was landing in a clearing. Pax sprinted through the snow, ignoring the return of the migraine at the use of her magic. The beating of enormous wings was followed by the shape disappearing behind the trees. It was the dragon. The little thimbleful of knowledge she had about dragons became painfully clear. Most of what she knew was either rumor or suggestion, as dragons were very private and abundantly cautious. One of the many things that she'd heard before was that dragons could shapeshift into human shapes, but she'd always dismissed it because of the size difference. From what she knew of supernatural shifters, they could only change into a form with at least a general equivalency of mass. But dragons were also ancient creatures that individually could be as powerful as Invictus, the head patron of the halls. There was much that was not known about what they could or could not do. Pax had no doubt about the one item, as Oko came striding out of the woods in a black leather jacket, jeans and boots, as if he were on an autumn hike in Vermont. He stopped halfway down the clearing and turned in her direction, even though she was hiding behind a large bush. "You can come out, Pax. I saw you when I flew over." She approached cautiously until she was a dozen feet from him. "You're either very brave or very stupid." The matter-of-fact way he said it made her hackles rise. Even if Callie had been there, she was outmatched, but she wished she hadn't left her companion back in Alta. "My friends call it Bovum Sina Pax." He didn't get the joke. "This is the second time you've been spying on me, and now you know a big secret of mine. You almost ate me." He tilted his head. "You'd entered a restricted area. I thought you'd volunteered yourself as dinner. Why are you doing it?" His eyebrow arched. "Given my past, that could mean a lot of things. Alta. The rabbits. The Tyveger. Why are you poisoning them?" "Ah, now I see why you came here." "So you admit it?" "Admit it? Of course not. I'm not poisoning anyone, though I'm curious why you think that." She lifted her chin. Would he try to lie to her now, when he could easily kill her? Pax gave him a brief explanation of what she'd learned the day she hunted with Jan and Kjar. The moment he snapped his fingers and glared into the distance in anger, she knew he wasn't the one behind it. "Genetic mutations," he said eventually. "Or at least designed that way. It's why I didn't see it. Someone has been changing the rabbits like the hair trolls." "You found something in the hair trolls?" "No. Their original creation. Made by a wizard, modified by arcane means. I bet these rabbits are the same. It's why I never found anything, because I was looking with the wrong tools." "But who is doing it?" "Isn't that answer obvious? The mutations aren't affecting anyone but the Tyveger, and those linked to them. The cult of Aepep." "Cult of Aepep?" Heat rose to her cheeks. The idea of the cult seemed like a ghost story, even if her family believed in it and she'd supposedly met the original creature that started it. A flying snake that can create chaos just by showing up, but it's probably the people that worship it that are behind these changes. He pursed his lips. "You would know best." Her feet burned from the cold as the enchantment wore off, exhausted by the deep freeze. "Do you mind if we return to your yacht? I'm not as naturally resistant to cold as you are." She didn't wait for an answer and reapplied the weather enchantment. As she accessed her phase, a flash of light went across her vision and a stab of pain hit her. It felt like she'd been hit by lightning. She came to with Oko at her side, holding her up. "Are you well?" Pax managed to get her feet underneath her. The enchantment was working, and the bitter cold had faded. "I'm good now. Let's get back to the yacht." One side of his lips curled up as he winked. Who said I'm giving you a ride back? Chapter 17. Oko agreed to meet with the Alta-stricken group since their interests aligned. Before they entered the community center, he grabbed her arm. Say nothing about my true self. They do not know that I am Thykpauktanik. They only know me as a concerned researcher. Living amongst humans is perilous, especially in this day and age. He crouched before Callie, who hid behind Pax. This means you too, young lady. But I suspect you understand, because you've been hiding as a thoracic fox for a long time. Oko winked as he entered the center. The front room was empty, as this was an official meeting. Everyone was in the back room. As soon as Jan saw him, he rose from his chair. He can't be here. Ines held up a wrinkled hand. It's okay, Pax informed me ahead of time. He has knowledge that might help us, and he is aware of who we are. The dark-eyed Russian inclined his head towards Ines and stepped to the side, leaving Pax at the center of the room. You were the one to call us here, said Ines, tight-lipped. You have the floor. Pax tried to speak, but her voice caught in her throat. She was the youngest in the room by a large margin, which made her doubt what she was about to say, but Baba smiled at her, gesturing for her to speak. Thank you for coming. I know for all intents and purposes, I'm an outsider, but I think I've found the reason why there are no more Tyveger pups, and the group is falling apart. It happened when Jan and I were hunting. She went on to explain what happened. Jan hung his head at the description of his actions. His pale skin flushed crimson. When I returned home, I flew into a furious rage at Baba. I've never done that before. Whatever has been done to the rabbits affects those who eat them. This isn't an accidental change. It could be the quiet sabotage of the cult of Aepep. At mention of the cult, a few glances went towards Oko, who was even more of an outsider than her. Ines steepled her fingers. You've given us a lot to think about, Pax. I believe that at the very least, it is prudent that we no longer hunt, and only take our food from reliable sources. As for the rabbits and the mutations, we will need to verify. I assume this is why Oko is here. The Russian stepped forward, gesturing towards the group. As you all know, I was hired by the Norwegian government to determine the cause of the ecological issues around Alta. Since Pax's theory is new, I have not yet been able to verify it, but I think it likely possible. I've been looking for environmental pathogens, not genetic mutations, but now that I have this information, I will launch a new study in the samples I've collected. He let the corners of his eyes crease. I will also remind you that I am aware of your group's long history and support its cause. Thank you, Oko. The Descendants of Bastet appreciate your support. Ines turned her hard gaze towards Pax. And thank you for bringing this to our attention. We'll wait for the results before we decide what we need to do. Wait. That's it? You're just going to sit and wait? The cult of Aepep is probably behind this. Shouldn't you be looking for them? Figure out who is modifying the rabbits, adds Pax. The irony of bringing up the cult to her family when she wasn't sure she believed in it wasn't lost on her, but at this point it seemed like the likeliest of answers. Ines held out her palms. Where's the cult? We've been in Alta for generations. We know what they look like, our Tyveger can sense them. Don't you think we would know if they were here? You don't believe me. Ines frowned. I did not say that. I said that we must verify. Or do you have another suggestion? The guy on the train with the pet viper, said Pax. He gave some girl giggle juice at the club, and Jan and I stopped him from abusing her. Giggle juice? A drug like knockout drugs but worse. Do you have this giggle juice? asked Ines. No, but the girl was out of her mind. Ines looked to Jan, who lowered his eyes. Is this true? We did walk her home. She was pretty inebriated. Her family would thank you, the both of you, but that's hardly proof of the cult. When Pax started to speak again, Ines held up her hand. I want to solve this more than you do, Pax, but we need more than speculation and theory. We exist in a world of laws and consequences. Find proof and we can support action, but until then we must wait for the research to be finished. Oko, how long will this take? This kind of analysis takes much longer, even with advanced technology at my fingertips. If I push the labs for quick action, I can probably get an answer by the end of the long dark. Ines nodded, a pleased smile on her lips. Wonderful. The end of the long dark, that must be a sign of good fortune. When the sun returns we'll know more, and we can act accordingly. A pit formed in Pax's stomach, and at first she didn't know why, until she remembered what Britta had said to her. When the worm escapes the long night, the children of Freya will be no more. The long night was the current time without sun. Britta's prophecy made their time short. You can't wait. It'll be too late then. Everyone's eyes were upon her. And why is that? Asked Ines. Remembering Britta's warning that telling anyone else would ruin the prophecy, she said, I cannot say, other than I feel like there's not much time left. Ines stared back blankly. Thank you, Pax. We'll call for you if we need you. Pax glanced around the room, but other than from her grandmother she received no visible support. She inclined her head and left. Oko walked by her side with Callie right behind. Outside the community center, Oko frowned. You look disappointed. Didn't you get what you came for? The danger is greater than they think. More immediate. I'm afraid waiting until the results will be too late. He raised an eyebrow. Will you explain why you believe this? I cannot. I understand, you only recently came to Alta and are not formally a member of their group. How do you take the cult of Aepep so seriously, when you've never met this enemy? She lowered her head. I have. He raised an eyebrow. Aepep himself. I was in Sar Corset with my professor and, well, it's a long story, but we accidentally freed Aepep from his tomb. We? Professor Cassius and Lord Asphodel. You travel in strange company. He stepped close and lifted her chin with a single finger, which sent pleasurable shivers down her spine. He stared into her eyes, which was like having her soul laid bare. Looking back into his was like getting sucked into a black hole. When he pulled away, she felt relief and regret. Your threads are tangled and deep. I must assume that you know something that you cannot tell me about the window of time. He glanced to the cloudy sky, pursing his lips. I'll devote my resources to this investigation, but even that won't bring the answers in time. Finding chimeratic mutations is not simple, nor will determining what they do. Then forget about those and help me find the cult, said Pax earnestly. The corners of his eyes creased. I wish I could. I have spent far too much time in this form as of late, and I have other responsibilities that require my attention. The worlds of dragons and men are never simple. When she opened her mouth to object, he added, but I will make my yacht and crew available to you should you need them for any reason, and please keep me informed of what you learn. Thank you. She sighed. I wish you were able to stay and help. I've been so alone in Norway. She stared at the thin glove over her hand, thinking about how much time she might have left. The youngest hunter, Jan. He worships you with his eyes. I'm sure he would help, especially with that debt of guilt, said Oko. He didn't seem keen to help inside. His lip curled. He is not the seasoned warrior that you are. Jan is unbloodied, pissing himself as all do before a battle. Just as a captain must rally their troops to fight, so too must you. I'm a stranger to them. Not as much as you think. Oko stepped close, cupped her cheek, and kissed her beside her mouth. Pax turned her head to meet his lips, but he was away before she realized it. After all this is over, I want to hear your stories. You are the most interesting human I have met in quite some time, and that is saying a lot. Oko left her on the steps of the community center, as a light snow fell, flakes catching in her red hair and eyelashes and melting against her burning cheeks. Dragon try eat Pax. Yeah, I remember. Dragon danger. Very aware. Pax like dragon. It's complicated. Complicated by the fact that I probably won't live to see him again, but it's nice to imagine. Come on, Callie. We need to do some research. Chapter 18. Oko was right about Jan being willing to help her. He was downright eager. They were in his SUV down the street from Viper Pet Guy's house, waiting for him to leave. I'm really sorry for the way I acted, and relieved to know that it wasn't me, but the rabbits, said Jan for the 5th time as he tapped on the steering wheel. The 2 Tyveger were in back, lying on their bellies with their heads on their front paws. We don't know it was the rabbits yet, said Pax. But I accept your apology on the condition that it never happens again, rabbits or no. He met her eyes briefly, before staring into his lap. Pax wasn't sure if it was Oko's encouragement, or the fact that she was dying, but she'd never felt so assertive in her life. Janelle, how's stakeout? Pax, boring. Jan needs therapy after all this. Janelle, you have that effect on boys. When can we come help? Pax, stay. For now. You have good mates back at the halls? Asked Jan, eyebrow raised towards her phone. Yeah, said Pax. We've been through some things. Animalians, and especially hunters, has been challenging. He stared out the window, with a heavy expression. Would be nice to have others your age to learn and grow with. I bet it's been lonely. Jan sighed. After this is over, I don't care what Ines says, I'm leaving Alta. I have to do something else. I'm gonna go mad if I have to stay. Pax was saved from the uncomfortable silence after his statement when Pet Viper Guy left his flat, headed into town for his job at the Alta cooking supply store. Callie and Kiar stayed on either side of the house, providing eyes and ears while they went to the back door. It was locked, but Jan pulled out a crowbar. The door popping open was like a gunshot. The snow muted the sharp noise, but Pax was sure someone would come to investigate. When their companions gave the all clear, they went into his place. What are you expecting to find? Jan asked as they stepped into the kitchen. I don't know. Maybe there's an application for his cult membership, or a drawing for the secret cult lair. Jan stopped before looking back with his face scrunched up. You're joking, right? Ah, yes. Sorry. I never know what to think around you. The flat wasn't big, 3 rooms and a bathroom. The living room had a gaming computer set up with 3 screens, a headset, and an expensive microphone. Looks normal to me, said Jan, forehead furrowed. Keep looking. Pax went into the bedroom to find the snake enclosure, which was nearly as big as the bed, with driftwood plants and heat lamps inside. The brown viper was curled around a rock. The darker brown markings on its back weren't quite diamond-shaped. She found a book near the bed named The Care and Feeding of a European Adder. Oh, that's a creepy snake, said Jan, approaching the enclosure cautiously. What? That? He's a friendly one. Not really that dangerous as far as vipers go. I handled much worse at Animalians or the Portland Zoo. There was this one time an incoxal viper escaped its cage while I was milking them. Milking snakes? Yeah. Jan shivered. I've never been fond of them. I love the herpetarium. Find anything yet? He held up a small bottle with a blue triangle on the plain white label. A white pill from inside crumbled easily when he squeezed it between forefinger and thumb. These might be the giggle juice pills. They searched the flat twice, finding nothing more, which left Pax one final avenue of investigation. You're going to do what? Talk to the snake. It's a first-year spell. Not terribly difficult, but it can be a little disorienting. Keep an eye on me. I once melded with a mischievous octopus and ended up sprawled on the floor. Jan blinked and shook his head. I never know if I should take what you say seriously. Pax pulled a chair up to the enclosure. The spell was simple and only required a small amount of phase, but even as it triggered, a stab of migraine shot through her, but then she was lying in the cage, relishing the warmth of the stone. The snake sensed the shapes outside the glass as potential sources of food. Pax had the urge to eat a mouse. Snakes and vipers particularly had short memories. There was a good chance the creature had seen nothing interesting, but then she was gagging, hunched over, and Jan was shaking her out of the enchantment. "Are you okay?" "You were choking," said Jan, eyes wide with worry. Pax rubbed her jaw, massaging the muscles around the hinges. "I accessed a memory of being milked for venom." She searched around with her eyes. "I don't see equipment for it. There must be a hidden compartment somewhere." A thorough search of the room revealed a space behind a dresser drawer with the milking equipment. Pax lifted a plastic box with holes for the individual vials, of which there was one full. The container was insulated and braced. "This box is made for travel," she said as she glanced around the room. "No one in Alta is using this venom." "What does it mean?" Pax shifted her mouth to the side. "It could mean nothing. Venom is used for making antidotes, though this adder isn't particularly dangerous. The question is, where does he send it? Have you seen any addresses or shipping boxes?" "No." Pax scratched the back of her head. "Maybe it's nothing, but why hide the milked venom? And why did Callie freak out on the train around the snake?" She placed her hands on the mesh lid of the enclosure. "I need to examine this viper." "Whoa. Don't you need special equipment or something?" The snake had disappeared into the back of the cage, behind the gnarled bush poking from the rocks. Pax breathed a soothe mark into the cage as gently as she could manage, producing a twitch in her left eye for the trouble. With the adder subdued, she collected it gently from the back, cradling it in both arms to support its weight. Its tongue flickered out, tasting the air. "See, gentle as a baby mouse," said Pax as Jan backed into the hallway. "Now what's going on with you, little girl?" "The markings on your back look strange. Pull up a picture of a European adder. I want to compare." The photo on his phone, once expanded, showed almost diamond-shaped markings while the snake in her hands was covered in markings that looked like S-hooks. Pax rubbed her thumb along the scales, which were wetter than expected. "This snake has been modified." "But why?" From the hallway, Jan leaned his head in. What if they were modifying the snake to produce the venom they want? Maybe it doesn't kill you, but does something entirely different. "We don't have a way to test it, but I think you're right. We need to find where he's sending the venom, but unfortunately it's going to take him another month to fill the rest of the vials. The Alta cooking store sends stuff all over northern Norway, and even into Finland and Sweden. Maybe he keeps the shipping addresses there." Pax snapped her fingers. "We need to watch the store. There's a coffee shop 2 down from it." They put his room back as best as they could remember, and had the Tyveggers stay in the car since they'd be too noticeable wandering around downtown Alta. As the day went on, customers came and went with bags filled with cooking equipment they'd bought in the store. It wasn't until late in Pet Viper Guy's shift that a woman wearing the heavy gear of a fisherman entered the store and quickly left with 2 large boxes, which she carried towards the docks. They followed from a distance, until she climbed onto a fishing ship with a Norwegian name. "That could be gear for cooking on her ship," said Pax, biting her lower lip. "I feel like this is a dead end." "No," said Jan as he stared intently at the ship as it pulled away from the docks. "That is the Ice Orca. It goes from Alta to Svalbard regularly." "So what?" "They need cooking supplies on the island. It's probably just a supply run." Jan turned, lips squeezed to a point. "Jormungandr lives on Svalbard." Chapter 19. Jan wanted to take the information to Ines, but Pax knew they needed proof of the cult's involvement before it would spur action. The threads were too tenuous, even for Pax, but she agreed to take a trip to the island using the tundra spear. "I can't believe Oko is letting you use his yacht," said Jan, mouth agape, as he climbed the plank with his gear over his shoulder. "You two became close really quick. It ended up that we had some things in common. Like he tried to eat me and I escaped." The crew greeted them and showed them to their quarters. For a moment, Pax feared they'd be quartered together, but she was given Oko's master suite and Jan received a spare room. The journey to the northern island would take 3 days, which was a concern for Pax. The blackening of her left arm was considerable, and would invite questions. When they'd been outside or rummaging through the Viper Pet Guy's flat, She'd had an excuse to keep her gloves on, but the interior cabins on the yacht were temperature-controlled. Pax feigned seasickness and took her meals in her room with Callie. After the 3-day journey on the choppy Barents Sea, Pax joined Jan on the deck for the final approach into Longyearbyen. A sideways snow kept their hoods up and their companions huddled close. "Where is the Jormungandr on the island?" Jan shoved his hands into his coat and shivered. "On the northeastern part of the main island. It's mostly a place for mining and tourists who want to see polar bears." "Have you ever been?" He rotated his upper body towards her. "No. After your grandmother lost Vindi, Ines forbade anyone from coming here." "Why? Why wouldn't they rally the clan to kill it, or call in help from other areas?" "It was before my time, obviously, but from the stories I heard, the creature was bigger than expected when Freya and Vindi attacked it." Jan bounced in place for warmth. It had been Ines who'd learned about the creature. They'd thought it was a simple hunt, and Freya rushed off to kill it before anyone else could. After she came back, they sent a party over to deal with it, but it had moved its lair and it took decades until they could find it again. When they did, they brought in hunters from other regions, and yet again it repelled their attack. None of the Tyvegar could injure it, and a few more of our number were lost. Once again it moved, and it wasn't until recently that we heard rumors of the Jormungandr returning. 3 times, said Pax as freezing sea spray pelted them when they hit a big wave. "I didn't realize." Ines blames her sister for the Jormungandr escaping, because she spooked it from its lair when it was small enough to kill. "Do you know what kind of creature it is?" "A serpent with skin made of stone that excretes poison. That's how Vindi died. She bit the Jormungandr near the neck, and took a fatal dose. It was only 5 meters long at that time." "Only 5 meters, repeated Pax, shaking her head. The town of Longyearbyen was buried in snow. A winter storm had pounded the region. Pax had booked them a hotel and rented a small snowcat. The guy at the counter thought they were crazy to go out when the snow was so thick, and made them sign waivers. It would be a 3-day trip to reach the eastern edge of the Sassen Bunsau Land National Park, which was near the rumored location of the Jormungandr. The cab of the snowcat was cramped with 2 humans and 2 Tyvegar, but at least the 4 bodies put off enough warmth. They took turns driving while the other slept, using a GPS tracker to keep on the road. Near the abandoned town of Pyramiden, they passed what appeared to be a long line of flatbed train cars buried in snow. "There's no railroad on the map," said Pax with the accordion paper unfolded. A sleepy-eyed yawn cleared the frost from the windshield. "Maybe they're building one, but had to stop because of the storm. There are a lot of mining companies that operate in Svalbard." A sharp glow reflecting against the dark clouds signaled the town's approach. Pax turned off the snowcat's lights and left their vehicle to climb the final hill on foot. It wasn't much of a town, more of an outpost, but there were 24 buildings lit up with people in heavy winter gear passing between them. "Where's the mine?" she asked Jan as they crouched on the hillside with their companions. He gestured to a dark spot along the cliff that surrounded the town on 2 sides. There were lights inside the tunnel, but they were drowned out by the excessive illumination around the buildings. "I don't see mining gear," said Jan. "There should be heavy equipment, big vehicles, other implements. Exotic materials? Maybe there isn't a lot in the ground. You still have to remove the rock. There should be piles of stone that they've removed from the mine. We need to get down there and check it out," she said as she rose to her feet, but Jan put a hand on her arm. "Let Kjar scout. Callie can go with." "No. I'll use Fullmane, so I can ride along with Kjar and see what he sees." Pax hated the idea of letting him scout, but she couldn't Fullmane, nor did she want to use more phase. Jan settled himself comfortably in the snow in a cross-legged position, with Kjar at his side, until he closed his eyes and the Tyvegar twitched. Kjar looked directly at Pax, and gave her a brief nod before trotting into the darkness. It was a long cold wait, during which Pax resisted the urge to apply a weather enchantment. After an hour she began to worry, but didn't want to wake Jan in case Kjar was at a critical point. When she saw the approach of lights on the road behind them, she knew they had to move soon or be spotted. When the lights turned on the last stretch of road that led to the hill, she shook Jan's shoulder, but he didn't wake. Pax contemplated leaving him in the snow and moving the cat away from the road, but they'd probably see him. Using her Magisteel enhancement, Pax easily lifted Jan and threw him over her shoulder and carried him into the cab of the snowcat. She moved the vehicle along the ridge as the lights climbed the hill, bouncing along the tracks. There was nothing she could do about the new path she was creating, and she had to hope the newcomers would reason it away. She held her breath as the snowcat passed the location she'd been parked, and exhaled when it crested the hill, heading down to the settlement. 20 minutes later, Jan startled awake, eyes searching the cab and blinking with disorientation. "What?" "I had to move you," she told him. A snowcat came up the road. "We would have been spotted." "Everything okay?" He kept glancing around but finally nodded. "Yeah, sorry. Coming out of Fullmane is a little crazy, especially when you don't wake up in the same spot. Kjar is almost to the snowcat. We should leave as soon as he arrives. I'll explain what we saw on the way." Before he spoke again, Jan took water and ate a protein bar. "It's not a mining company." The logo had a Russian name and what looked like a medical or pharmaceutical symbol, the caduceus, I think it's called. My Cyrillic is crap, but I think the name of the company is called Health Pyramid or something like that. What would a pharmaceutical company be doing all the way out here? It gets weirder. That tunnel isn't cut, it looks like it was eaten away with acid. I saw workers in hazmat suits coming out of the tunnel carrying containers. I managed to sneak up to a building with windows, and I could see inside. It looked like they were making drugs, but I also saw some worm-like creatures in cages. They had round mouths and lumpy skin. Pax's whole body went cold. She knew that creature because she'd found one in her youth and brought it home where it had destroyed her family. "That's a cragworm." "A what?" Pax repeated the story about her parents and Freya's arrival. As she finished, a shiver went down her spine. She slowed the snowcat until it wasn't moving and put her gloves to her mouth. "It wasn't the bad thing. It wasn't me at all." Jan turned sideways in his chair. "When I was younger, after the cragworm, I was convinced that I had caused my parents' decline. I would beat myself up about it." "You were a little girl," said Jan, lips pinched with worry. "How could it be your fault?" "That's what Freya always tried to tell me, that it was bad luck, and that sometimes bad things happen to good people. But I never listened. Merlin's tits, I had no idea that she'd been through so much. Freya knew more than anyone about trauma, that our whole family is a mess." She pulled back her hood to catch air. "The cragworm must have been given to me by the cult. They knew about a pup, and gave it to me so I couldn't return and be trained. Just like the mutated rabbits caused you and the others to grow angry. It must be from the same source, the big worm. Maybe this is why we don't see the cult anymore. They are taking us out slowly and without our knowledge. It would explain declining birth rates and the unexpected deaths of hunters and Tyveger. I always felt so reckless after a rabbit hunt." Pax sucked in a breath. "Maybe they have an antidote for my parents. I could finally fix them." She glanced at her gloved hand. "Or someone else could. There's one last thing that I overheard two workers talking about. They're going to move Jormungandr." "That's fine, we can chase them wherever they go. It seems like this worm is too big to really hide anymore," said Pax. "Not a new land location. They're going to get the Jormungandr to a port near here, maybe take it somewhere else. I think that's what the cars that we saw are for. Probably not a train, but a bunch of cat track cars that will help the beast get to the water, and after that we'll never kill it." "That's what it means," she whispered beneath her breath. "When the worm escapes the long night, the children of Freya will be no more." "You know your Norwegian mythology well?" "Of course, it was standard in school." "Didn't Freya have pet cats or something like that?" Jan nodded. Her chariot was pulled by two cats that Thor had given her. Beigel and Triegel. But what does this have to do with what's going on? If we don't stop the Jormungandr from reaching the ocean, then there will be no more Descendants of Bastet. The cult of Aepep will have won. When they returned to the Tundra Sphere, which had satellite internet, Pax sent messages to Janelle about pyramid health and the Jormungandr. There were 3 weeks before the end of the long night. Her friends would reach Norway in a week, which would give them plenty of time to get to Svalbard. She also sent messages to Oko about what they'd found, and to Baba to set up a meeting for when they returned. But as they approached the docks in Alta, Pax received an answer back from Janelle that made her regret the message. Janelle, we're delayed at the airport. Big storm in mid-Atlantic. Researching Pyramid Co. Your friend Oko did business with Pyramid, and still has financial stake. Be careful, he might not be safe. Chapter 20. Pax passed out in the shower the morning of the meeting with the clan. She'd been leaning over, scrubbing her leg with a loofah, when a shock of pain went through her chest and the world rotated around her. She woke with Callie's head sticking beneath the curtain, licking her face as the warm water covered her lower body. Pax dying. Callie fault. No, Callie, it's not your fault, said Pax, leaning forward with effort and turning off the water before falling back into the tub, exhausted. I know that now. The cult sabotaged us, and now I'm too old to let you into my mind. Try harder. A deranged laugh slipped out. I'm not sure that'd be a good idea. I think I only have enough energy in me to make it to the end of the long night. Callie pressed her wet fur against Pax's shoulder. After the sauna training with Britta, Pax could feel the impaired connection between her and Callie when she closed her eyes. Callie loved Pax. I know. I wish I could fix this. We're star-crossed. Try harder. Her companion stared with her big red-gold eyes. Pax held up her blackened hand. I think my trying days are over. Try harder. Callie placed her paw against Pax's shoulder. If you know a way we can suddenly speed up what takes trainees years to do, I'm all ears. Hunt with Callie. Pax scratched her companion behind the ears, which produced groans of pleasure. You know I don't like killing. I understand you need to do it, but I just can't, said Pax. After getting dressed, she checked the flights for her friends, which were still delayed. The tropical storm had turned into a full-fledged hurricane, which spawned a line of storms that were blocking the Atlantic. Come on. There was a somber mood when she arrived at the Alta-stricken group. Jan looked like he'd just finished telling them about what had happened, which was fine by Pax, as she was still too tired from her blackout to want to speak for that long. Ines looked like she'd taken a spear through the heart. She stared into the distance, the years of leadership piling onto her shoulders, crushing her. The only person who would meet Pax's gaze was Baba, who stared back, hand on closed mouth, wetness in her eyes. She didn't have to talk to her to know she was thinking about the bad thing and the crag worm. The truth, even if had absolved her of guilt, was still painful. My friends from Animalians are heading this way, said Pax, which brought a lot of heads up. They're stuck at the airport, but even with a day or two of delay, they can be here next week, and we can head to the research settlement and stop the Jormungandr before it reaches the ocean. The only person who hadn't looked up was Ines. The others looked to her to speak, but she stared into the crackling fire as if it were her waiting grave. This is good news, said Britta, standing up, raising a fist. We finally know why we are declining. We have a chance to fight. The others, even those without Tyveger, offered grim nods, but Ines had a hand to her chest as she breathed shallowly. Ines, asked Freya. I should have seen it. Ines mumbled something in Norwegian that Pax didn't catch. I have failed. I failed you all. We can fix it, said Britta. We can strike back. Bjarne slapped the table, half rising. I am ready to fight. I know it's daunting, said Pax. But with my friends we'll be a formidable group. Ines stood up, unsteady on her feet. I cannot lead you anymore. She stumbled out of the club with Iselv on her heels. Her leaving struck a blow to the group, who searched around with their eyes. It's okay, she'll come around. You'll just have to elect a new leader. What about you, said Bjarne. No, said Pax, waving him off. After this is over, I'll be returning to the States. You need someone who knows you, like Britta. The woman touched her eye patch. I would be honored to lead. Bajarne stood. Any objections? No one moved. Settled then. Britta, you'll let us. What shall we do? We must prepare for battle. I want to take all hunters and Tyveger on a training hunt. Britta turned to Pax. But I must confess, I do not know how we are to kill the Jormungandr. We have failed before, and now it is much, much larger. My friends and I can start strategizing that part. We have resources within Animalians to help us against it. Britta addressed the group. Everyone should prepare. We need to leave for Svalbard in a week's time. Chapter 21. Is your sister okay? Pax asked 2 days later back at Freya's house. Ines never wanted to lead. She was a fighter. But there was no one else. But now she has her chance to fight again, said Pax. Ines has fought and lost twice against the Jormungandr. I think she fears the third and final battle. Twice? I know she went with the other hunters, but there was another time? Freya's lips were squeezed white and her eyes were moons. It wasn't you who went after the Jormungandr the first time. It was Ines. Freya lowered her head. Ines was rash and aggressive. She thought to prove herself to our mother. I went after her. Vindi died to save Iselv and Ines. I would have taken the leadership position, but without Vindi I could not, and so we concocted the lie so Ines could lead. We've held this secret for a long time. But she's been so mean to you about Vindi, said Pax. I think at times she forgets what really happened. I think that's why she gave up leadership. She's already failed twice, she doesn't want to fail a third time. Baba put a hand on her shoulder. Ines is far more kind than you realize. She let me have Callie because of this debt. I'm not sure guilt is kindness, but I understand, said Pax. Have your friends left Invictus? No, said Pax, exasperated. Storms have shut down the airports up and down the coast. Isn't there some secret magical way that they can get here? Maybe the patrons have that kind of access, but we're just students. I'm sure they'll get here in time. It's just a setback. Pax sighed. I've been thinking that if the cult was behind the cragworm, they might have an antidote that could fix Mom and Dad. It's possible, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. Freya gestured towards the blackened hand. You need to fix your connection with Callie, or you'll never get to see them well. It's not working. We're too old. Baba crossed her arms. I don't think you're too old, I think you're too stubborn, Pax Nygaard. You need to face the fact that Callie is a hunter, and that to be truly united, you need to experience that with her. Baba? Don't Baba me. I'm your elder. Listen to me. I want you and Callie out there, figuring this out before we face down the Jormungandr. We? You can't go. Baba screwed up her face and poked Pax in the shoulder with a firm finger. Try and stop me. She softened her expression. Now go train. I mean it. If you love me, you will try. Pax rolled her eyes. Thanks for the guilt trip, Baba. Whatever works. Pax took Callie out to the countryside that afternoon. Her companion was extra excited, bouncing in her seat on the drive and leaping out of the truck when they arrived. Pax hunt, Pax hunt, Pax hunt. Yes, I'm going to try and hunt. You can kill a rabbit, but no eating it. We know it's not good. Bonehead big dogs? No. I don't want to waste a big elk when we don't know if they're affected. The rabbits are poison anyway. They walked a ways into a snowy field dotted with empty dwarf birches. Pax had brought a folding camp chair and a blanket, so she didn't have to use a weather enchantment. With her eyes closed, she breathed deeply for a few minutes until she could reach out to Callie, who'd already moved downslope sniffing the snow for signs of prey. It didn't work at first. She could feel Callie but not become her. Pax refocused on herself. Flow like water. Be myself. She started with her pinky toe, releasing the tension within, then moving muscle by muscle through her body until the dam released and she slipped into Callie. A world of smells bloomed into existence like watercolors floating in midair as she padded across the crunchy snow. A net of vibration surrounded her, picking up tiny sparks of life. Mole in her burrow, corvid flying overhead, and there, quivering in a clump of grass beneath the snow, a bolt of lightning covered in white fur. Callie goosed the rabbit with her mind, and the creature burst from the burrow in full evasive zigzags, but the frantic escape led to sharp teeth. When her jaw crunched down on the rabbit, piercing fur and skin, exploding hot blood into her mouth, followed by the death squeal, Pax slammed back into her body and vomited onto the snow. "Oh Merlin," she spat. "That was horrific. How do you do that?" Callie trotted up a short time later with the dead rabbit in her mouth and blood on her muzzle. She set the body near Pax and lay on her belly in the snow, looking up with her sweet red gold eyes. "I'm sorry, Callie, I tried to stay with you. I remember my first year, Professor Kako telling me that I had an affinity to connection with animals, but I always thought that would help me care for them better, not make it harder to take their lives. I wonder if that's why Professor Didi and Patron Adele seem so alien to me, because they've experienced so many different animals. They understand the circle of life, while I only see a circle of death." "Callie, sorry, kill rabbit." "No, my sweet Callie. I know it's your nature." Pax shook her head. "Why is this so hard to accept? Humans are the ultimate predators, and I'm a total hypocrite because I eat meat, just as long as I don't have to witness the killing." Callie rose from the snow and headed towards the truck. "Wait. I can't give up that easy. There's more at stake than my messed up feelings. Let's hunt again. We can donate the furs to a local trapper." Callie's ears perked up. Pax smacked her lips. "But let me wash my mouth out with some water first." Chapter 22. Pax was curled in a ball in front of the crackling fire at Baba's house, hoping the heat might burn the taste of death from her mouth. "Did you drop your phone?" asked Freya, holding up the cracked screen. "It was over here in the corner." "They won't make it." Pax struggled to a sitting position. "They're in London, but the airlines are backed up for days due to the complete shutdown of transatlantic flights. The ending of night is coming in less than a week. There's not enough time." Freya crouched down and used her thumb and forefinger to spread her eyes. "Pax dear, you look terrible. You've lost 10 pounds. I've been training with Callie. It's not getting any better, and even when we're not hunting, I can't eat. All I can taste is death. You are a sweet soul, but Pax dear, you must understand the world is not so simple." She held out her hand. "Come up, I'm feeding you, even if it takes multiple tries to keep it down. Honey and oats should be easy enough." While Baba worked in the kitchen, Pax sipped coffee and stared into the darkness. She was ready for daylight again. Her mind kept expecting the sun to rise, but it only got faintly brighter before returning to complete night. Baba took the spot across from Pax. "Eat." Her hand shook as she lifted it to her mouth. The heat from the oats reminded her of hot blood, and she gagged a little. Across the table, Freya made a disapproving noise. "Come now, let's not be so dramatic. You're not a child, but an apprentice mage in Animalians at the 100 Halls. Surely you've survived worse." Pax swirled the spoon around in the chunky oats. "I've killed in self-defense, but that's different from being with Callie during a hunt. She's a psychic creature, the moment of death is so much more real. Do you think I don't remember? When I made my first kill with Vindy, I cried myself to sleep that night, but you know what? I got up the next day and did it again. Eventually, I understood it as a sacrifice. The world is not made of simple solutions. I understood the death of those rabbits and elk as necessary for our growth so that we could fight the real enemy, the ones who kill for pleasure or self-interest." "It's too late, Baba." She held up her blackened arm. "It's never too late." Freya reached out and pinched her skin. "Why'd you do that?" "It's only discoloration. There's still time. My fingertips are numb, and sometimes I'm completely exhausted." Baba's lips flattened. "Eat your oats." A quarter spoonful didn't make her gag, and she managed to swallow while her grandmother watched. Again. Bit by bit, Pax managed to finish the bowl. Her stomach rumbled, but the food stayed down. Not sure why you're doing this, my friends aren't going to make it. We can't take on the Jormungandr without them. Freya crossed her arms. You act like we haven't been fighting this battle for much longer than even the halls have been around. We fight if we must, no matter the odds. Get your stuff ready and call Callie back, we're headed to the docks. I messaged everyone while you were sulking. But there's no way we can beat the Jormungandr. It's too big. That's why we have you and Callie. 4 Animalians mages would be ideal, but since they can't make it, you'll have to figure it out on your own. Pack your cold weather gear. The oats gave her energy enough to move. Callie rode in the back of the truck along with the gear, including a long black bag that her grandmother had pulled out of storage. The others were already at the docks, a dozen men and women without Tyvegr, nearly all of them above the age of 60, and the hunters with their Tyvegr, all except for Ines and Iselv. Jan clasped her hand. I can't believe we're going back to kill it. I'm so excited and terrified. A big first hunt. His eyes were rounded. I don't know if I'll sleep. You know as well as I do, we've got nearly a week of travel ahead of us. I feel better knowing you're with us, said Jan. Shame about your friends not being able to make it. Pax talked to the captain of the Tundra Spear, who was a little apprehensive about the size of the group. Oko told you to help me in any way necessary, said Pax. A few more people than planned shouldn't be too difficult, and if you don't think he'd approve, send him a message. She knew that wouldn't happen, since he was likely out of contact with them as much as her. There was also the concern of his connections to Pyramid Health, but she didn't think it was nefarious, and if it was, then what better way to strike back than to use his yacht against him? It took a couple of hours to load up the boat, and the crew had to double up to make room for 18 humans and 5 Tyvegr. The whole time, Freya stood at the ramp keeping watch for her sister. Are we ready to depart? Asked the captain. Pax checked with her grandmother, who frowned and nodded. The crew was pulling the ramp back onto the Tundra Spear when someone called from the head of the dock. Don't you dare leave without me. Ines and Iselv were running down the pier, loaded with gear. Her great-aunt was carrying more weight than she and Iselv weighed together. She hurried up the ramp and dropped her gear on the deck, much to the disapproval of the captain. I had a terrible time finding my hunting gear, said Ines. Freya pursed her lips. It wouldn't have been the same without you. The old woman sighed. I've been a complete bitch, thinking only of myself. Ines pulled herself upright. I'm sorry, Pax. I have treated you poorly. I must tell you that it wasn't your grandmother that was the cause of Vindy's death, but me. I was the one who went after Jormungandr, and she saved me at great cost to herself. Thank you for telling me, said Pax. Ines stepped forward and cupped her face. I know you're trying with Callie. We have a few days on this pleasure barge. I'd be happy to work with you and Callie, if you'd like that. I would. Thank you, Great-Aunt Ines. Ines rolled her eyes. I could do without the great-aunt part. The old bitch will be title enough for me. When the Tundra Spear left for Svalbard, the hunters and Tyvegr, plus Freya, stood on the prow watching the lights of Alta fade behind them. The calmer fjord waters gave way to choppy open seas, while a winter storm, spun off from the unstable air in the Atlantic, draped the night sky in driving sleet. The Tundra Spear forged north. Chapter 23. The storm shifted east, sparing the town of Longyearbyen on the southern-western edge of Svalbard. The Tundra Spear arrived with 3 days left of the long night. There were only 2 snowcats for the entire group, but they managed to find a couple who would sell them a trailer they could pull behind one of the larger vehicles. Do you think we stand a chance? Asked Jan as they hiked on foot with their companions while the snowcat pulled the trailer up a steep slope. If we're weighing our chances by collective age, I think we'll win easily, said Pax, glancing back at the Septua and octogenarians walking beside the trailer. That's what I thought, said Jan. I'd really hoped I wouldn't die on my first hunt. Pax turned and grabbed his gloved hand. We're going to win. I know it seems hard, but nothing important is ever easy. How do you deal with the fear? I want it to go away. It doesn't go away. It will exist alongside your bravery. She furrowed her forehead. Oh. Huh? Nothing. Just thought of something that Baba was trying to teach me. On the final approach to the settlement, a heavy snow fell. Pax had expected a warning of lights reflected against the sky, but they crested yet another featureless hill to find a collection of buildings covered in fresh powder. They already left, said Pax with her hand to her forehead. I don't remember passing those train flats, said Jan. They could have moved it. Britta leaned on a walking stick. We should follow the trail. If we've lost the Jormungandr yet again. We should check the buildings and tunnel first, said Pax, thinking about the chance of an antidote. To make sure it's not still here. But we don't know how long they've been gone, said Britta, which makes following the trail more important. I agree with Britta, said Freya. The Jormungandr is our priority. But we could learn something in the buildings that will help us in the fight. Those flat cars were big, and there were a lot of them. The beast is mammoth. Tyvegar teeth aren't going to do it, said Pax. Britta leaned on her pole, staring at the tunnel in the hillside. What do you think, Ines? I think Pax's idea has merit. But not too long, said Ines, her face reflected eerily in their flashlights. We have a beast to kill. We'll send the majority of the crew down the rail path, while a small group can stay here and investigate. Pax, you can have no more than can fit in the other snowcat, said Britta. Freya and Ines. That'll make 5 with Iselv. Tunnel or buildings, asked Freya once they drove into the settlement. The dark hole in the side of the hill was imposing. Buildings first. Pax picked a big one at the center that had a lot of activity the last time they were here. The door was unlocked, though they had to move the drifting snow out of the way to get in. Lights don't work, said Ines, flicking the switch up and down. There's probably a generator somewhere, unless they took it with them, said Freya, clicking on her headlamp. I'll go take a look around. Callie, go with her. While her grandmother searched for the generator, Pax went into the building with Ines and Iselv. What are we looking for? Asked Ines as they went down a long hallway, peeking into rooms that had been offices. They'd all been cleared out. We'll know it when we see it. At the end of the hallway was a large laboratory with counters along the walls covered in equipment. Titration machines, DNA analyzers, centrifuges, and so on. Bulletin boards had flyers for a movie night, and a sign-up for a glacier hike 3 weeks prior. This is all very expensive, said Pax. Which means they'll be coming back for it. Ines poked a machine with a yellow radiation symbol. What were they doing with it? Inside a cabinet, Pax found a box with empty pill bottles with white labels and a blue pyramid. I recognize these. Pet Viper Guy had them. This must be a pill production facility. Giggle Juice, who knows what else, said Pax. Ines found a laminated sheet with a list of 20 formulas inside a drawer, but nothing explaining what each one was for. I don't think these are for general sale. But it's bigger than someone making drugs in their bathroom. Pyramid Health is a multi-billion-dollar company. Pax put the laminated sheet into her backpack. Let's check another building. On the way over, the area LED lights powered on, including the dim ones in the tunnel. Freya and Callie joined them as they entered a kitchen and common area. There were containers of food in the pantry. Stabere mackerels, loose cans of lapskaus, a larger box of Echo Smalahove. The next building made Pax stutter to a stop. The glass cases on the counters were the ones Jan had described to her, and the equipment along the walls was the kind that only a mage could use since they required phase to activate. The larger ones had holes in the front with places to put arms for manipulating samples, while the smaller boxes had rotating plates and small black capsules. These are for inducing mutations into creatures, said Pax, placing her hand on the large machine. Faster, more modern versions of what the wizards of old did to create creatures like the manticore or urbear. Back then, The modifications were purely experimental, jamming together different creatures in hopes of finding the beneficial combination. Completely illegal outside of the halls, and violates every international treaty on magic. Which explains why it's all the way out here where no one can look, said Ines. Freya placed her gloved hand on the glass cage. What's in here? A sucker mouth slapped against the glass, right where her glove was located. Freya jumped back. Callie surged to the cage, her hackles up. A cragworm, said Pax. That's what you brought into your house? A smaller one, said Pax. They're more docile when they're younger and if they've been fed. They're cuter when they're not trying to bite you. Freya chuckled. I'll have to take your word for it. I found notes. Ines shook the papers above her head. I don't understand half these technical words, but it looks like they've been experimenting on them. They gathered around the papers, reading over Ines' shoulder. TS-1288, deceased after rhomboid treatment. Alpha 3 blockers failed. TS-1201, survived avian 79 edition. Gray mucus formed. No detectable benefit. Cremated. TS-1108, BETA-11 combined with Felsid enchantment produced sizable growth but no external liquids. Sent to lab for analysis. CISA #AA101. TS-1376, 2 alpha. No blockers. From Lambda brood. Yellow-brown mucus with properties similar to GJ. No big alpha, but promising. Sent to lab for analysis. CISA #FF88 and CA number 191. There were around 30 sheets of small font readouts. They're experimenting on the cragworms to create new drugs, said Pax. This one talks about Big Alpha. That must be the original cragworm. As soon as she said it, they all looked at each other. Does that mean Jormungandr is a cragworm? Asked Freya. I think so, but they don't get that big. The one you two fought must have been modified a long time ago. Maybe they suppressed the growth inhibitors or something. That's why they kept moving it. Ines sunk onto a chair. Odin's hairy butthole. They've been innovating and turning themselves into a global company, while we've been sitting around drinking tea and talking about the glory days. We've been fighting the old version of the cult. It looks like they care more about profits than about AEPEP, said Pax. But they certainly care enough to make sure that the Descendants of Bastet can't interfere with them. They checked a few more buildings, finding more of the same, including old rabbit hutches stacked in a shed. Then they headed to the tunnel. Callie approached cautiously, sniffing and taking tentative steps. Bad smell, danger. They were wearing hazmat suits when they went in, said Pax. We should probably do the same. A building near the tunnel had rows of suits. It took a while to figure out how to properly wear them, and required taking off their outer gear. There were no Tyveger-sized suits, so Callie and Iself stayed outside to keep watch. The suits had short-range radios for communication. I feel like I'm heading into space, said Freya. Pax examined the walls, which looked melted away by acid. The center of the tunnel had rails installed fairly recently by the markings. They followed the tunnel for 100 meters before it opened up into an enormous cavern, which had the same melted stone exterior. The cave could fit half of downtown Alta inside it. Ines tapped on her breathing cartridge. I hope these are keeping whatever fumes are in here out. Near the back of the cavern, huge titanium chains were coiled against pitons drilled into the ground. The Jormungandr was here, said Freya. That much is for sure. It was kept here against its will, said Pax, putting her hand on a titanium chain, its links thicker than her thigh. It still has to die, said Ines, craning her neck at the ceiling far above them. Lights coming. Ines twitched at the same time Pax got the message from Callie. People are coming. We need to get out of here. Hurry, many lights. Chapter 24. The hazmat suits made running difficult. Pax felt like a giant marshmallow. By the time they reached the entrance, there was no time to retrieve their outer gear from the building. After stripping out of the bulky hazmat suits, they skirted the edge of the settlement along the cliff, staying in the shadows. A half-dozen snowcats drove down the hill, while 2 others stayed at the snowcat they'd rented in Longyearbyen, which was being crawled over by figures in cold-weather gear. By the time they climbed to the snowy ridge overlooking the settlement, everyone was shivering from the foresea temperatures. Crouched in the knee-high snow, they watched as men and women poured out of the vehicles. One of the snowcats headed down the tracks where the others had gone. "This is not good," said Pax, shivering as she held her arms around her chest. Teeth chattering, Freya said, "We're not going to survive out here long without our gear or the snowcat." "Come here," said Pax. "Give me your hands, I need bare skin to apply the enchantment." It took about half an hour for Pax to give everyone, including the 2 Tyveger, protection from the brutal elements. She'd never used that much phase in a short time, and had to rest between spells. A migraine was building in the back of her head, which she hoped wouldn't derail their escape. "I'll have to reapply after about 12 hours, but it'll keep us from freezing to death." "Your grandniece's experience in the halls is pretty useful, Ines?" "Shut up, Freya," said Ines with a half-smile. "Now what do we do? Try and steal one of the snowcats, or we go on foot after the others. They don't look happy that we've been poking through their stuff." "A lot of guns came out the moment they saw the lights in the buildings," said Freya. "I don't think they'll give us a chance to take one. Unless you learn some Loki-sized tricks at the halls." "On foot then. The snowcat tracks should make travel faster, but what are we doing about you, Baba?" Freya sighed heavily. "I'm the slowpoke. Callie Carey Bright Hag." Pax raised an eyebrow at her companion. "You sure?" "Callie Carey Bright Hag. Callie has volunteered to carry you," said Pax. "I promise I won't be much trouble, dear, I'm a bag of air," said Freya as she climbed on the snow-kissed fur of Callie. They circled wide around the settlement to reach the cat tracks, then started the long march to catch up, glancing back regularly to make sure no additional snowcats followed. Using her mage steel enhancement helped her stay moving at a good pace, but Pax knew there'd be a debt later. They ran for hours, taking short breaks to eat and drink the supplies they had in their personal packs. The snowfall slowed and the clouds looked like they were trying to break up, letting in glimpses of the northern lights. When the weather enchantments started to wear off, Pax tried to reapply them, but exhaustion had set in. "We've pushed you too hard," said Ines. "But if I don't cast them, we'll freeze to death out here." Freya patted her on the shoulder. "You sit here. Let your elders show you a thing or two about survival. I've been out longer with less clothing, and not a speck of magic to save me." While Pax watched, the 2 older women stamped out a shelter in a snowdrift beneath a small copse of pitch pines. Then they covered the space with branches they snapped off by hand. Everyone crawled into the makeshift abode, curling around each other, and the 2 Tyveger stayed at the entrance to block the wind. "Let's get some rest, then when we've recovered our strength, you can reapply those enchantments and we'll get back on the path." Pax barely nodded agreement before collapsing into much-needed sleep, with her arms around her grandmother, and Callie halfway in her lap. When she awoke later, she was surprisingly warm, snuggled in the snow cave. They'd slept for 3 hours. After eating and drinking, Pax reapplied the enchantments. Then they stuffed fresh snow into their water bottles, which sat against their bodies to melt. Freya produced 2 handfuls of lichen she'd scraped from beneath the frozen surface. They tasted like chalk, but helped ease her grumbly stomach. "Back to the hunt," said Ines excitedly as they stepped back onto the track. There was enough light, poking through the cloud layer, that they could follow the trail without using their headlamps. The 2 rails and passing of the other snowcats provided an easy path. "I hope the others are doing okay," said Pax a few hours into their pursuit. "Don't underestimate them. We might be old, but we've learned a few things over the years," said Freya from Callie's back. "If things get rough," said Pax, "let me take the lead. My body is hardened against impact." "It won't stop a bullet. So you're in the same boat as us, young lady," said Ines with a delightful cackle which prompted a similar response from Freya. "You 2 are insufferable," said Pax, grinning. Freya looked up from Callie's back. "It's good to be hunting again with you." Ines turned her head. It is. Been too long. When this is all over, we should do like we did in the old days. Did you hunt together a lot? Freya nodded. As soon as we were allowed. Allowed? You were sneaking out with Vindy the moment you two were bonded. I seem to recall Mother sending me after you when you didn't return one night, and I found you beneath a birch, sleeping like a baby curled around her, a dead rabbit not far from where you were, said Ines. Freya chuckled. I made my first fully bonded kill that day. My trainer explained that it was better than sex, but I think he'd been doing it wrong all those years. Baba. The two old ladies laughed, their eyes glinting. Ines said, You really wouldn't want to hear about the time we met those Finnish twins. No. White bear track. Everyone skidded to a stop. Polar bear ahead, said Ines, holding her arm out. No lights, or we might provoke it. It was about 50 feet from them, its huge paws crunching the snow as it meandered across the track. That's a big one, whispered Freya, who dropped off Callie's back to crouch at her side. The polar bear slumped into a sitting position and started cleaning its paws with its enormous mouth. Oh great, said Ines, we had to encounter the lazy one. Let's head up this hill and go around. Let me deal with him, said Pax, walking forward. The polar bear noticed her right away, giving a warning grunt. It wasn't as large as a full-grown boomer in Denier, but she knew from Baba's stories that they could close distances quickly and attacked to kill. The polar bear shifted onto its paws, stretching its mouth wide in a warning growl. Even without Callie's psychic ability, she could tell it was going to charge. Upsoka. The soothe mark hit the polar bear right between the eyes, which made it briefly cross-eyed before it sat back down like a circus bear. Now shoo, move on, said Pax, waving her arms. Go on, I don't want to have to stun you. Move on, please. The big white bear grunted but shifted to its feet and ambled off the rail and into the trees. Freya whistled softly when Pax returned. That would have been handy in my youth. They returned to the journey, but only made it another kilometer before the glow of snowcat lights slowed them. Creeping along the tree line, they made their way close enough to see that black-clad men and women carrying automatic rifles had their friends kneeling in the snow. There was no sign of the other Tyveger. A burst of static followed by a response in Russian left Pax with a pit in her stomach. What if her message to Oko had prompted their return to the settlement? My Russian is spotty, but the other snowcats are about an hour behind, said Ines. Sucks the tree line breaks away. There's no place to sneak up, said Pax. 2 rifles, said Ines. We'd never get close enough to deal with them. Pax glanced back down the tracks. I have an idea. I'll be back. With Callie at her side, she ran with haste back to the place the polar bear had wandered into the trees. Callie sensed it not far into the trees. This will be the dangerous part. Try to keep it from ripping my face off if I screw up my spell. She edged into the trees, taking off her gloves and shoving them in her pockets. The sound of her boots crunching the snow and her heart thudding in her ears from running was louder than any potential noises the polar bear might be making. Pax pulled back a pine branch to find the white bear sitting on its rear, chewing on a branch dotted with berries. Casting the spell with partially frozen fingers and one nearly dead pinky finger was like trying to knit with gloves on. The bear was upset with her, having surprised it, which made it more resistant to what she was about to do. She managed to slip inside the bear's skin before it charged, the sudden change in perspective disorienting. Warm. Hungry. Looking at herself through the bear's eyes, she saw the damage that the failed linkage between her and Callie had wrought. She pushed the bear up the slope, ambling through the trees, knocking the branches aside with an easy swipe of the hand. She could get used to having strength like this. Once the bear was on the tracks, she nudged it forward, then shifted her consciousness back to her own body long enough to fall onto Callie's back and link her arms. She wished she'd remembered to put her gloves on first, but she'd have to deal with the consequences later. Approaching the lights required taking firm control of the bear, who wanted to flee into the trees. Memories of gunshots were paired with the snowcats. She passed Freya and Ines' location. They watched from the edge of the trees in quiet amazement, and she hoped they wouldn't be too starstruck to act when the moment came, but she trusted their experience. Pax pushed the bear into a sprint towards the men and women with rifles. Rumbling noise erupted from her chest. She closed the distance to the first guard, her paw tossing him into the nearest snowcat, as if he were a cardboard box, and he crumpled upon impact. The bear's mouth found a shoulder, and Pax fled back into her own body. Ignoring the ache in her hands, Pax rose to her feet. Scorist. She sped into the midst of the battle as gunshots rang out, followed by screams. Lights spun. People screamed. Pax checked to see that the 4 guards were either dead or subdued by the teeth of Tyvegr before she hit the bear with a stun mark, which only dazed it. It shook its head, then trotted off into the darkness. Ines and Freya unbound their friends, while Pax checked the pulses of the 2 fallen guards. The one who'd hit the snowcat was unconscious but alive, while the woman who'd been bitten had already bled out, her eyes distant. Why do I feel no remorse for her? Is it because she had a choice not to be here? Or that I don't care about my own kind? Pax knew this death wouldn't affect her sleep, even though she'd been the one, using the weapon of the polar bear, to kill the woman. She no longer believed in the bad thing, but she couldn't ignore the fact that she'd been bitten by a crag worm, and while she wasn't the hateful malcontent that her parents had become, maybe the part of her that sympathized with her own race had been burned away. The other 2 guards were tied up. When the battle was over, the other hunters with Tyvegr came trotting down out of the trees. Britta put a hand on Pax's shoulder. That polar bear was you? It was, said Pax, squinting from the ache between her eyes. Handy trick to have in a fight. Pax watched 2 people carry the body into the snow. A marker was placed in the trees, so the body could be found later. She rubbed her dead pinky through the glove. Did you find anything in the buildings? Asked Bajarne when they gathered in a circle. Nothing that helps us today. The others can't be far behind, said Freya. We should get moving or we're going to get caught between 2 forces. Relieved to be in the cab of the snowcat, Pax placed her hands against the heat vents and groaned with pleasure as she closed her eyes and pushed away the nausea climbing up her throat. When we get back to Alta, I'm heading straight to the hot springs. Ines was in the rear seat with Iselv and Callie, while Freya was driving. Her elders kept glancing at each other in silent communication, until Pax finally said, What? Do I have a booger hanging off my nose? Ines raised an eyebrow. The polar bear. Yeah, I know. I killed that woman with no second thoughts but can't manage a single rabbit, said Pax. Not that but interesting, said Ines, a strange lightness in her eyes. I assume you were inside the bear since Callie carried your limp body back to us. It's like I step inside its skin. The shifters do it best and for longer, but I can manage it for a short time, assuming the creature isn't too intelligent or unwilling. Ines made a noise in her throat. You couldn't, for example, step inside of Callie because she is intelligent? Her companion set her muzzle on the back seat, eyebrows rising and falling. Pax reached over and rubbed her head. I wouldn't ever do that to her, said Pax. I'm not a fan of doing it, since it's almost always against their will. Today was an emergency. But it is possible. Assuming Callie was okay with it, but it's unnecessary, especially if I'm trying to improve our bond. Ines and Freya shared a second look, so Pax rubbed her nose. What am I missing? This spell. You might be able to shortcut the linkage problem. It's not a long-term solution, but it might help improve the connection, eliminate the draining problem, said Ines. Really? Would you be okay with that, Callie? Her companion licked her nose gently. Less than yes, greater than. This isn't a complete answer, said Ines. You still have to completely accept who Callie is. There can be no half measures. She's a killer, and so you too must be. You must hunt with her, and make a kill together to truly complete your bond. But I have made a kill with her. Begrudgingly. Ines looked down her wrinkled nose. You must accept the life you take into your own. The Tyvegr is a psychic creature. You will know when it happens. Callie's red-gold eyes glowed with intensity. Less than Pax hunt greater than. I'll try, dear one. Ladies, said Freya as she clicked off the lights and slowed the snowcat. The glow of civilization lit up the horizon. They stopped the vehicles below the ridge and climbed on foot. Beneath them was a small but probably deep bay, where a transport ship called the Velez was parked next to a long reinforced pier, along with a fancy yacht that looked larger than the tundra spear. To the right, a building with power lines emitted a curl of brown smoke. It wasn't the dozens of men and women, some armed with automatic rifles, that drew their attention, or the group of 5 massive cranes that looked out of place on a frozen island in the Arctic Circle, or even the brilliance of the northern lights finally peeking through the fading clouds. It was the Jormungandr. Chapter 25. The first impression Pax had was that someone had cored out a section of the mountain, segmented it at 5-meter intervals, and laid it across a dozen train cars. Massive chains were draped over its rocky back to hold it down, while a crew in hazmat suits climbed over the beast, attaching the cables from the cranes. The scale of the operation and subsequent cost made it abundantly clear how much the creature was worth to the Pyramid Health Group. I've seen those cranes in a big port in Seattle. I can't imagine the cost of creating this little bay just to move it. They must be making billions from it, said Pax. All the more reason to put an end to its existence, said Ines. What if we freed it, asked Pax. Cragworms can live on land and in salt water. If it was free, then they couldn't abuse it to make drugs and whatever else they're doing to it. After everything we've taught you, you want to free the Jormungandr? Asked Ines. It's not the Jormungandr. Not the serpent that eats the world. It's just a cragworm that they grew to a gargantuan size using alchemy and magic. They're keeping it chained, which means it's not helping them because it wants to, and based on what we learned we know it can't breed others like it, said Pax. What if we need the body for an antidote? Asked Freya. Those test files made it clear that the Jormungandr is a one-of-a-kind that they've been trying to duplicate. My son and daughter-in-law, your parents, don't they deserve a chance at being normal again? Baba, that's unfair, said Pax, frowning. But it's true. They could have backup materials. Britta leaned on her walking stick, gazing at the creature below them with her one good eye. We came to kill it. That's what we'll do. All well and good, Britta, but how? Asked Bajarne. We'd need a small nuclear device to kill that massive thing, and last I checked, the Alta-stricken group was out of those. Freeing it might be the best answer, or maybe the only answer, said Pax. They blasted those cliffs away to make room for the cranes, said Jan, gesturing below towards a collection of buildings in a cluster. They were between the cranes and the main track leading down to the bay. There's probably still explosives in that building on the left. I could see the warning signs on the side with my binoculars. A couple of charges at a segment might blow the Jormungandr in half. Jan made an apologetic face when Pax upturned her palms. Their nascent friendship wasn't as important as his standing in the group. She should have realized that going into this, but it still hurt. If there are enough explosives, we should damage the cranes too so they can't load up the big worm on the boat, in case it survives, said Pax. A tight-lipped Britta stared into the bay before slowly nodding. If there are enough, but first we have to get to the explosives and hope that there are enough to do the job. Both jobs. There's no way we're sneaking down there. Once we hit the lower road, the lights will give us away. We're going to need a distraction to pull away the people with guns. We have ropes to get down the cliff, said Ines. I can take a small crew that way, while the others provide a distraction. We'll get the explosives and blow their balls off before they know what happened. The old woman might have been wearing a hand-knitted sweater beneath her heavy winter gear, but her hardened gaze could have given a general pause. Britta stared into the bay. Agreed. Pick your team. The rest will be with me for the distraction. We'll make 'em think a Viking horde is coming down the mountain. Everyone gear up, she said. It took a single glance to know that the team would be Ines, Freya, and herself. If there was a calculation about familial survival, or to make sure that Pax kept to the original plan of destroying the Jormungandr, she didn't know because both Ines and Freya went to their big bags on the trailer, along with the rest of the group. Pax had a general idea of what was in the bags, weapons and armor for themselves and the Tyveger, but it was another thing seeing them don the gear, shedding warm clothing for boiled leather jerkins and light chain. The mix of modern underclothing and ancient weaponry, covered in faint runes, left Pax feeling like she was at a reenactment, rather than a real battle. She approached her grandmother, who was strapping an axe to her back, after flipping her gray braid to the front of her shoulder. Freya scanned her with one glance. "Grab your gear, and if you're already ready, collect the ropes. I have a hard time relating the Baba I see before me to the one that carved scrimshaw animals in the living room and made me chocolate chip cookies on Sundays," said Pax. Freya's gaze softened. "I lived a long life before you came along, which included some rough stuff." She inhaled deeply, then blew out a cloud of mist, her eyes glittering. "It feels good to be doing something again." When they'd gathered their gear, Britta approached them for one last discussion. "When you're in place, we'll create an awful racket, make 'em think we're hitting their generators, destroy 'em if we can, but I doubt we'll get that close. Get in, get those explosives, and let's put an end to this beast." "What will we do after?" said Pax. "How will we get away?" There were a lot of shared glances, until Britta sighed heavily. "The other group is about a half hour out. We'll be trapped between them. Our only hope is to escape into the mountains and rely on our survival knowledge. If not, then at least we did our job." Before they split up, Pax found Jan, who was pacing off by himself, Kjar sitting nearby. His blonde hair had come unbound, and was wispy around the crown of his head. "You okay?" she asked, putting a hand on his arm. "No," he said, breathing rapidly. "Everyone else has lived a long life, experiences, but I've barely been outside of Alta. If I die, I'll never get to find out. Part of me wishes I wouldn't have come. And the other part would have hated not being here," Pax said sympathetically. He squeezed his eyes shut, holding his axe with both hands, trying to control his shaking. "I know." His eyes flashed open. "How are you not freaking out?" "My stomach is a knot, and I'd throw up if I could. My only advice is that once the shooting starts, you'll be jacked up with so much adrenaline you won't have to worry about thinking or worrying, because every thought will be burned out of your head." Jan swallowed. That was supposed to be reassuring. She let a laugh slip out. "Sorry, I'm shit with people." "You're not as bad as you think. You let me come along on the scouting mission, and have been my friend, even though it didn't start out too good." Further conversation ended when Ines gestured for them to make their way into the woods along the ridge. "Good luck. Don't be a hero, you're providing a distraction, not storming the beach at Normandy." The anxious energy from the collective group melted away when they entered the trees. Pax used the earring that JY had given her to see, and before they went too far, she applied dark vision enchantments to Freya and Ines. The noises from the cranes below muted to soft thunks and faint beeps as they hiked through the thick snow. Pax had the coils of rope around her shoulder and chest like an ammo belt, and they kept getting caught on snowy branches which flung the wet stuff in her face. They made it to the cliffs behind the buildings, tied the ropes on sturdy trees, and waited for the distraction. "They had to go further around," said Ines. Freya tilted her head at the sky, which flashed with pale green lights. "Cloud layer breaking up. Might be just in time for our first glimpse of the sun." The reminder that the long dark was almost over left Pax in a cold sweat. This could be the end of her family line, and possibly the descendants of Bastet, if they didn't survive the day. "I see them on that ridge," said Ines, extending her arm. "They're almost in place. Get ready." Pax put her hands on either side of Callie's head. "I'm headed down this cliff, but you can't come. You and Iselv need to stay up top and keep an eye out for us. Send us a message if anyone is headed to these buildings." The short, crisp nod from her companion made Pax believe that if she could have saluted, she would have. "How long?" The staccato burst of gunfire echoed across the bay, followed by rising shouts. Pax couldn't believe her own eyes as she watched the others descending from the trees onto the generator building, wearing leathers and waving axes and swords above their heads. The few defenders on that side didn't know what to make of it either, fleeing upon recognition, one of them rolling down the snowy hill in escape after he fell. They watched until the men and women in the camp recognized the danger and gathered their numbers for a counter-assault. With the focus firmly on the other side of the bay, Ines hooked her harness to the rope. "Let's go." Ines expertly pushed off the edge, bouncing down the side of the cliff until she reached the bottom. Freya followed, but without the same energetic fever, as she didn't have a companion from which to borrow, leaving Pax last. She wasn't skilled with rappelling gear, but using her enhanced strength, brute forced it down to the ground. Ines led them to the furthest building to the right, which from their cliff-top vantage point looked the most like storage. It also had a side-facing door, which kept them from having to step into the open. Pax wanted to watch the battle, but Ines pushed her to the door when it didn't open. "Can you?" "My old bones probably couldn't take the kick." Pax put her shoulder down and rammed the door. Something snapped inside, but it didn't open. She rubbed her shoulder before hitting it again, falling inside the darkened space. It took a moment for her vision to adjust, revealing crates labeled as explosives. "This should be more than enough," said Ines, grabbing the nearest box and setting it on the floor. A rescued crowbar from a toolbox popped the lid. Neat rows of dynamite filled the interior. "There's enough here to destroy the cranes, and at least a couple of segments of the Jormungandr. Grab that cart, we can haul it down to the docks." The cart was half loaded when Pax realized she couldn't hear the battle on the other side of the bay. "People coming." Pax grabbed the crowbar and moved to the door. She wished Callie was with them, since she wasn't that great at fighting. The Magisteel enhancement would have to be enough. Pax gripped the metal bar with both hands, taking a big breath and listening for the crunch of snow outside the door. If they had guns, this would be a short fight. Her grandmother and great-aunt stopped loading the cart and faced the open door with apprehension. "How many?" "3 people, 1 metal bang stick." 3 people and 1 with a gun. If she was fast enough, she could reach the weapon before any damage could be done. She exhaled forcefully, psyching herself for the sprint. Scorist. A flood of adrenaline hit like adding rocket fuel to a dragster. She moved so fast her mind almost couldn't keep up. There were 3 shapes approaching. She searched for the long shape of a weapon. It was the only thing that could defeat her, as she could easily take the other 2 with her bare hands. The guy with the gun was to the side. Pax sped towards him as his weapon rotated forward. She smashed his hands with the crowbar, sending the rifle spinning away and the man to the ground clutching his arms to his chest. The taste of victory was brief. The sharp metallic scent of phase hit her nose like the stab of an icicle. Pax spun the crowbar towards the woman on the left, only to catch a blast of energy in the gut that threw her into the side of the building. Pax made it to her knees before a blanket of soothing blue light collapsed around her. The adrenaline, the fight, every reason she had to keep moving fell away until a gentle peacefulness had her curling onto the snow to sleep. Chapter 26. The migraine raging through her head could have felled a full-grown boomer. Bright flashes against the inside of her eyelids made escaping the agony impossible. They went on like a private fireworks display, until she had to swallow back bile, the act of controlling something, even her own digestive tract, enough to subside the pain. The room was essentially a featureless square, the only contents the 3 other figures sitting on the floor, hands and feet bound, except the last one, who was lying on his side. There was no light. She reached out to find Callie, but her companion was too distant or she was too exhausted to reach. "You awake, Pax?" asked her grandmother, lifting her head. There was blood on her wrinkled cheek. When Pax unclenched her jaw, a stab of migraine left her dizzy. "Barely." "What happened?" "I think there was another mage." "There was. 2, I think. The taller blonde. If I believed the myths, I would say she was a descendant of giants." She stormed off after dressing down the other mage in Russian. Ines lifted her head. Told him it was a piss-poor operation if a bunch of eco-terrorists could get this far, with mostly axes and a few pet wolves, and that she wasn't sure she wanted to continue to be a financial backer if they were going to be so negligent. That last word was in English. Ha! I'd be mad if I wasn't so insulted. Eco-terrorists. They're the terrorists. Britta, is that you? You can see in this? Her face was a bloody mess. It looked like she'd taken multiple blows with a heavy object. Where's everyone else? She asked, and a stillness followed the question. Some are in another building. Britta paused. Some are no longer with us. Bajarne caught a bullet to the chest. Damn enchanted leathers did nothing for him. I'd go back and demand a refund from the witch who did them, but she's been dead for 20 years. A sob slipped out, followed by a gallows laugh. I think Jan got hit too, right when the shooting started. He went over the ridge. Probably for the best that he was out early. Poor kid never had a chance to see the world, and whatever they're going to do to us would have been a terrible end. A twinge jerked Pax's head to the side. He was older than her by 7 years, yet it felt like losing a younger brother. He'd been so raw, naive. Do I get points for caring about his death? The grim self-recrimination made her feel worse, as if that were possible. He'd lost his life, and her first thought was to wonder if maybe her sadness meant she wasn't a complete sociopath. The crunch of footsteps, followed by artificial light streaming in through the opening, had them squinting. 2 large men grabbed Pax by the shoulders and lifted her easily. Her hands were bound and wrapped, with each individual finger held by plastic rings. Any attempts at magic will not end pretty for you, young lady, said a man in the doorway. I have a sniper with a bead on you from that tower. His accent wasn't Russian, but it was close. He clearly had spent time in multiple countries, speaking their languages. The cold wind hit hard, blowing her hair around her face. Her enchantments had worn off. Snow kicked up at gusts. A familiar nimbus of light turned the mountains to glowing peaks, but unlike the last 6 weeks, a true but brief dawn would regale the horizon. And if Britta's prophecy was right, it would signal the end of the Descendants. You've created quite a stir today, said the man as he took the seat across from her in his office. The 2 big men stood outside the glass windows. She was aware that a window on the side of the office had a good view of the tower with the sniper. You've created a monster out of a simple crag worm, said Pax. The man across from her wore the pleasant smile of a concentration camp doctor. He was trying to put her at ease while his eyes had already cut her heart out, splayed her liver like a fillet, and dumped the slop of her intestines into a bucket for later analysis. She'd rather face 1,000 dragon salamanders or an army of eaters than the man across the desk. He was bland, with unremarkable features and a pallor bordering on sickly, yet she was afraid to look away to show fear. You know your physiology. He raised an eyebrow. You're a hall-trained mage, animalians I assume based on that pathetic mark. But what I find remarkable are the 2 plates of magasteel bonded to your shoulder blades. That is astounding and begs many questions. What hall were you? He waved a hand dismissively. My history is unnecessary here. What I want to know is why you were here, and are there any others? Why we're here should be obvious. She nodded in the direction of the bay, even though she couldn't see it from her vantage, nor did she want to break eye contact. You're abusing that poor beast. Abusing? It wasn't what I was expecting you to say. Either you're not a true believer, or you're the most fanatical of the bunch. I heard the other group, the geriatric Vikings, yelling something about the Jormungandr. Do they really believe it's the worm that eats the world? It's an abomination, said Pax. Not only the exploitation of the crag worm, but the drugs and other things you're making with its secretions. He tapped his chin. Fanatic then. You're the fanatic. Worshipping a flying snake. Creating chaos and destruction in its name. The mage's head snapped back in genuine laughter. He pulled out a handkerchief and dabbed the wetness at his eyes. Worship a flying snake. Ah yes, the cult of Aepep. Yes, it is true that my predecessors had a particular fondness for the regalia and mission, but I worship a different god, the one that adds zeros to my bank account. You call me a fanatic, but what I do is applauded on Wall Street. The smile he offered was unrepentant and gleeful. Do you know what we call that giant biohazard being loaded onto a ship? The money worm. My only failing is that I have not been able to replicate my work. Sure, there have been some bright spots, but it's that beauty out there that has given so much. Do you know how many drugs, good drugs that eat cancers and cure diseases, have been born from your Jormungandr? Not as many as the date rape drugs and other things your so-called medical company has made. I saw the lists. You'll exploit anything as long as you make money off it, she spat. The dark-haired mage tilted his head. You have me there. Not only that, but you've been poisoning my family with mutated rabbits and who knows what else, to destroy them. The surprise that smoothed away his features was earned. He stared back as he considered what she had revealed, while she wondered if it had been wise. Very clever that you figured that out, he said. Truthfully, I'd forgotten about your Bastet cult. That was one of the things that was holding us back. Too much focus on an ancient animosity, based on a so-called god that no one had seen in a couple of thousand years. But, since your family wasn't going to give up nicely, I took it upon myself to eliminate them from the equation humanely. No gross battles with axes and teeth. No guns blazing in ambush. Just a simple tweak that let the air out of the proverbial balloon, a slow, sure leak that no one noticed until it was too late. Unfortunately, you made the mistake of coming here, and now I will be forced to end things not so quietly. It was Pax's turn to be surprised. She'd assumed that he knew about Aepep's escape, or at least cared about the flying serpent. But he didn't care at all. This was his business, a highly illegal and highly profitable one. The mage squinted and tapped his finger on the desk. You're the one from Portland, aren't you? Ah, yes, I see that I'm correct. We gave you a baby crag worm, one with extra modifications. Honestly, it was one of the last times I thought about your little cult. Speaking of monsters, let's talk about your Calidus. Frightening beasts, and yet you pair with them as if they were pet dogs. When I heard that there'd been a new birth, a miracle truly to get through all the things we'd done to them, I had to make sure that wasn't the sign of a rebirth. The crag worm was a nice touch to remove you from the equation, though it appears that I wasn't as clever as I thought, since here you are. You ruined my parents, my childhood, everything about my life. He clucked his tongue. Strange how it didn't affect you in the way that I planned. I'm sure it changed something, as once I verify my arcane mutations I know they work. But in your case, it didn't give me the desired result. You're an experiment gone wrong. The quirks of nature, I guess. After I rip those magasteel bars from your back, I'll cut some pieces off you to analyze later. I'm sure your genetics are a wonder. He snapped his fingers and called to his guards, who leaned in for orders. If any of their beasts are sighted, make sure you shoot them right away and bring me the body. I think we could learn a thing or two from them. The world collapsed around Pax. She stared at her boots, no longer capable of meeting his gaze. The triumph in his expression, that he'd finally cowed her, was nothing short of apocalyptic. What will you do with the others? She asked quietly, even though she probably didn't want to know. Feed them to the Jormungandr. I know it's petty, but it's also quite poetic given the place that mythical beast holds in their minds. Don't worry, I won't make you watch. That would be horrific. I'll be packing you up and taking you to a proper laboratory. I'm especially curious about the phase burn on your left hand. It would appear that even if I were to leave you to your own devices, you'd be perishing soon enough. The guards dragged her from the room, not because she struggled, but because she was limp. If she hadn't gotten involved, her family would live past the long night. Her only solace was that Callie hadn't been captured or killed. As they took her back to the holding room, a gunshot echoed across the bay, followed by a whoop from the sniper in the tower. Chapter 27. Pax? Pax? Are you okay? What did they do to you? Baba had been asking questions since she'd been thrown back in the building, but Pax didn't want to answer. Nothing she had to say was good, and the only thing keeping her from curling up in a ball besides the restraints was that she'd sensed Callie was still alive. He didn't even care about us. We were a minor problem that he'd forgotten about, she said eventually. Nobody had to die today. It's all my fault. Fault? Young lady, we've been risking our lives for longer than you've been alive. This isn't your fault. The fault is ours for not finishing the job, said Ines. Besides, we still have a chance as long as Callie and Iselv and Elv are alive. The non-mention of Kjar and Bajarne's Tyveger was a stab to her chest. If they try to come into the camp, the sniper they set up will shoot them. I heard him give the order. They made a mistake by putting the three of us in here, said Britta. We can coordinate them, free us. Didn't you hear what I said? They'll shoot them. If I'm going to die, at least I'll be happy knowing that Callie lives on. The three of them can be a family. I thought you wanted to put a stop to them exploiting the Jormungandr? If we get free we have a chance, said Freya. I do, but not if Callie dies. She would die for you, I know that much, said Freya. And I'm sure she'd hate herself knowing she didn't even try, just like you would if the tables were turned. What could we even do? 3 Tyveger against an entire camp? They couldn't even break down the door if they wanted to. I wish there was a better answer, said Pax. There is, said Freya. She shared glances with Ines and Britta, who nodded back. The bond between Hunter and Tyveger is powerful. If you can complete the link, accept Callie for who she is, she could borrow from your strength to knock down that door. Why not Elv or Iselv? Neither of them are big enough, and Elv was wounded during the battle. It has to be you and Callie. I can try. Ines leaned forward as far as the bonds would allow her, as if being a few inches closer would make her message more impactful. Trying or half measures won't work here. Nor will telling yourself that you just need to accept her long enough to save us and yourself. You must reach out to Callie, be with her, hunt with her, accept her. Completely. Forever. She sighed as if she couldn't believe she was about to say something. You and Callie are both special. She was the first birth we'd had in decades. The biggest, most alert pup ever recorded. At 3 days old, insects would climb into her bed to be eaten. We never had to worry about what she wanted, because she could emotionally project by the second week. That usually doesn't happen until the second year. And you, Pax, the only reason I approved my sister's request to pair you with Callie was how animals responded to you, even dangerous mad critters. Even now I can see that you were meant for each other. It felt like you were the second coming of Freya. If you can truly bond with Callie, you'll be the most powerful pairing ever, and if not, then we're all gonna die. Odin's beard, Ines, you really know how to give someone a complex, said Freya with a half laugh. Pax dear, do what you must. I trust you. You've always done the right thing. Pax met their gazes one by one before closing her eyes. She didn't try reaching out to Callie right away, instead focusing on the muscles in her body, achy and sore from the battle, letting the tension fade away until she could see the link between them with her mind's eye, follow it back until she found her companion, crouched beneath the snowy pines, breath as mist, 2 other Tyveger with her. Elv. Iselv. The mental greeting was subdued. Callie knew the chances of survival. The request for a hunt had her companion shoving her nose in the snow and flinging the white stuff with a snort. Hunt now? Yes, now. Pax trapped. But if we hunt, maybe you can help free me. The taste of spicy pickles hit her throat, followed by warm apple pie. That Callie had reverted to her former method of communication was proof of her confusion, but she did as Axe, rising from the tramped-down snow. The 2 others followed, but she pushed them back with her head, and they lay back in their makeshift nest watching silently. Callie padded into the trees as Pax settled into her companion's skin. This was the part she'd learned well. The world of smells and psychic signatures bloomed into existence, the dim light of sight becoming a faint etching upon which the other senses were painted. Bright clouds of scent hovered between the trees, surrounding them like a shroud, while sparks danced. A bright glittering spark rose from the pines in a flurry of wings, heading away from the presence of the predator. A thin green-white line snaked through the snow, under the snow, a burrow between the tasty roots of the pines. Callie padded softly, dispersing her weight as not to collapse the hole, following it until a shimmering spark painted itself on a mound of snow. Back in her body, a knot formed in her throat. The expectation of gagging. This was the part of the hunt that she'd always failed. The moment the trap was sprung and Callie fell upon the rabbit with sharp teeth, breaking its spine and spilling blood onto her muzzle. The hot coppery flood would make her flee back into her own body. At first, Pax tried to think about the stakes. The lives of her grandmother, great-aunt, the rest of the witches of Bastet, but Ines said that wouldn't be enough. She couldn't reason her way out of it. The hunt, the killing, the blood and sacrifice, it had to be accepted for what it was, not as a means to an end. Pax focused on Callie, the way her mouth was parted slightly in expectation, the pooling of saliva, the tensing of her shoulders in preparation for the leap, the empty ache of a belly desiring food. But her companion was only part of the equation. While keeping her mind in Callie, Pax reached out to the rabbit quivering in its snowy cave, knowing the end was near. If there was a circle of life, and killing was required to meet it, Pax couldn't reason that either. The existence of life was raw, unrepenting. Like phase, it took many forms and could be abused, reshaped into things both malignant and frightening. Humans had proved that an evolutionary advantage meant mass extinction for the rest of the creatures that lived in the nomenclature. Add to that the ability to shape genetics with science and magic, warping and conjoining creatures to become things that they were not. Callie and Pax with her, crouched in the snow waiting for the trigger, the release of tension to spring forward and begin the hunt. But Pax could not grant it, no matter how much their small victory would matter. I can't become what they want, even if it means I lose everyone and everything that matters to me, including my life. What a small sacrifice the rabbit would make, but it had done nothing to deserve its fate other than make a burrow too close to the bay. The thread between them slipped, and Pax felt herself sliding back into her body, but she forced herself to remain in Callie. A stab of migraine pierced her thoughts like a spear through a trout, then she was back. The warmer air was a balm to her lungs. "You're back," said Freya, and the tone of finality made Pax check the room to find that Britta was gone. "It's okay, I understand." Ines stared with bloodshot eyes ringed with raw pain. She struggled against her bonds, even though it was hurting her. "No. It's not okay. We fight. We kill. Tear the flesh with our teeth and hands. We are hunters and our enemy is right outside these walls. They're taking Britta to the Jormungandr, where she will be fed to it whole. Is that what you want? Please. I'm an old woman. I've lived my life, but fight for yourself, fight for your Baba, fight for Britta who has life yet to live, fight for Callie who might die without you." The weight of the words made the room thick, and she couldn't ignore the soft sunlight peeking through the gaps in the door and the frame. The long night was over. When the worm escapes the long night, the children of Freya will be no more. She'd failed. The others didn't know the significance of the light, but they followed her eyes as if they understood the importance. The gargantuan crag worm would leave on the transport to be exploited by the Pyramid Health Corporation. She'd failed that, so the only thing left to do was to save her family. Couldn't I do at least that? It was chilly, but Pax's forehead was beaded with sweat and the migraine was still there right behind her eyes, prickling like a cactus. She let her eyes close, more in relief than resolve. How can I experience the taking of the rabbit's life, if it goes against the core of my being? It was one thing to allow Callie to kill. Pax understood the world as it was, not as she wanted it to be. But yet, the taking of that sacrificial life, not just that it happened, but to revel in it, to let the thin bubble of life explode in her spiritual mouth. How could that create anything but revulsion? Pax returned to Callie, not because she wanted to try again, she knew that way was failure, but for companionship, to know at least on the narrow path to the end that she would not be alone. A high scream ripped through the valley, reaching both sets of ears, so Pax heard it in stereo. Someone had been fed to the beast on the boat. It had been a man's scream, so not Britta, but one of the others. "We're both chimeratic creatures, you and I, Callie, but it seems our arcane mutations were never meant to work with each other." The comment to her companion had been offhand, a gallows quip, but the sharp edge of truth caught her mind, left her gasping though she couldn't figure why. The unknown mage's modified crag worm had changed her parents, brought out the worst in them, yet it had done nothing to her that she was aware. She'd always been a home for animals, supernatural or otherwise, that needed care, and it was this proclivity that made it easy to slip the Jormungandr's spawn into her waiting arms. But why did it fail? They were both modified. She doubly so, once as the accident of birth, the second by the unknown mage's crag worm. Or maybe the second one hadn't been able to at all. There. A crack between the boards, letting the tiniest light slip through. The descendants of Bastet had been tinkering with their genetics over the centuries, some through random chance, but mostly by making pairings from candidates who were likely to have success. Her affinity to animals had made even Ines believe that it could work, despite being halfway across the world, and her grandmother had called her the best candidate possibly ever. What if they misunderstood the purpose of the pairing? Or what if it wasn't she that was to conform to Callie, but the other way around? The reason that the unknown mage's attempted modification didn't work was because she was stronger than his modifications, the genetic selection over the centuries making her the ideal candidate. The sudden clarity broke the crust from her mind, leaving her sucking in the cold air in Callie's muzzle. Dearest Callie, love of my life and constant companion, I cannot kill that rabbit with you. It would hurt me in ways that I think you understand, possibly break who I am irrevocably. But if we're to pair and pair we must to survive, it is you that must change. The kaleidoscope of emotions that erupted from her companion made Pax a little dizzy, but slowly they coalesced into two basic forms, tension and listening. Callie hadn't said no. Yet. Both you and I have been modified over time to be the best versions of ourselves. We are meant to be bonded. But I know now that you must give up the hunt. Humans have evolved. We can farm or create food in more humane ways. Even I have been weak in this area, allowing myself to partake of others' killings when I had alternatives that could have saved lives. You and I must vow to no longer kill unless in self-defense or in defense of others, to protect those who cannot protect themselves, and to end the exploitation of these creatures who cannot do it themselves. That is what we were meant to be. I know this will be difficult and we will be tested, but we must find our resolve. In this we can be truly bonded, now and forever. Pax opened herself to Callie. Opened herself in ways that she never had before. Arms wide, barriers down, the raw self exposed. There was a brief moment when she thought Callie would walk away, and Pax would have understood. It was a lot to ask. They both instinctively knew this would change them in ways no one understood. Not the unknown mage, not the descendants of Bastet, not even themselves. On one side was the quivering rabbit. A tiny spark waiting to be consumed. A life taken in the pursuit of survival, then escape, and a new life on the glaciers of Svalbard. On the other was a narrow path cresting treacherous unknown mountains, where every step could be their last. This kind of bond could be unstable, fatal, a mistake. No one knew because it had never been done. They could be the pinnacle of genetic tinkering, or they could be a colossal failure. Callie leapt. It was glorious. Chapter 28. Nothing in Pax's life had prepared her for the moment of melding. There had been no obvious trigger point, like the death of a rabbit. For her and Callie it had been a choice rather than an action, but the effect was the same, but multiplied. Where the bonding between Hunter and Tyvegger added their abilities together, making them both stronger, what she had done. She was no hunter, and maybe Callie wasn't even a Tyvegger anymore, but she had no name for them other than Pax, and Callie was a multiplication. The calcified link between them shattered upon the connection. It wasn't that the path had suddenly changed to one easily traversable by either of them, but the path simply ceased to exist. They were one and the same, separated only by distance, but some sort of magical quantum calculation kept them acting as if they occupied the same space. Before, Pax could feel Callie's breathing as a second-hand action, but now she sensed the connection down to the unconsciousness of the cycling of air. Had this happened in the safety of their home, or back in Animalians, Pax would have reveled in the experience, poked and prodded with mental fingers to understand the length and breadth of their connection, experimented with the possibilities of their abilities. But they had neither time or safety. The great worm was on the ship, and her friends and family were being fed to it. There was no need to say the words. Callie understood her intention, but the bond was new and overwhelming, so voicing her thoughts was part of that. You need to free me. You should be strong enough to knock down the door. Send Elv and Iself to distract the sniper. Callie left the safety of the pines, instructing the two Tyveger on their task. Pax sensed their reaction, not only surprise but complete obedience. Even they, and specifically Iself, who was Callie's mother, sensed the significance of the change. It was like being in two places at once. Callie came around the cliff, squeezing through a gap in the fence that had been pushed aside by drifting snow. A gunshot made Pax flinch, but the bullet aimed at Elv on the tree line had gone wide. Callie made it to the door. She pressed her forehead against the steel. It didn't budge. Her companion paced before the barrier, before hurling herself at it awkwardly. She let out a yelp of pain, as she didn't have the hardened bones that Pax had. The door frame shifted but the lock held. Callie hit again. The third time snapped the bolt, and washed out sunlight flooded in. Pax opened her eyes, expecting exclamations and excitement but finding emptiness. Her grandmother and great-aunt had been taken from the room while she was melding with Callie. While her companion gnawed the bindings from her hands, Pax squinted at the second-hand sunlight reflecting off the snow into the small room. Freed, she massaged the circulation back into her hands. Kneeling down and physically connecting with Callie, forehead to forehead or in a full-body embrace, was unnecessary because of their connection, yet the urge was still there. Come on, said Pax. We have to save them. One step past the edge of the building, received a sniper shot that hit near her boot. Pax threw herself back before the sniper could retarget. Peeking from the opposite side revealed the depth of her problem. The tower was at the center of the camp, and the sniper had an unobstructed view of the whole area, including the path that led down to the docks. She could only see the back end of the transport ship, but it was enough to know the enormous rocky worm had been fully loaded, the 5 cranes hanging stiffly in the sky. We have to deal with this sniper before we can get down to the ship, said Pax. The resulting thought exercise made her dizzy, as both minds worked through the possibilities in concert. Getting to the tower, even if they went for it at a full sprint, would expose them to at least 3 shots, more if they took a circuitous route. They settled on the riskiest strategy, when a high-pitched scream erupted from the ship. It lasted for 2 seconds before abruptly ending. Time was short. Callie darted out first. The sniper barely missed her companion, who had expected the shot, and acted accordingly. While the sniper reloaded, Pax made a straight run towards the tower. She had no need to watch the sniper as she sensed his intentions through Callie's psychic link. The moment Pax felt his excitement, she threw herself to the side, the bullet grazing her jacket, letting out a puff of stuffing behind her. The last bullet came faster than expected. He reloaded in one smooth motion, aiming down the tower at her reckless forward sprint. At the moment his finger squeezed the trigger, she said "Scorist" and sped to the base as snowy rocks exploded behind her. Beneath him in the tower she had the advantage, at least until she neared the observation deck. She ran up the steps, taking them 3 at a time, a combination of her connection with Callie and the mage steel enhancement. Using Callie's vision, Pax knew the sniper had switched to a handgun and was standing near the last ladder, ready to put a bullet in her head. When she hit the last level, Pax stepped onto the railing and leapt. She caught the observation floor with both hands and pulled herself up. The sniper half turned his head the moment she came around the corner. A single awkward punch knocked him clean out, and he started to tumble down the stairs, but she grabbed his limp body and dragged it back into the room at the center. There was no time to tie him up, so she took his ammunition, bent the barrel of the rifle, and threw the handgun across the camp into the trees. Pax allowed herself a single glance at the sun, hovering on over the edge of the snow-capped hills, its weak light barely warming her face but somehow providing hope. Her descent through the tower was filled with harrowing drops that she absorbed with her hardened body. They ran down the gravel road to the docks, relying on Callie's psychic radar to detect danger, and stopped at a supply building when they saw 2 men in hazmat suits on the ship, guarding the platform that led up to the main level. The narrow plank, provided a choke point that was currently unsurmountable. Pax halfway wished she'd kept the handgun, but the idea of killing people in cold blood from a distance made her stomach churn. Callie spied a chain that held the transport ship in the bay at the back of the dock. There were enough buildings and equipment to provide cover until they reached it. Callie sensed others coming down from the main camp, summoned by the gunshots and ship's departure nearing. There were too many of them to determine which were closest and more dangerous, as her newness to the connection and Callie's ability didn't provide perfect clarity. Pax went first, stepping onto chain links as thick as her thigh, which led from the anvil-sized cleat to the deck of the transport ship. She was halfway up when a man stepped out of the building at the end of the dock. Callie had missed him somehow, and now she was exposed, 20 feet up on the chain, nowhere but into the water to go. "Hey!" The man lifted a gun. Pax glanced to the ship, which was too high to reach before he could squeeze the trigger. It was going to be the water, but she hesitated. Even her weather enchantment wouldn't help with near-instant hypothermia. The moment she leaned forward, the man with the gun crumpled, a steel bar colliding with his head. The knowledge of who was around the corner came into her mind the moment before she saw Jan. He'd lost his hood, and his blonde hair was matted with blood. Grimacing and limping, he and Kiar made themselves visible and gave her a thumbs up. His head was tilted as if he were seeing her for the first time. There was no time to revel in the idea that he'd survived, or discuss how it had happened. It was enough that it had. Noxious fumes hit, as Pax scrambled up the final links and pulled herself onto the deck. The cradle that held the gargantuan cragworm was 30 feet away, and the steel curves hid part of the rocky exterior of the beast. But even at this distance and with a stiff cross breeze, her eyes stung as if she'd been sprayed with tear gas. "Stay below." Callie had already returned to the safety of the dock before she'd vocalized her intention. She was going to have to get used to that instant communication. The Velez was larger than expected now that she was on it. Longer than a couple of football fields. She'd seen them before in Seattle, packed with shipping containers, but this one was housing a single cragworm nearly 200 feet in length. Pax crept along the curve towards the men in hazmat suits, not only to stay hidden, but because it was the furthest point from the awful gases emanating from the beast. Even at this distance, the noxious air burned her nose, eyes, lips, and lungs. A little cut in her fingernail burned, as if she dipped it in salt. If she could disable the two, then she'd have 2 hazmat suits to protect herself. The 2 guards were focused on the dock, which made it easier to reach them than the sniper. She waited until the last moment, then had Callie distract them before she surged forward. The first guard's surprise was warped by his plastic see-through helmet. She punched him, missing his jaw because of the bulky suit and her inexperience with hand-to-hand combat, and hit him in the shoulder, which tipped him into his buddy. A gun appeared out of nowhere. Using her supernaturally aided strength, she shoved the first guard into the second. Too hard. The angle threw them both backwards over the railing, flailing in their suits until they hit the icy waters below. Jan and the 2 Thai Vegger were below at the ramp. The blonde Norwegian found a long pole and attempted to rescue the men in the water, but the bulky suits took on water quickly, and they sunk beneath the surface. "Don't come up," she told them from the top of the ramp. "I can barely stand it. Have you seen other hazmat suits?" He shook his head. Clearly he was more injured than he wanted to let on, as he held his arm to his side. Back up the ridge, the lights of a new snowcat approached the camp, which likely meant there were more behind. A strange but familiar feeling hit her, as she watched the lights bounce across the uneven path. What? There wasn't time for speculation or mysteries. "I'm headed to the front. Try to keep anyone from coming up this way. Good luck." The pain in his eyes was amplified by her connection with Callie. Her companion could sense emotion, but now their linkage made them both into a satellite dish. She would have to learn to control those inputs, but for now she was forced to take the full blast of his agony, a mix of grief and physical discomfort. Callie bounded up the ramp, joining her on the ship. Pax forged ahead with her companion at her side, the poisonous gases assaulting them at every step. On the ridge, the sun dipped below the horizon. Night returned. Snaking green lines returned to the sky, as the Earth's magnetosphere woke with cosmic energy. Chapter 29. The bulkhead hid their approach, but it could not hide the pain rolling off her friends and family at the head of the Jormungandr. Bjorn, one of the oldest members of their group whom she'd played dominoes with on a half-dozen occasions, had just gone into the beast, his war cry silenced by the snapping shut of enormous jaws. There were 20 or so hazmat suits forming a semicircle around the beast's mouth. The prisoners were being kept in a room near the officers' quarters, and being led out to their death one at a time. Her heart leapt into her throat the moment she saw her grandmother stumble out of the hatch, into the frigid, poisonous air. Freya? She had a strong urge to rush into their midst, somehow take on that many people and drag Baba to safety, but in this Callie's temperance held. There was a second problem, the unknown mage. Unlike the others, he wasn't wearing a hazmat suit, nor the heavy winter clothing. The light blue suit with no tie would have been more appropriate at a board meeting than at a human sacrifice. The other woman, the statuesque blonde, was nowhere to be found, but there'd been a yacht in the harbor that was no longer there. Probably she'd left after admonishing the unknown mage. Pax needed a distraction. Using the smaller crates and materials loaded onto the deck, she crept to the stainless steel cradles. Titanium chains held the Jormungandr to the curve. If she could free it, or at least cause chaos, she might be able to reach her family. The rivet that held the chain to the deck was as wide as a softball. Pax put her hands on either side and yanked. After straining for a few seconds, she relaxed, the chain anchor firmly stuck. A wave of fear hit Pax from the front of the boat. She didn't need to look to know that they were readying her grandmother to go into the Jormungandr's mouth. Going on a gut feeling that it would work, she used Callie as a transfer node to send a message to her grandmother. "Delay them. I'm trying to save you." "Pax?" came back the astonished reply. "Just do it." Pax placed her hands around the rivet head, as the fumes from the beast left her eyes watering and breathing painful. This time she drew strength from her bond with Callie as she strained backwards, the head squealing as the titanium slipped out of the steel. "Pax? It's not working." Her grandmother's anguished cry spurred Callie into action. The Tyvegger sprinted up the ramp and towards the front of the ship. Pax wasn't sure who'd made the decision. Her thoughts existed in constant echo, mirrors reflecting back at each other. The mad sprint toward the front was met with gunshots when her companion appeared. "Kill that damn thing," said the unknown mage. "The others could be near." The guards shoved her grandmother back into the building. Yellow hazmat suits spread out, hunting Callie, who'd taken to hiding in the scattered crates and shipping containers on the deck. Pax continued straining on the rivet, hoping they wouldn't notice her further down the worm's body. The rivet slipped free, nearly toppling her. She set it down and ran to the next link further back. More gunshots followed. Pax was in two places at once, yanking on the rivet and playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek. The Seekers were at a disadvantage, as Callie's psychic radar made surprising her impossible. But their numbers slowly removed her companion's options, and Callie got caught between two groups. Pax made a speed mark instinctively. She didn't know if it would work, but it wasn't a decision, rather a reaction to the danger. The curl of fingers and scorist sent Callie forward in a blur of red-brown fur as guns fired too slow, ripping up the deck behind her. The second rivet came out easier than the first, even if she could barely see with the rivers running from her eyes. Her nose was filled with snot, trying to repel the poisonous gases from the worm. Pax had a third rivet free before the unknown mage noticed her. Through Callie's link, she felt his animosity and disappointment that a thread that had gotten loose, and he now personally had to deal with it. The unknown mage pulled a plastic bottle from an inner pocket and squeezed it into his mouth. Instantaneously, he vibrated with energy, as if he could move at the speed of light. An alchemist mage. She should have known, given his business. Pax backed up, keeping the line of chains between her and the mage. Animals she knew. Humans she'd learned to deal with. But a fellow mage, and one from a main hall, the possibilities were endless. If it were her and Callie against him, She thought they could confound and confuse him, but his people were hunting her, leaving them to an outmatched duel. A jet of flame flew from the mage's fingers, flying 100 feet in the blink of an eye, splashing against the chains as Pax threw herself to the side. The 5 elements were the most basic of spellcasting, but effective due to the speed of their use. Pax would have returned fire if she'd thought she could produce more than sparks. The second volley was expected, using the psychic radar to guess at intention. Pax used a speed mark to reach the next rivet and yanked it free in one smooth motion. It was frighteningly easy, and she kept expecting her usual migraine to hit like a sudden storm, but her mind was as free and clear as if she'd done nothing at all. Pax wiped away the tears from the gas, wishing she knew the spell the mage had cast so she could protect herself from it. There was no time to pull a fifth, as the mage stalked after her, surging forward in supernatural sprints, forcing her to react in kind. "I don't know how you're doing it, but you're not going to survive against me," called the mage. "I've spent nearly a century protecting myself, honing enchantments and potions, making myself as invulnerable as I could. I've discovered secrets that even the most powerful patrons have yet to divine. If you give up now, I promise to stop feeding your family to the worm. I'd rather not destroy your beautiful genetics, but will if I must. Or if you continue this stupid game, I'll throw the whole lot of them into the beast's mouth, and there'll be nothing you can do to stop me." Pax grabbed a rivet, hoping to yank it free, but he lobbed flame at her, forcing her to retreat. She knew she couldn't keep up her escape forever. The poison was getting to her. It was becoming harder and harder to keep her eyes open, as they'd grown puffy. Her lips were cracked and the tender flesh inside her nose was on fire. The noxious air had reached even the sensitive flesh beneath her clothes, making her feel like she'd eaten a bucket of ghost peppers the day before. Callie was running out of room too. They were herding her towards a pinch point, and Pax was too busy fleeing the mage to help her companion. When the mage suddenly closed the distance, Pax hit him with a slam mark, which dislocated the greenish air and made it form into a cloud, but he charged through, barely affected by her magic. "See? The skills of your hall mean nothing against me." He threw more flame, which she fled, moving further back. They were at the middle point of the worm. "Don't the lives of your family mean something to you? Surely you understand that." The failure of her stun mark left Pax full of doubt. There was little more she could do against the mage using marks. Her skills were best against supernatural creatures, not mages with decades of experience and access to levels of phase she could only dream of. And the poisonous gas was wearing her down, burning out her lungs, destroying her soft pink flesh wherever it touched. A gunshot rang out. Pax grabbed her side, expecting to find blood, only to realize that it had been Callie that had been shot. Her companion was in great pain. Pax used the heel of her hand to wipe away the tears, but her eyes were crusty and so puffy that she had to fight to see. A burst of flame caught her distracted, her outer clothing catching fire, forcing her to throw herself to the ground, rolling to put herself out. When she looked up, the mage was there, boot on her chest, holding her down as simply as if she were a child. Chapter 30. Stop struggling. You can't win. The mage's expression was warped by the tears in her eyes. She fought futilely. If her friends were here, they would call it bovum sine pax. Sometimes the only thing she knew how to do was charge forward. Pax hit him with a stun mark, but the impact barely ruffled his clothing. "For one of your hall, that was impressive," said the mage, "but still not enough. You see, that's the difference. Humans are the apex predators of this realm and others, because we have mastered phase in its many forms. The animal kingdom is an afterthought, easily subdued." He extended his arms towards the great worm. "See what I created? Even this beast that your family relates to myths of old was simply the work of persistence." He frowned, pressing his boot against her chest. "Stop resisting." In the short time she'd been fully linked with Callie, she'd learned quite a lot about her new potential. Magic required phase, and the bond between them used phase in a different way than the mages of the halls. It was more natural, much like a supernatural creature would use it. Call it high phase and low phase. But Pax knew without a shadow of a doubt that even with Callie's help, there was no way she could dislodge this mage's boot from her chest. He was impervious to her magic. Hers was the phase of the animal kingdom, raw and dangerous but unrefined, whereas his was the high magic, cultured and exquisitely tailored until it was pinpoint destructive. He could end her with a snap of his fingers, but wanted to keep her alive because she held some genetic secret he wished to uncover. These secrets could be sussed out if she were dead, but alive provided more options. Even as an Animalian's mage, she knew this. The best option would be to submit and give her family a chance to live. But Bovam Sina Pax meant her animal spirits couldn't be tamed, and the mage had reminded her of the one thing she could do that might hurt him. Pax let her body relax, and as she closed her eyes, she reached out to the Jormungandr as she had the polar bear. Normally, size might have been an issue if the creature had reached it naturally, but in essence, the great beast was still a tiny crag worm that had been warped by magic. She slipped inside its skin and screamed. The Jormungandr's existence was pain, tortured by its own crushing weight. The edge of the stainless steel cradle created pressure points on the rocky exterior of the worm's body. It was flaccid, only because it was worn out from the aches of travel. In the cave, at least it could rest its girth across a space it had created for itself, still painful but at least mildly so, whereas the train and shipping vessel were exercises in torture. The great beast had given up trying to escape, but Pax tapped into its primal desires. It yearned to dive into the ocean, where the salt water would become a comforting embrace. The stone-like exterior of the creature was not actually rock, but the crusts of its injured flesh, much like her eyes, formed deposits trying to keep out the poisonous gas. Pax nudged the Jormungandr, giving it the picture of loosened chains near the front third of its length. The beast shifted, finding two segments unbound, the promise of escape a possibility in its simple mind. Strain. Push. Escape. She filled the beast's mind with Bovam Sina Pax. Never give up. Never submit. Fight until the end, even if you were headed over a cliff in the midst of battle. When the great worm slammed into the side of the cradle, the whole boat shook, sending unmoored crates sliding across the deck. Pax was faintly aware back in her body that the mage was looking up at the great worm, slowly piecing together what was actually happening. She gave the Jormungandr one last shove towards escape, waking it from its long nightmare, and when the beast opened its enormous mouth and roared, she almost regretted her choice. You. The mage pressed his boot against her chest, crushing her ribs. Her body was already weakened by the poisonous gas and the shot that Callie had taken. She was, in medical terms, dying. He put his supernatural weight on her, and two ribs on her left side cracked. Hardened ribs. The ones she'd painfully cultivated her second year. He snapped them like twigs. She didn't even realize she was screaming until she desperately wanted air, but the pain of inhaling was too great. Above them, the worm thrashed in its cradle. Awakened. Angry. The beast had snapped two more chains near the middle segment. They sounded like cannon fire. The water from her eyes fell away enough for Pax to see the mage raise his hands. Whatever spell he was casting would be the end of her. The third cannon was ear-splittingly loud. The chain nearest snapped near the rivet. One moment, the mage was standing on her chest, crushing the life out of her. The next he was tumbling across the surface of the deck. Breath came in like a flood. Hot fire, but air nonetheless. The entire transport creaked and rolled as the Jormungandr escaped its bonds. Pressing her hand against the broken ribs, Pax stumbled to the front of the ship where her family was being held, while Callie fled to get help from Jan for her gunshot wound. Pax had to get to them before the beast destroyed the cabins, or sank the transport entirely. A crate, probably 300 pounds, came hurtling at Pax. She dodged, but was foiled by the shifting of the ship and was trapped in its path. The crate slammed into her, bright stars flashed across her vision as her breath evaporated, knocking her tumbling towards the edge of the boat where she slammed into the railing. She didn't end up in the water, but she found herself staring at the barrel of an automatic weapon being held by a woman in a bright yellow hazmat suit. Through the see-through plastic, Pax saw the moment of decision, the eventual squeeze of the trigger. A shipping container, bright blue with graffiti tags on the end, hit the woman like a freight train. There wasn't even a scream. The cannon fire of chains snapping continued apace. Pax couldn't find where the mage had gotten to as she struggled to her feet, trying not to scream with every step. The chaos of the deck made her duel a lesser priority. The enormous worm had severed most of the bindings, and now the cradles were cracking. Once it was loosed, everyone on the ship was in mortal danger. The scramble across the deck looked like it was being made on ice, but it was the constant shifting weight of the great worm that was wreaking havoc with the center of gravity. When a pile of shipping containers, 3 high, tumbled off an upper deck and came bouncing towards her, Pax waited until the last moment, then speed marked beneath one, finding herself near the front of the ship and the Jormungandr's open mouth. If the body exuded poisonous gas like steam escaping from vents, then the mouth was a fire hose of toxicity. The poison was burning her flesh, cracking and drying it out as if it had been left out in the desert for a week. A rolling groan to port had her trying to stabilize, and when her glove hit the side of her head, a clump of reddish-brown hair came free. The door to the cabin was locked, but she burst it open, finding the remaining members of the group, including her grandmother Ines and Britta. There were only 8 left. The gas came in too, and everyone was coughing and gagging. Make a train, grab hands like you're in kindergarten. The reference left a few puzzled looks, but everyone figured out what she meant. Take a big breath, then we're headed out. As she led the group from the room, fighting against the pitch and roll of the transport ship, she sent a message to Jan through Callie to tell him to help her get everyone off. Quickly she realized there was no way to get them to the ramp at midship, as dangerous flotsam rocketed around the deck, and the great worm had almost finished destroying the cradle. Change of plans, meet at front of ship. She managed to get them to the railing, which was away from the worst of the poisonous gas, though they were all coughing. Baba's wide eyes had Pax placing her hand against her nose to come away with a gross amount of blood. Her whole shirt was covered in a bib of blood. She'd been bleeding out of her eyes and nose. Molars felt loose when she pushed her tongue against them. Hold on. I'll find a rope. She ran back to the cabins. The only thing keeping her alive was that Callie was in fresh air, injured on the road that led down to the docks, but alert and probably not bleeding as much as she was. Their connection provided enough strength to keep her standing. There were no ropes in the cabin, but she broke glass to retrieve a fire hose. The reel bounced against her shoulder and head as she ran uphill to the rail, then was catapulted forward as the boat shifted. Beneath them, the dock shattered as the Jormungandr broke loose from its bonds, slithering back and forth on the deck, pushing the transport landward. If anyone was midship, they were crushed. Pax thought she saw some yellow smears on the rocky exterior of the creature. She tied the fire hose to the railing, then threw the whole reel down to Jan, who had to stand on land above the shattered wood and metal structure that had once been the docks. Climb on. Make a loop with your arms and legs, and slide down as best as you can. The injured Jan was aided by the other Thai Vegger, who grabbed the end of the fire hose to hold it steady. Ines went first down the makeshift rope, her parting glance full of pain and worry. They were lucky they were a hardy bunch, as even the octogenarians managed the under-rope slide without too much trouble. As soon as one hit the bottom, Pax let the next go. Jan had to adjust, running forward and backwards with the sway of the ship, but he kept the escape line taut. Freya was last. Pax was helping her onto the fire hose when Callie sent a message. Less than watch out, greater than. Pax spun on her heel, firing a shield mark without knowing what was coming. Callie's warning and her quick thinking saved her grandmother from the flaming jet that would have turned them both into char. Instead, the blast mostly dissipated on the shield. Standing across from her, the alchemist mage, his clothing covered in brown gunk, and his perfect coif of hair disheveled, threw up his hands as if the rage would intensify his magic. Even as the ship rocked, he stayed stationary, locked onto her with the precision of a laser-guided missile. Whatever spell his fingers were working through, it wasn't the 5 elements, and she was sure that a shield mark wouldn't protect her from its conclusion. Reaching back into the now-free Jormungandr came easily. The effort felt like reaching forward with her hand as a sock puppet, her fingers snapping together when they reached their target. The alchemist mage disappeared into the maw of the beast, all his enchantments and protections annihilated by the enormous crag worm's crushing jaws. With the unknown mage removed from the equation, Pax pushed the Jormungandr to flee to the icy waters on the starboard side of the ship. She hoped it could do so without sinking the Veles before she could escape. Pax was aware of the newcomer before her eyes found the creature hovering in the sky above the head of the Jormungandr. Callie warned her first. Then she caught echoes from the others, everyone sending her the message that the dragon had arrived. Pax looked up to find Thykpauktnik about to attack the great worm. Chapter 31. The dragon's wings beat with the fury of a hurricane, keeping his white body aloft, head rearing back to unleash a torrent of energy. Behind the dragon, the aurora borealis whipped the sky in cosmic energy, creating a secondary pair of wings that stretched from horizon to horizon. The air was so alive sparks crackled along the edges of the flying creature. Pax had been inside the Jormungandr and she knew how fragile it was, how near death much like her. The dragon could conceivably kill it, or injure it enough that it wouldn't survive the watery escape. Pax? Her grandmother's plea was threaded with understanding. I have to. I know. Pax thought about using a speed mark to get across the deck faster, but she feared her body would come apart at the seams if she tried. She was at the ragged edge. Only Callie was keeping her alive, and she'd been shot. The great worm, understanding the threat, roared at the dirty white dragon hovering above it, but could not affect its new foe. A second less ferocious gronk sounded more like acceptance than defiance. No. Please no. Pax ran towards the head of the worm as the noxious gases made her eyes bleed. Do not kill it. It was being used. She placed herself in range so that if Thykpauktnik unleashed himself, she would catch the edges of his breath, and as injured as she was would likely die. The dragon's belly expanded as if preparing a volley. No. Please. Pax almost yelled his human name, Oko, but didn't want to betray his secret. The dragon regarded her, huffing and nodding, trying to get her to move away. Before he could get other ideas, Pax returned to the Jormungandr for a third and final time. In its enormous body she crashed through the railing, diving into the icy waters. The shifting weight tipped the transport dangerously, and as she prepared to leave the great worm, she remembered that she'd forgotten to hold on to something first. Pax returned to find herself in her grandmother's arms, as the deck tilted at an obscene angle, shipping crates and other flotsam following the tail of the worm into the frigid sea. Freya had tied the fire hose around her middle and run to catch Pax, holding her when the ship tipped and saving her from following the beast into the ocean. Thykpauktnik unleashed his breath into the sky, the white blast rising like an icy volcano then raining down as snow. Without the worm's weight, the ship tipped back, but Pax dug her fingers into a scar on the deck's surface, holding them stationary until the Veles had calmed. Pax? Her grandmother's bloodshot eyes rounded. Pax could see her own death reflected in them. Baba. She felt thin, as if she'd managed to walk through the heart of a nuclear plant without shielding. The gurgle in her stomach made her grandmother's forehead knit at the center. And not in a good way. As Pax's side squeezed, she prayed that her stomach lining wouldn't come splashing out, but the black blood splattering on the deck wasn't much better. Then, like a marionette with the strings cut, she collapsed. You can't die. I haven't gone through all this schooling for you to die on me in the middle of nowhere. A great howling rose above the glacier, a warbling song, a dirge. She joined the chorus with her own voice. How strange to be singing at one's own funeral. The sky collapsed around her until it was a long tunnel, and she hurtled towards the end. Thrown like a rag doll from a cannon. No. Not yet. Callie will be alone. Her soul was plunged in ice. Thoughts calcified, hardened as the last organs shut down. No. Please. I'm afraid it'll kill her. Even if she survives, there's nothing left. She's a ruin. A faraway voice answered, Bovum Sina Pax. Fire. Flame. Heat-seared breath. Every part of her being was aflame. The pressure was unimaginable. Each cell in her body screamed with the heat of 1,000 suns. The ice hurt, but it was the ache of nothingness. Not like this. A living inferno. As far gone as she was, the option to return to the ice was hers. Callie. Janelle. Baba. No, please. But it was like willingly walking into a burning building. Even her soul quivered, afraid. Callie, my heart, please help, I can't do this alone. It was cold. Windy. Alive for now. Broken. A great furnace exhaled on rhythm, while stars danced in her vision before a great orchestra of lights. White below. Shimmering green above with blooms that, dead? Alive. Maybe floating through the ether of between. The white with splashes of green disappeared. The cold intensified, but somehow the cradle that surrounded her body was both familiar and kept her warm. Pax floated through the sky. After a time, lights appeared below, sprawling lights, some moving. Her eyes were tired, so they turned blurry at times, disappearing completely at others. Eventually, the lights grew closer, rising towards her until the furnace stopped exhaling. There was screaming. That was strange. But then that comforting warmth disappeared, and human faces swam into view. She was on a gurney. The voices were faint. Distant. Like a dream. She wasn't sure of the language, but she could understand it. A bloody dragon. I thought they carried off their damsels, not dropped them off at the local trauma center. Does it expect us to fix its broken toy, or what? It spoke in my head. I'll never forget it, not for as long as I live. It spoke in your mind? What did it say? That if Pax Nygaard dies, he will return and lay waste to the entire hospital and surrounding township. Who the hell is Pax Nygaard? I don't know, but she must be pretty damn important to have a dragon escort. Phi Fayan. Call the other doctors on staff. It's gonna take everyone to keep her alive. Hell, call the government. I think they're gonna want someone down here too. I think her life has become a national priority. Chapter 32. Dying would have been easier. For a long time there was pain. Her treatment room had become a version of a burn center. Instead of a flame, it had been virulent poison that had ravaged every cell in her body. Callie was there. If she hadn't been, Pax wasn't sure how she would have survived. Her companion spent most of the time lying on a bed they'd made for her, with old comforters and pillows brought by the staff. A few of them had the stiff newness of being recently knitted or stitched. Sometimes Callie whimpered, lying on her side, feet twitching, tongue panting. She was the off-ramp for when the pain became too great. They comforted Callie because they couldn't touch Pax. Baba. Ines. Britta. Janelle. Jae-young. Liam. Jan. Professor Ansel. Professor Pietra. Even Patron Adele once, though not for long, but she spoke to Ines outside for a time. There were others, but she didn't know their names. Specialists from aura healers. It seemed money was no object. She would have been better off at Golden Willow, but they were afraid to move her again, so the best doctors came to her. Her body had been encased in what everyone jokingly called the mummy pod. Runes covered the bandages, helping her flesh heal and knit back together. She caught parts of conversations between Professor Ansel and the specialists from Golden Willow. Whenever there was balking about the costs, there were reminders that the Norwegian government had offered to pay, and there were others, including a wealthy data scientist and the Alta-stricken group. Everything was covered. The pain was hard. But they kept her out for most of that period. Harder was being awake and trapped inside her private sarcophagus. Callie kept her sane, staying by her side and providing an outlet of being touched. It helped that Pax could use her as a conduit for communication. Once she was off enough drugs and alchemical agents to be conscious, Pax learned the extent of the damage and what they'd been doing to rebuild her body. The poison had destroyed every cell it had touched, which meant they had to force a rapid regrowth, but that had never been done for an entire system including nearly every organ. Only the brain had been spared partially. They pumped her full of things that might have only been available to the patrons. The irony of it all was that the unknown mage, who she learned was named Sebastian Krakowski, had probably thought these treatments would protect him from her. Unfortunately, her friends had to return to the halls for continuing instruction before Pax was fully healed. But the surviving members of the Alta-stricken group were there. At least one person stayed in the room at all times to keep her company. Even though it didn't require any physical movement, Pax was usually too tired to talk, so she let the others tell stories to keep her entertained. Britta talked about when she and Elv first were paired, and the trouble they used to get into, like the time they sent an entire reindeer herd down Main Street. When it was Inés' turn, she told stories about Sigrid the Slayer and the other legends of the Descendants. Before, Pax might have taken the stories as instruction from her stoic relative, but there was an underlying sweetness to the stories, as her great-aunt didn't know what else to say, so she used what she knew, but threaded them with the kindness and softness one would expect over a cooing baby. Jan was there too. He talked mostly about the things he wanted to do once she was healed. He was leaving Alta, probably to South America on research, as he'd gotten a job with Tundra Awakening, which was expanding their climate study mission to jungle regions. Jan was excited most about knowing nothing about where he was headed, a new place to explore. The only one who didn't say much was her grandmother. Freya mostly sat with Callie, running her fingers through her thick fur, humming quietly under her breath. Baba was always on the verge of tears, never quite succumbing, at least until she left the hospital. Then even Callie's psychic range could pick up the exhausted release. It wasn't until March that Pax opened her eyes for the first time. Chapter 33. The low-level ache was like an off-pitched sound she couldn't quite hear, but annoyed her just the same. Pax blinked. What? I'm sorry. I drifted there, again. Professor Ansel smiled, but not with his eyes. He'd been visiting since the beginning. He knew the pain she'd been through and what was left. It was a long road. Understandable. What I was saying was that we had to reapply the bone-hardening measures that we did your second year. It was a bit easier since you were out. We were able to get your skull too. I was worried that your bones would be weaker, but like a sword that is put back into the flame and then hammered again, they're even stronger than before. Pax's vocal cords didn't cooperate when she tried to speak again. She cleared her throat and took a drink of water, which required collecting the wires and tubes stuck in her arms and legs, while she maneuvered the stainless steel cup with a straw sticking out of the top to her lips. The professor continued while she drank. The soft parts of you, skin, organs, well, skin is an organ, but anyway, you know what I mean. We applied an expensive alchemical treatment that's usually reserved for the ultra-rich, but there was a generous offer to pay for it. In a hoarse whisper she asks, how much has all of this cost? He whistled softly, rubbing the back of his neck and scrunching up his face. You probably don't want to know. Thank you. The gratitude embarrassed Professor Ansel. He adjusted his glasses, swallowed. I would do it for any member of our hall. Of course you would, she said weakly. But you did more. I heard you threaten to resign to Adele behind the hospital when she wouldn't approve the treatments. You heard that? He glanced to Callie, who offered alternating rising eyebrows, her version of a who me. Shrug. Professor Ansel stared at the floor. I heard what you did on the Velez. You chose to stay in the gas to save the others, and to free the big worm, though not sure about that part, knowing that it was killing you. Even the last bit, standing up to the dragon. He jawed at the air, eyes ringed red. And after everything in Denier, you deserved better. There was a lot more to walking than Pax remembered. She'd forgotten that the act of using the two long stilts underneath her torso to balance, lift, and propel herself forward was the weirdest kind of magic. The other stuff was worse. Everything she did made her sore, even going to the bathroom. Pax, if the blonde dame makes me do one more squat thrust to work on my core, I'm going to bribe the squirrels outside to chew through her brakes. Janelle, glad you alive, less than 3. Pax set the phone on her knee as her PT specialist finished loading the weights onto the bar and made the gesture for the work to continue. Sometime in early April, a video clip appeared on her phone. The address came from somewhere in the Middle East. She almost deleted it without watching it, but boredom got the best of her. I can always buy a new phone if this one gets corrupted, she thought. When the bald head and kind eyes of Professor Cassius appeared on the tiny screen, she nearly dropped the phone in surprise. He was standing somewhere arid, sandstone cliffs behind him. "Hey lass, it's Cass." She corrected it to Professor Cassius in her head. "Heard about the rough patch you had up on Bear Island. Wish I could have been there with ya. But you know how things are. Just wanted to send a message, let you know that I'm more excited than a kangaroo on a trampoline that you made it through, and to let you know to take it easy on yourself. Recovery will take longer than your patience, but in the end, you don't want to rush back, re-injure things. Remember, you're not the same person you were before this happened." His eyes creased. "You're a good kid, glad you're okay. Try and stay that way. Give Callie an ear scratch for me." Since the day on the Veles, she hadn't truly processed what had happened, but the moment she set the phone next to the bed, a flood of emotions hit. She rolled off and fell into the cocoon of blankets and pillows, sobbing so hard snot bubbles formed, which Callie promptly licked off. "Gross," said Pax, laughing and crying at the same time, her legs just not up to the effort of retrieving the box of tissues from the side table. She stayed in a cuddle with Callie the rest of the afternoon. When the nurses or her personal trainers came in, they took one look at the pair of them and politely removed themselves. Chapter 34. The spring weather was warming, defrosting the plains by the time she left the hospital and returned to her grandmother's house in Alta. 3 months. She'd been in the Tromsø UNN hospital for 3 months, and that was with the best care available. She didn't leave the house for the first 3 days. When a dark blue truck pulled up and Callie pushed out the front door, she was surprised by the person who got out. Oko. He wore dark jeans, a dark V-neck shirt, and work boots. She didn't move from the door, and he didn't move from the side of the truck. His head tilted slightly, as if he were seeing her for the first time. "Want to get out?" She managed to smile, but it was mostly holding back emotions. Callie leapt into the back as Pax climbed into the truck before she remembered she hadn't brought a jacket, but Oko was speeding away across gravel roads, barely watching where he was going because he kept glancing at her. She rode with her hands in her lap. She'd never realized he smelled like the top of a glacier. "You did work for Pyramid Health," she said eventually, which brought a crease to his eyes. He nodded and tapped on the steering wheel. "I was paid to do a job." It was straightforward, no red flags. "You know that company does a lot of good stuff, in addition to the crap that you dealt with." Oko sighed. "But had I known, I would have turned them down." "I know." She looked into her lap. "Thanks for the ride." "The other one." His nostrils flared briefly, a frisson of dragonly pride. "What's happened to the company?" The truck slid around a corner, gravel dust rising in a plume behind them. "Nothing. Their founder is dead, but the board of directors are searching for a new leader. The events on Svalbard won't even register, as most of it was funded through his personal accounts." "Any sign of the Jormungandr?" "It amuses me that you call it that." He cracked his neck. "But no signs of it. For all I can tell, it went into the water and died. At least it would have died free. You should have let me kill it. I could feel its pain." He paused. "And you don't know if anyone else will try to exploit it." "I'd like to see them try now." She flashed her eyes at him, touched her coils of reddish hair. Her hair had only been growing back for a few months, so it was a crown of moppish curls. Oko stopped the truck at an overlook that was near the restricted area. He snorted softly when she glanced in that direction, retrieved a backpack, and set off with Pax and Callie close behind. It was cold enough that the puddles were covered in ice, but Pax didn't need to apply a weather enchantment. She enjoyed the billowing white breath from her lips, and once even pointed to it and cocked a grin, which received an eye roll from Oko. "Is Callie going to hunt?" he asked as he ducked beneath a dwarf birch on the winding path. "She doesn't hunt now," said Pax as her companion bounded across the grasses. It was strange to be in 2 places at once, but Pax had gotten used to the double feelings. "Any more information on the rabbits?" He shifted his mouth to the side. That's one of the things I wanted to talk to you about. As suspected, they were modified through magical means. We can assume from the effects on your family that your theory was correct, but I have no other way to prove it. That's okay, they know enough not to eat them. He extended his arm. Do you let them continue to breed? I can have them exterminated. The Norwegian government was paying me to fix their problem, not identify it then ignore it. She took one look at the expansive rolling hills. The sun was a blessing on her cheeks. Bring in rabbits and reindeer, and whatever else they screwed with from other places that weren't modified. It'll take some generations, but they'll eventually breed out the changes. It'll cost more to fix it that way. Use the money you got from Pyramid Health. He didn't answer, but she knew he would because he'd already thought of it himself. She didn't know what to make of this visit, except that she didn't want it to end. You're different from before. Thanks to you. Oko snapped a purple flower from a bush. Not that. Technically, I've always been different, but I understand it now. You use phase like an animal. From someone else it could have been taken as an insult, but she knew what he meant. I can feel that. I was thinking of it as low phase and high phase, but that makes more sense. Oko's eyes fluttered and the flower in his hand turned to ice. He handed it to her, their fingers brushing briefly. If it had been a mage who performed that trick, the sharp tinct of phase would have tickled her nose, but she smelled nothing. Supernatural animals use phase instinctively, and in ways that their bodies have conformed to utilize. Hall mages use the raw phase in whatever ways they can divine, but wastefully, and often with unintended and disastrous consequences. You sound like you don't approve of the halls. He flashed his dark eyes. I never said that. But would you give a group of children automatic weapons? His self-amused smile proved that this was an old argument for him, or maybe dragonkind. But whatever I think, there's no going back. They came over a ridge to find a herd of reindeer, nearly 100 strong. Neither of them was surprised, but the sight of them brought a raised eyebrow from Oko. Care to stretch those legs? Professor Ansel said I should take it easy at first, but I think I should be good for a run. He burst ahead, churning across the plain, frost-tipped grains snapping as he passed. Pax went slow at first, getting a feel for her repaired body while Callie paced her, keeping between her and Oko. The reindeer reacted the moment they reached the herd, whether it was their movement or the fact that there were multiple predators in their midst, and broke off, heading northeast. It wasn't until the first mile that Pax realized she wasn't using her mage steel enhancements. They were there if she wanted a little extra, but the connection with Callie and whatever they'd done to her in the hospital was enough. Eventually they wore down the reindeer, maybe after 10 or so miles, and they all stopped. Pax wasn't winded, though she could tell her legs would be sore in a good way. Oko stood across from her while the herd circled around them, picking at the grains and other fresh greens pushing up through the frozen soil. Oko moved close and knocked away a reddish curl that was blocking her left eye. No, you're not human at all. Not anymore. Maybe they'll make an entry into the nomenclature for me. His lips parted, curling upward, exposing white teeth. Bovum sina Pax. She closed her eyes, snorted softly. I'll never live that down. I was thinking we could fly into Finland, then the three of us drive the herds here. That sounds fun. What about the rabbits? I'll pay trappers for live rabbits from around northern Scandinavia. Give it a few years, and the mutations will disappear into the noise. What will you do once this is fixed? He narrowed his gaze. I was going to ask the same of you. The herd shifted around them. They were the eye of the storm, while Callie was sniffing around near the edges, the reindeer having gotten used to her presence. Pax let a grin rise to her lips. She punched Oko playfully in the arm. Last one back to the truck is a dragon's egg. Chapter 35. The entire Alta-stricken group was at the airport to see her off. Her phone was blowing up with messages from her friends who were excited that she was returning, but she switched off notifications. Half of them were questions about her returning to Animalians, but she hadn't decided that yet. When it was Britta's turn to say goodbye, she grabbed Pax's hands. Are you sure you won't stay? I've been getting messages from the other sects about what happened. They'd like to come and learn from you. I don't want to be a trainer, but they don't need me to help them. The answers are right there if you look for them. Pax bowed her head. But thank you for your help. Without your training, I would have never found the path that Callie and I needed to take. Ines came next. Her great-aunt had aged in the past year. The wrinkles around her eyes were valleys, and there was an exhaustion that was bone-deep. There was a long moment when the two of them stared at each other, but then gasps of surprise when Ines bent on one knee and touched her fingertips to her forehead. Embarrassed, Pax tried to pull her up right away. When she was finished genuflecting, they embraced. I don't want to be treated different, Pax whispered in her ear. I just want everyone to treat themselves differently. Ines patted her shoulder with a bony hand, then leaned down to kiss Callie between the eyes. After everyone else, Baba approached. Freya was clear-eyed. I thought when you came here that you were the one that would change. Her eyes creased with amusement. But it was we that needed it. You upended a lot of traditions. Ah. Ones that needed it, so don't worry those pretty red curls of yours. We were dying, but we just didn't know it. The Descendants of Bastet will never be the same, and that's a good thing. Pax didn't know what to say, so she said, I'm sorry about Vindy. I wish I could have met her. Me too. But seeing you and Callie makes me feel like I did when she was around. She thumbed away wetness and reached into the pocket of her knitted cardigan. Here. I made this for you. The scrimshaw carving looked like Callie at first, but then Pax saw the differences. Is this Vindy? Freya nodded. My sweet Vindy. Pax kissed her grandmother on the cheek. They hugged until someone reminded them that the chartered flight was scheduled to leave soon. The Tyveger crowded around them as they walked to the main door of the airport. She took one last look at the Alta-stricken group before striding through the gate. She'd come to Norway for answers which she'd received in spades, but now she had to figure out what she was going to do with the rest of her life. This has been Book 4 of the Animalian's Hall series, Arcane Mutations.